we're all about fantasy football right now. We actually have football. Before we get to that,
want a good soccer story?
sure.
So I was up writing. So I'm doing the third of a billion versions of Sleepers, Breakouts, and Busts. Sleepers just came out yesterday. Breakouts will come out tomorrow. So I was getting a head start on Breakouts. So it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I was, wrapping up. I'm like, oh, soccer starts at 3 o'clock. So let me stay up. I'll watch soccer. So I watched the first half. Engaged 0-0. I was trying to figure out how the hell we advanced. I didn't realize that both teams from the pool advanced. Because Netherlands was killing Vietnam. And so first half engaged. Watched an episode of Seinfeld on TV Land at halftime.
Nice.
It was the Kiss Hello episode. Remember that one?
No.
It's when he gets annoyed at everybody kissing him below in the line. He's like, I can't do the kiss. So then second half starts. I'm watching the start second, and I doze off. And just until I sat down right now, versus we started 9:40 a.m. I have no idea how it ended.
0-0.
I know why.
It was valid watch.
Yeah. Right, you saw the action. All right, well, let's talk about rankings risers here. How about you, Dave? You want to start? Who's your biggest rankings riser?
I think the biggest ranking riser I have is James Cook in Buffalo. And the fact that there's all this talk that he's going to be 3 down back. I don't know if I believe that he's going to play like 70% of the snaps. But I went back and I looked. He averaged 0.95 fantasy points per touch last year. That includes the catches that he had. And what did Devin Singletary do as the lead back in Buffalo each of the past 3 years? He had anywhere from 194 to, I think it was like 230 touches. So I'm not expecting a lot in the way of touchdowns for James Cook. But as a guy that you might be able to get in early round 7, I think he's worth taking the risk. I think he could end up being a pretty good weapon in that Bills offense.
James Cook was so good. His advanced metric.
Oh, shit.
Did you know that 1 in 10 adults suffer from FOBO? It's the fear of better options. Honestly, I just made that stat up. I have no idea if anyone outside of me actually suffers from FOBO. But I really have to think that there's a lot of people that do as well. You make a selection on something and then immediately after, wonder if you made the right selection or not. I mean, we see it in the comment section all the time. So as a quick reference, let's take a little bit of time to go through each and every round of your fantasy football draft. Take a look at the ADP.
I know, right?
The best and worst picks are in each.
I have got a good amount of follows in the last couple days.
Good picks,
And I just went through and tried to clean up all of my whatnot listings. That was not fun. And a lot of them just disappeared, I guess.
Now is the time to do so. Once you create that new account, use the referral code Headliners and make that minimum $10 deposit, you're going to start getting some things for free. Not only are we going to match your deposit all the way up to $100, you're also going to get a free 2023
Welcome to Fantasy Football Today, Dynasty. I am your host, Heath Cummings. And
Oh, I heard that.
again,
That sucks.
the same trio that we had the first time we debuted this podcast, before it was even its own podcast. I've got Dave Richard with me. I've got Dan Schneider with me. Dave, we were saying before we came on air, it feels like forever since you and I have been on a podcast together. I think I've gone on one vacation, just one, not maybe two, since we last talked. So it's nice to be back with you. It's nice to get your opinions on Dynasty. They always challenge my opinions, and I love helping people with their Dynasty. So awesome to be back. Thank you for having me. I've got Dan Schneider here. He's in the Baked Burger Dynasty League. Apparently has 3 picks every round somehow. Has drafted almost the entire 2023 draft class, taking the exact opposite approach from me. And we're going to talk about that draft more next week. We actually got a special guest, Tim.
Let me know if anybody has any questions.
To talk about his team and that draft. We've got Sigmund Bloom coming up on August 15th. We've got a new mailbag coming tomorrow with answers from your 5-star reviews. Thank you so much. You guys are overwhelming me with the positive feedback. Dan, it's good to talk to you too.
Yeah, it's great to be back. This is probably my favorite show to do during the week, as much as I love chopping up with Azer. I love Dynasty, and I'm starting to get even more into it now that, like you said, we have the Big Burger League. It's been a fun draft so far, Heath. I just gotta say for the listeners, I've never done this before, and I would suggest that anyone who does do a Dynasty startup allow trades in draft, allow trades in that Dynasty startup draft. Because I never had that before, guys, and it's been really fun. I didn't know it was a possibility, and now basically before every pick, I'm on the clock looking into trades. And like you said,
Let me know if you guys have any questions.
including you didn't even mention. I picked up a 2024 first, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Is that? Do you have a favorite trade that you've made, Dan?
It's undoubtedly the trade where one pick before someone, I took Dalton Kincaid, and quite clearly that player really wanted Dalton Kincaid. And I'll be honest, I love Dalton Kincaid. We may talk about him on the show. I had him ranked probably 10, 15 spots higher even where I drafted him. Big believer in him, the landing spot, everything like that. But this manager really wanted Kincaid, so we got to trade talking, and he offered me a 2024 first. I came back and I said, I like it, but I want a few more picks in the middle range, which Heath referenced earlier in the show where I keep having these like 3-pick rounds. I set it up so I had back-to-back 3-pick rounds where I got one pick from this manager in each of these rounds. And it's in a range right now. It was started at about.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything. Doing the share stream bonus today.
I still feel like there are good players to get. I feel like at some point there.
Only got 11 Megaducks left too.
It's coming pretty soon, but not quite yet. So I wanted to make sure I got a lot of picks in this range.
Let me tell you, Dave, it's super annoying because Dan and Jamie both continue to make trades, both continue to refuse all of my trades because I won't just lay down and give them 300% value. Jamie has this new thing that he's doing. I hope that it continues on into other leagues where he gets on the clock and then texts someone. He did this to Shavy T, bullied him into trading for Jordan Addison. And he texts you and says, I'm going to take this guy. I know you want him. I sent you a trade offer if you want him. Did that with me last round with Sam Howell.
Oh, you like the Taco Tuesday LeBron thumbnail? Appreciate that, man.
Matthew Stafford and Ryan Tannehill instead, who are probably going to score more points than Sam Howell this year anyway. And I'm playing for this year. Listen, we usually start with some random questions, some fun conversation. We've got to get into the news and notes. Before we do that, I've got a guy, Dave, and we're going to flash it up. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see it. We'll tell you the question. Heath, can you go over anti-tanking guidelines and repercussions, please, real quick? Got a guy in my league already letting us know he's going to be tanking this season. Says he's not going to win a game. That really bothers some people. We set this league up before we ever had a draft pick made. There was conversation about how are we going to prevent tanking or how are we going to handle tanking. I'll give my thoughts on it, and I think John Bosch is even more open-handed with it.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on how anything works.
If you want to lose. It's in your best interest for next year. I don't care what you do. I am a little bit stronger in that I think if you have someone who is playing, you should not be able to start someone who is not. In other words, let's say Anthony Richardson starts week 1. You have Anthony Richardson and Gardner Minshew are your only quarterbacks. I'm not okay with you starting Gardner Minshew. You have a running back who is playing, and your only other running back that you could fill in for him is already ruled out. I'm not okay with you.
Let me know if you guys want to see any teams. I got a bunch of stuff in the bite now. Got a lot of cool stuff there. Doing the Mega Duck race. Everything in the Mega Duck is a RPA. And then you get entered in for the top row and then the 1-of-1 booklet. And then the blue duck is for the middle row. Everything is a jersey card. Nash, let me know what you want to pull from. What number or numbers? There are 11 left.
That's how it should be. Now let's talk about the punishment if you don't do that. If you start players who are on injured reserve or on bye and you do too much of it, I think your draft pick should automatically move to the
7, you got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just making sure there's still 11. All right, we got a Quentin Payton RPA and a 1 duck. And then let me know what 5 numbers you want, man.
Well, now you're setting somebody else's lineup.
We're down to 10.
It is. When I commission a league, I try to do as little work as possible because I'm lazy. And so this is just the solution to me. If you want to go ahead and break the tanking rules, I'm going to break your chances.
Okay, so Dave, I think the Dynasty League you and I play in together. That Dan's in now as well. Mr. He is
All from the back. All right.
Yeah.
You got it, man.
There are multiple people in that league
1,
who start
2,
guys
3,
playing
4,
not
and
because they're
5.
talented, just because they're not paying attention.
We got a Carl Joseph, Justin Jackson rookie, a Mike Singletary, Josh Malone silver rookie, and then a Ryan Williams rookie. Let's see if you get the slab.
But it does happen, man.
So how do you
No slab, but appreciate the purchase, man. Let me make sure those all came. My focus is kind of off.
Everybody in their starting lineup is like, so they might actually start a guy in their flex on 5.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the mega going. I'd love to get it going today. I can stream pretty late today, so be going for a while.
0 points that week. They just forgot to make a line.
So let me know if you guys want to see anything. I have a ton of stuff that I haven't even listed in the bite now, all from all sorts of teams. Nash, let me know what 5 numbers you want.
I'm mostly along the lines. I've seen it done in one other way. I just wanted to bring up in case people are interested in using that way. One way that I've seen one commissioner do it in one of my dynasty leagues is he takes, so it doesn't even matter about lineup setting. Your draft order is determined by your best ball score overall at the end of the season. So it takes your best possible lineup combination each week, no matter what your lineup actually is, spits out the points, and then
Yeah, so you get 5. You get 5 pulls with every duck purchase.
right.
So you get 5 more pulls now.
Either I just wanted to put out there in case people are thinking about using it because I think like he's
Was it the Brock Purdy? Let's go. I'm trying to think what slab you won. I think you did.
We talked about Gardner Minshew already.
What slab was it?
This is exactly what Jacksonville did.
Yeah, you got it. 1,
And the
2,
Texans
3,
were too foolish.
4,
Jacksonville,
5.
Gardner Minshew, they didn't want him playing quarterback. They started making
It must have been the free slab one day.
maybe, like,
Jerome Bettis,
all kinds of guys because they were trying to be worse.
Correa,
I understand people like the potential.
Jahan Dotson,
I pretty much
David Yankee, number 99, and then a Jeff Driscoll. That guy kind of looks like Purdy. That would have been cool.
Whether it's this year or in the future.
And no slab chaser, but appreciate the share.
We have a lot of news. I'm going to go just one.
It was a basketball slab?
So we won't have time for everybody to chime in on everything.
Yeah, it would have been for me if it was basketball.
So he wanted to get
Trent Gary?
his owner.
No, I don't think that was for me, man.
And basically said, I'm never paying him, and no one would care if he disappeared from the face of the earth.
I feel like you might have won the slab for me, but it definitely wouldn't have been basketball.
His owner or someone else leaked to a member of the media that they were going to put on NFI and not pay him at all. Jonathan Taylor said he has no back.
I did a couple of free slabs recently. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the Love a while ago. Yeah, I did a free slab for Love. I did. I'm trying to think what we did. Waddle. I think we did Purdy recently. I can't remember the other ones. Probably have another one Thursday, most likely.
The year basically doesn't count. So he's another year.
If we get enough today, I might throw one for the end of the stream. If we get enough, we can sell out the mega today. I'd do it.
Different if he's on the pup list and he doesn't play.
What's up, J-Mac? If anybody has any questions, let me know. We only got 9 or 10 mega ducks left, and then 17 blue ducks.
Enough capital to get Jonathan Taylor, and then paying Jonathan Taylor to be a top 5 running back for the next several years. So he's gonna play. He'll be good, but he's not 100%.
You paid for football? Yeah, Nash and Wisco. If you guys are interested, we're doing a fantasy football league. There's 4 teams left. It's $10 per team. It's all through Yahoo, so you pay through Yahoo. And some of the perks if you join. The trophy is. I'm gonna buy the trophy for the winner. I'm gonna probably buy that one soon, so we have it so you can see it. And then every week, whoever comes in first place in scoring gets a free blue duck pull. So kind of a cool little bonus. Get into a fantasy league, and all the winnings go to first and second place. So first gets $75, and second gets $25, and that goes for anybody who wants to join. We got 4 spots. It's like first come, first serve. So if you guys are interested in something like that, just let me know. I can update the notes since I always forget to do that. It has a little bit about it in the notes, but it'll be fun. 4 spots left.
Ken Walker has a groin injury. Zach Charbonnet has a shoulder injury. What do you think about Kenny McIntosh? And
So let me know if you guys want to see anything. We only got 10 Mega Ducks left, so $20 for a pull. You get a RPA guaranteed, and you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks. And then you get entered in for the top row. In first place is the 1-of-1 Nike booklet. And then you also get 5 pulls with every duck purchase you make. And if you share, you get 5 more, so you gotta get 10 pulls. Blue Duck is the same thing, just middle. It's the middle row, and everything's a jersey card, and you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks, and you still get 5 pulls with that, and that's $10. So just let me know if you guys got questions, and if you have any interest in the fantasy league, let me know.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of what they were going for when they targeted DJ Dallas. It didn't work out with DJ Dallas, but I see the idea of what that could be. Very shifty back, potentially be a weapon in space. I don't think he's a great receiver, but I think he's a good receiver in space, if that makes sense. They can design stuff for him. But ultimately, that role doesn't have much of a ceiling either. In my opinion, even if Charbonnet and Walker are out indefinitely, let's say years of the season.
I'm excited, J-Mac, though. It's going to be a fun league. We just got to get 4 more people, which I think we'll be able to do. No problem.
So that's kind of where I'm at.
I have so much stuff to list to. I was going through all my Buy It Now stuff, and I cleaned it all up for my whatnot, so I have all the stuff that's in there now. But I have so much stuff that I thought was listed that's not anymore, which is nuts. Like CMC jersey, AJ Brown, Kenneth Walker, Justin Jefferson, so much stuff. So let me know if you guys want to see anything, have any questions.
They did not make sure that he signed before he left. I don't feel like anybody's all that close to signing Dalvin Cook, but are you worried at all about Breece Hall? And where do you think Dalvin Cook's going to go?
I have no idea where Dalvin Cook's going to go. I don't think he's been offered the type of money that he really wants. Somebody eventually is going to need a running back, and it might be one of the AFC East teams that he's visited, or it might end up being a team that we're not even thinking about, where running back goes down, Dalvin Cook's available, they'll pay him what he wants, and he goes out there. I have no doubt that Dalvin Cook will play somewhere this season, but it's hard to imagine him having a huge workload like we're used to seeing him, and I can't say that he's going to be dynamic when he does get on the field.
Do you see a significant difference in dynasty between him, Leonard Fournette, Kareem Hunt, and Zeke?
I think he'll play. So I don't know if I can say that for the other running backs that you mentioned. So yeah, there's a difference.
Tim Patrick feared to have torn his Achilles, Dan. Just a terrible
Poor
thing
guy.
for a guy who can't stay healthy. Another Broncos wide receiver who has not been able to stay healthy, KJ Hamler, has a heart condition that does not sound like is. I mean, all heart conditions are serious, but this one does. It sounds like they've figured out what's going on, and he's going to be okay. But this Broncos wide receiver core, which was looking very, very deep, suddenly not as deep. Now it's Jerry Jeudy, it's Courtland Sutton, it's maybe Marvin Mims or Marquez Callaway. How are you feeling about this opportunity for Mims?
I'm excited about it. Mims comes into the NFL with a really good production profile, bad quarterback play at the collegiate level that
Let me know if you guys got questions on anything.
prevented him, in my mind, from being a potential borderline first round, second round type pick. Also, really good speed, but he also comes in with similar concerns to Jalen Hyatt. Play strength, didn't really face much press man coverage. We'll see if all that works. My biggest concern right now with Mims in the immediate, rest of the long term is he going to be used in the burner role in that Sean Payton offense? Every Sean Payton offense through time has a burner role. Devery Henderson, you can go back through time and look at every version of Devery Henderson. And that role is essentially, and it's genius. I don't know why a lot of coordinators don't do this, but that role is essentially to run.
Slap Chaser today's too is a Purdy or Cam Akers, which I feel like it's an obvious pick who you would pick if you hit the slab, but
Right there to have other
pretty cool one
routes. So
today.
maybe it's like a dagger concept where you have one guy running the post, the other guy coming on the deep
the
over.
label for it.
The objective there is for the deep over. It's the quarterback to look for the deep over, not the vertical route there. I think Mims is going to probably play a lot of that role with Jeudy and Sutton running the routes that where the ball is designed to go. So I don't really see immediate fantasy success even once he moves into a more prominent role with the first team offense camp, getting all those reps. But long term, I do like Mims.
Andrew here says it's better for Jeudy than Mims. That might be
I
right.
agree.
His target share.
If you guys got any question, anything works, let me know. Got a ton of stuff in the Buy It Now too.
Dave, JSN putting on a show for the Seahawks.
He's becoming quickly the buzz guy in fantasy because of what the highlights have been. and you pair what he's been doing with what's going on with the running backs, and you kind of come to the conclusion that the Seahawks might find themselves as one of the pass heaviest teams in the NFL. And you'd say, well, Pete Carroll's never done anything like that. Think about the moves they made this offseason. Think about the draft. The two running backs they drafted, good pass catching running backs. JSN with their first round pick, that was a surprise. I think this is where they want to go. I think they're confident in Geno Smith. It's making me look harder and harder at Geno Smith. One of the things I did an exercise. What happens if Joe Burrow misses the first couple of weeks of the season? Which quarterback has a great schedule? Geno popped right up. I love his schedule to begin the year. That makes him almost a priority pick if I take Joe Burrow. I wonder if Geno can actually finish as a top 10 quarterback. And I think that Smith and Jigba.
If you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Because he's still sharing. I don't see a path for him.
Gonna be listing a bunch of stuff too on the Buy It Now.
With DK and Lockett both out.
You guys want to see any teams? Just let me know too.
And I saw it even before training camp started as him being a very, very good, very talented wide receiver. That's why he's third in my rankings. He's ahead of every other wide receiver. I'd love to have him on my team.
We'll talk about that later. I've made that switch again. I've gone back and forth on those two, JSN and Jordan Addison, all summer long. May go back and forth again throughout the season, but yeah, I agree. JSN wide receiver 1 right now. I've moved him up to round 7 in redraft. I agree mostly that he's probably not going to be a dominant wide receiver if both those guys stay healthy. But if one of those guys gets hurt, or I do think by the end of the year, he might just be the best wide receiver on the team. I do think his upside is greater than that of DK Metcalf. So I wonder if second half, he's the wide receiver 1. All right, Dan, this is what you've been waiting for. Sterling Shepard off the pup. No offense to Jamison Crowder. He's also off the pup.
Yes.
Wan'Dale Robinson's still on the pup, right?
Yep.
So there's still one more final part of Slot-Tron for them to put together once he comes off the pup. It makes sense of this Giants wide receiver core, and do any of them actually matter?
So I think they do. So I'm going to give you, through the first 5 practices, the target totals from Daniel Jones in 11 on 11 drills. So these are the drills that basically do their best to mimic what you'll actually see in a game. We have Darren Waller up top with 10, Darius Slayton 9, Paris Campbell 8. The next highest receiver is Isaiah Hodgins with 4. So I think you're really starting to see both Slayton and Campbell become big targets for the Giants within this offense. Slayton makes a lot of sense to me. He was a lot better on film than people realize. Closer to a 1,000-yard season than people realize. Just didn't really get that opportunity early in the season, then latched on late and became a big part of it. I think Slayton will be the number 1 receiver to own in this offense. But it's interesting to see Paris Campbell start to really get up and already build that rapport with Daniel Jones. Had a really nice red zone route yesterday where he caught a touchdown in 11 on 11s, 8 targets right up there with Darius Slayton. So those are the 2 guys I have my eye on early right there, Slayton and Campbell.
So I think that's interesting because Campbell presumably playing the Sterling Shepard role.
Well, Campbell's been playing a little more on the outside, so I want to bring that up.
He's been lining up everywhere.
Yeah, he's been lining up everywhere.
So you think Sterling Shepard's healthy week 1? He's not first or second amongst wide receivers and targets? Because when he's been healthy throughout his career with Daniel Jones, he has been the Daniel Jones guy.
Yes, that's the only caveat here. Shepard, like you just mentioned, just coming off the pup, only had 1 practice that took a day off of their maintenance days. They're trying to bring him along slowly. It's going to change when Shepard's back in the mix. Like you said, he has the best rapport with Daniel Jones. It dates all the way back to 2019. And even last year in week 1, they had a nice.
What's up, Mike?
Before Shepard got into
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
Maybe I rein it back a little. My only problem with suggesting to the audience now to think about Shepard in the light that I just mentioned, Slayton and Campbell, is the injury history is there and it's obvious, and it's lower body over and over and over again, Achilles and an ACL and back year.
Are you talking about Shepard or Campbell now?
Shepard. Well,
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Could be any of them.
Yeah.
Okay, Dave. Zach Moss broke his arm, apparently out for approximately the next 6 weeks. Does Evan Hull matter? Should he be a late-round rookie pick?
A late round rookie pick, he absolutely was that before. A late round pick in redraft, we just finished our first pick by pick mock. I took him with my very last pick. It was round 14. We didn't draft kickers, we didn't draft DSTs, just players for 14 rounds. It's a throwaway pick in case he ends up outproducing Deion Jackson. And if Jonathan Taylor isn't there for the start of the regular season. He was kind of fun to watch at Northwestern.
Yes.
Good pass catching running back. He isn't like a huge guy, but he plays kind of big. He's fun, and I could see him being on that Colts roster as a quality backup for several years. And if there's no Jonathan Taylor to begin the season, I would imagine that he would get some significant playing time along with Jackson. But I also would imagine that the Colts would actually sign a running back if there really is no Jonathan Taylor. I think there's like a 4% chance of that.
And I know we said one analyst part, but I want to throw a little more smoke on the bowl.
Please.
With film, I really like that in Northwestern. He does one thing immediately that gets you on the football field. He can protect the passer, and that can get you on the field right away as a running back. He's surprisingly good, like Dave said in the passing game. I almost see him as like a not as physical version of a James Conner type. That's what I kind of see when I watch him. Upright runner, maybe more of a DeMarco Murray, less juice, but definitely someone interesting.
I think he is physical. I love his lateral agility. He doesn't have consistent burst.
I have a hard
sometimes
time.
It feels like he's slow to like process what he's seeing. He needs to work on his vision, and he'll never have that instantaneous speed.
Right. I have a hard time getting excited about pass catching skills when Anthony Richardson's your quarterback and Shane Steichen's running the offense.
Yes,
Steichen's offense last 2 years by far the lowest in targets to running backs.
That's true. But 3 years ago in LA with the Chargers, those running backs sweated it.
Yeah, he had Justin Herbert and not Jalen Hurts or Anthony Richardson. So that's we got one more news item here. We talked about the Giants, so we have to talk about the Chiefs. Dan Pete Sweeney of Airhead Pride says the Deneric Prince's spot on the roster should be written in ink. He would be RB4 for this team. We can't stop hearing about Richie James and Justin Ross. So two things. One, you don't have any thoughts on Prince. And two, how rare would it be for a team to carry 4 running backs and 7 wide receivers in the roster?
My thoughts on Prince are exactly what you just said second there. It's not going to happen. The Chiefs are not keeping 11 running backs and receivers on this roster. They can't afford to do it, I don't think. I don't think any team can really afford to go that deep. If they have a history of keeping 4 backs? I can't say I know that.
Well, they have a history of having a fullback, and they will not this year.
Right, and they won't this year, so maybe they can look to that. The problem is that fullback is playing on special teams. It'll come down to can Prince play special teams for them, and if he can't factor in special teams, I don't think he has a roster spot.
And I don't know that you can hide him or Justin Ross after all this smoke on the practice squad. So it's
no chance.
No chance for Justin Ross. Yeah.
Man, we should have done a Chiefs wide receiver depth.
I do a hot take. We really should. One hot take I have is it's getting awfully close for me who I'd rather have Justin Ross or Kadarius Toney moving forward.
Oh wow.
Well, you are like the biggest anti-Kadarius Toney. Like, you saw.
No, I'm only leaning into it this hard.
Let me know if you guys have questions on anything.
Reaction to where you thought I was at with it at the beginning of this months, years, maybe hundreds of, I don't know how many, dozens of months back. You're like, oh my God, Dan's so anti-Toney, so bitter about this situation.
I mean, I know Kadarius is injury prone. Do you know the history of Justin Ross?
I know. It's like mostly a joke, but at the same time, I don't know. I don't really have too much faith in Toney in long term as a dynasty asset.
I think they all make the roster.
Yeah, they may carry 7 because it sounds like Richie James is pretty much locked in as the punt returner, and everybody loves him as a number 5 or 6 wide receiver. He's just kind of locked into that. Kadarius Toney got hurt. Okay, there's Richie James.
And let me say this: if he gets actual playing time this year on offense, Heath, you guys are gonna be surprised at how productive James can be in that offense. He gets open underneath fast often.
I was told, I want to say it was like week 4, week 5, go get Richie James, and I told everybody that I knew, all right, let's see how this works out. Richie James, the deep sleeper in the middle of the season, and he was terrible. And then late in the year, he kind of broke out with the Giants. They needed him. He came through. He makes mistakes. Like, I wonder if there's going to be a mistake or two that costs him. Sky Moore can play that slot role pretty well.
Yeah.
If they wanted him to. He played almost 50% of his snaps in the slot last year.
Okay, that's enough Giants and Chiefs. We are going.
Let me know if you guys got questions. Doing the Mega Duck, we only got 10 spots left.
And Dan are going to tear me apart over Dalton Kincaid in the next 30 minutes. They can't wait. We'll be back right after this break. Please smash the like button. We are back. I have updated my Superflex rookie-only rankings, And here's the thing. I have updated all of my rookie-only rankings. We're going to talk about the Superflex version right now. Top 3 are still the same. Bijan Robinson, Anthony Richardson, Jahmyr Gibbs. I've got Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud right behind them. JSN as the top wide receiver is number 6 in Superflex. Then it goes Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnston, Jonathan Mingo, Zach Charbonnet, and Devon Achane. How do you do on that name, Dave?
That's perfect. Devon Achane.
Devon Achane. So the first thing, we kind of already talked about this. Now let's start with Dalton Kincaid. Dan, you get to start. Dave can go second, but you were just saying how much you love Dalton Kincaid. I said this in May. I just don't think I'm drafting rookie tight ends in the first round of rookie-only drafts. I don't believe that Dalton Kincaid is going to be a full-time slot receiver.
Sir, we got a couple different things going on. We have the duck races, which is the main thing. We got the Mega Duck, which is $20 a pull, and the Blue Duck, which is $10 a pull.
The only issue with that is
Mega Duck is for the top row, and the one-of-one booklet is first place. So you pull a card. Every card in the Mega Duck is an RPA, and then you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks on the back. Same thing for the blue, but everything's a jersey card, and then you get 1 to 3 ducks on the back. So blue is for the middle, Mega is for the top, and then the one-of-one booklet. And then every duck purchase you make, you get 5 pulls from the NFL box, where you can hit either the Purdy or the Cam Akers. It's all like inserts, rookies, numbered, jersey cards. And then if you share the stream on top of it, you get 5 additional pulls. But we also got the jersey box. It's 2 for 10. 13 pulls for 10 from the regular box, and 6 pulls for 10 from the numbered box. And we got mystery packs too. Those are $20 each too. So let me know if you have any other questions on that. And we got 10 spots left for the Mega and 17 left for the blue.
Things that he has that other tight ends who have failed in the past don't have is 1, Josh Allen as his quarterback for a minimum of 5 years. That is an incredible thing to have, an elite passer as your quarterback for 5 years of dynasty. 2, Gabe Davis will hit free agency this offseason. Very unlikely to be re-signed. They have cap issues to build. They do not have enough cap space to add a second receiver in a big contract, considering the wide receiver market. So now we have a potential for right away, year 2.
So it's really up to you. So we got, it's $20 a pull for this, $10 a pull for that. Just let me know what you're kind of thinking, and I could see what I could do for you. But for the duck races, I usually have to stay pretty close to price, just because that's how I factor in with the prizes that you can win.
Really interesting player. He's kind of reminds me of like Zach. You know, he's had the comparison to Zach Ertz. I kind of see it, but the guy has so much more juice than Zach Ertz. I don't really love the comparison. He's better. He's a bigger weapon with more upside after the cap. So when those 3 factors are working for me, elite quarterback, potential path towards number 2 targets in year 2, or towards second most targets in year 2, and the tape to back it up. It's a player I love in Dynasty.
And I think that the people who draft Kincaid are going to think just like Dan. And they're hoping that he breaks through. It might not happen as a rookie. It certainly might not happen in the first 4 weeks of his rookie year. But they'll be patient.
Let me know if you have questions or what you're thinking.
18 months to trade for Dalton Kincaid. At minimum, you're going to have to give up whatever the person who initially drafted Kincaid gave up to get him. So if it was 7th overall in the rookie draft, that's where your first offer.
All right, man. Just if you want to do $40 worth of pulls in one purchase, you can do that, or you can pick what. So I have the mystery packs in the buy it now. So you just pick what number you want, and then you could just do the 10 and 10, or you could just do $40 worth of pull, and then let me know what number you want. I think the only number that's gone right now is 7.
It's really hard to acquire Kyle Pitts.
I mean, he was
No
like
one who drafted
first
Kyle
round
Pitts is giving him up for
startup pick. He was just drafted at like pick 37 in our startup.
No
And he
one's
used to
going
be
to
a top
take a
12
second
pick.
round rookie pick.
Oh, not a second round rookie pick. He was 101.
All right, number 6. You got it, man.
People.
Well, we're also talking about super early in our league.
But no, I agree. Nobody's going to take a second
Number
round rookie pick
6.
for Kyle Pitts, who wasn't
You want me to-
one discussion. Right. But I do.
You want me to hold on pulling it? You want to do the rest? All right, yeah. So let me know what else you want.
They almost
You can do
certainly
$20 worth of pull credit, and then we can just everything's $10 except the Mega's 20 and the mystery packs are 20. But everything else is 10. So if you did $20, we could do 13 pulls, and then I recommend the duck. That's probably the best value. Personally, I think it is.
Could get into the Mark Andrews, Travis Kelce range of tight end production, or are you thinking this guy might be T.J. Hawkinson, Dallas Goedert Because if it's T.J. Hawkinson, Dallas Goedert, I just like if that's what I might miss out on, but I'm giving up a first-round pick for it. I'm okay with that.
So I'm more in the first tier. Obviously not Travis Kelce, that's Hall of Fame tier, but like maybe and he doesn't have a similar profile.
All right, let me know what you want to pull. So do you want to do the 13 polls and then maybe a duck? And so if you do a duck and then the 13 polls, you get a duck and then 18 polls because every duck comes with 5 polls too.
I'd argue that he's got a better profile.
So let me know if you have more questions on it. All right, so let me know what one number between 1 and 17 and then 18 numbers, and I want to say there's about 110 in there. Duck 12. All right, you got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, you want to let me know what 18 numbers you want?
So you almost need to. You know what? You might not want to trade for Dalton Kincaid 18 months from now if he doesn't get the job done. I think if you need a tight end in your dynasty league, you want somebody who's a difference maker. I personally feel like Kincaid is the 5th best pass catcher in this draft. And I think that's what Buffalo saw too. And next year could be that year for him where we see as a rookie, he has some breakout games, but next year he could really be just an absolute smash at tight end because there's no Gabe Davis there. I think he's their Gabe Davis replacement plus in that offense going into next year.
I do too.
Okay, Dan, we'll move on to question number 2. I knew that nobody.
All right, man, you got it.
Where I had Kincaid ranked him. When we get to 13 through 24, you guys will probably poo-poo on it again. But JSN versus Jordan Addison.
You still got. That's only half of them. Do you want to keep? You want to give me? Are you going to go past 55?
Dave kind of already talked about how he's feeling about JSN. You think like?
Or you want me to start?
Together some highlights as well. He is unbelievable.
All right, there you go.
As a route runner.
So I think 5 more after that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, so you got 5 more too.
Big time risers in terms of overall dynasty rankings. Dan, could these both be top 12 dynasty wide receivers soon?
I definitely think both these guys are going to be big risers. I have an opinion on which one I would prefer to have, but as far as if they're going to rise or not, I think both are on the trajectory. Both will cost a lot more next year than they cost now. For me, short term, I think Addison might be a little bit more productive in fantasy given the situation you referenced. He's
1,
across from Justin
2,
which get for 5
3,
years.
4,
But
5,
long term, I do like
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79,
David, another duo.
80. I'll give you those two since I messed it up. So that was 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109,
Which is probably what his season's going to be as well.
110,
Do you have a strong
111,
feeling
112,
about
113,
versus
114,
Johnson?
115, 116. So there's
I have
one.
Flowers
So there was only
and
116 in there. Do you want the last one, or do you want to give me, or do you want me to go like from the back or from the front?
Johnson, because you know that
So it's
Justin
116.
Herbert's gonna be his quarterback for the foreseeable future. Then I get it, and you can go with him. But I like that Zay Flowers is just. We talked about Addison and how tough he is to cover. Same thing with Zay Flowers. We've been talking about it literally for the last 4 months.
It's a Rodgers.
About how well
in the
Zay
back.
Flowers can separate, how he can beat up the coverage. I wish that Lamar was a little bit.
Yeah, let's see. I think he did pretty good at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19.
With these types
20.
of wide receivers in that range. But I also
Yeah.
think that Zay Flowers is the
All right, you ready?
receiver that can catch a pass, make a guy
We got
miss,
a
and then
Aaron Rodgers, past and present. Nelson Aguilar, red. We got a Trey McBride jersey. Josh Malone to 999. We got a Chuck
want to make it easy on
Bednarik,
it's going to be that spread. I think that's
a Dak Prescott,
as well.
Keenan Reynolds, Jerome Bettis,
even though
a Jake Plummer. Thought that one might be numbered. A AJ Green, Kayvon Thibodeau rated rookie. It was like 5 from the pack. All right, I can pull for you if you want. Brian Robinson Jr. Bang. Brian Robinson Jr. jersey. Bang of Jonathan Taylor. Vita Vey. Rookie. Ryan Tannehill. Adoree Jackson rookie. Patty Mahomes. Alex Smith. A Dwayne Jarrett. Number 2.
I tried to come on to the end.
869.
But I don't think he's really as physical.
Then we got a Matthew Stafford will to win, and then your duck pull is an Andre Caldwell patch and a 1 duck on that. And let's see if you let me get that one for you. So you said 5 more, so that was 1, 2, 4, 5. There was no rated rookie at 5. You can throw you this one though. I think this is the one you probably saw. Joshua Dobbs. I'll tell you that. No slab on that. All right, let's see if you hit a slab.
On that depth chart, people prop them up, but for me, I didn't love them. As far as Charbonnet versus A-Chain,
no slab.
Really like both.
Those are some good numbers, though. I feel like you would have hit it.
Higher, but A-Chain's one of those guys.
No slab on that. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever bought with me before. I don't think you have, but that would be what's on the back of one of the cards. All right, and let's see how you did on your mystery pack.
And before the draft, I did say this to Adam.
So you did hit a slab, so that is definitely nice. Let's start with your pack, though.
But I said, if I can think of one perfect fit from the system standpoint,
we have a Saquon Barkley pink, Marlon Humphreys green, Michael Vick, Marshawn Lattimore, Keenan Allen silver, a Matt Hasselbeck number to 250, and then a Marquez Valdez Scantling number 2. It's right there on the side, 499. And then let's see what your hits are. We have a DJ Moore rookie. I think he's going to go off this year. Saquon Barkley jersey. There you go. And then a Keyshawn Vaughn rookie, number to 199. So Saquon numbered? No. Not bad there. And let's see what your slab is. Not too bad there. Darren Waller, PSA 10. Prism rookie. I think he is also going to go off this year. There you go, man. Congrats. Not bad. Hit a bunch of jerseys too, so that's nice. I think you got like 5 or 6 jerseys out of that.
I don't think he's Malik Willis 2.0. I think he's better than Malik Willis. I think a long way on that would be something we'll be privy to. The Titans will see him practice for a year, and they might even get him on the field.
Congrats, man. And you were in for the duck race. You got 1 duck in for the middle row too, so who knows? You could even hit more. If you have any questions on how the duck race works or anything, just let me know. Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate the purchases. Glad you hit some good stuff.
I think your rationale makes sense in a super class. It's way different in a 1. But a super
We're at 8
you gotta
and
take that
3.
chance, especially if you're
8 packs and 3 slabs
veteran
left.
guys right now. You're starting the likes of Stafford, Rodgers, other older quarterbacks that are in the league. You need something that might be able to help you down the line. And Levis is.
I was thinking you were going to hit the slab too.
His accuracy needs to get better. He's a lot like Anthony Richardson
From the pull box.
And I think he has to build some confidence. And if he trusts his eyes a little bit more, I think he can be a pretty good quarterback.
I asked you about that because I know Dan, not on the Will Levis fan club page. Actually, I think he is. There's a big red X through his face. They all hate him. Dan, one thing that
No, I haven't. Is it bad? Really? Imagine he loses to Zach Wilson. Everybody should just be buying up Zach Wilson right now.
Made me a little gun shy. Like the one big change.
So funny. I've seen so many cheap slabs for Zach Wilson. I will not buy them.
Who aren't going to be starting this year, and I don't think are going to be starting next year, moved down. So I want to look at these wide receivers, and then we'll get to the running backs. I got Josh Downs, Marvin Mims, Jaden Reed, Michael Wilson, all in this round 2 range. Who's your favorite of these guys? Anybody I'm way too high or way too low?
I don't think there's anyone you're way too high or way too low on. You didn't mention one, Jalen Hyatt, who's having.
Sir, if you're doing another mystery pack, all right, you got it. Number 8. Let's see. Can you go back to back?
None of those that you made probably be Marvin Mims. I talked a bit earlier. I really like his production profile. I like the fact he has his 5 quarterback play.
All right, so no slab in this, but you do always get a bonus if you don't hit one. So you get 7 bonus NFL pulls. So let me know what 7 numbers you want. So if you don't hit a slab in the mystery packs, you always get some kind of bonus. So that one you got 7. We got an Eric. Uzaka. I can never say that guy's last name. Mystery packs are pretty sweet. Kellerman rookie. Greg Jennings rated rookie. David Montgomery red. Malik Hooker. We got a Darnell Mooney number to 75, and then a Damian Harris to 299. So 2 nice number cards there, and let's see what your hits are. We got a Desmond Ritter Stellar rookies. It's a nice one there. A Michael Bennett jersey, and then a Josh Palmer rookie. Nice. Nice, and then let me know what 7 numbers you want.
Stroud loves them. They were connecting like in between day 1.
That was not a bad pack. I feel like that was nice. The Damian Harris rookie.
There have been some great reports.
Oh, you bought pulls too? Oh, I missed that. Yeah, let me know what you want to do 13 pulls on top of that too. So you can give me 20 numbers if that's what you wanted to do. Or if you wanted to do a duck and 5, you could do that too. Just let me know. It's basically just $10 in credit is what I saw. So whatever you want to do. I know, right? That Ritter is nice.
I know we're going to have a Tank Bigsby conversation in just a second. Rasheed Rice will be on the next page, Dave. I did not like Rasheed Rice very much as a prospect. I have moved him up. He was at the end of round 3 for me.
All right, we're down to 7 and 3 now for the mystery packs.
And I think it's positive that he's done a couple of good things in camp. But I don't really expect anything good this year, and I wasn't a big fan of him before the Chiefs drafted him. And it's not as if the Chiefs' history drafting wide receivers gives them.
We are doing a share stream bonus too, sir, but no pressure to do it. But if you share the stream, you get 5 bonus polls too.
Jasmine's been asking about my 2023 projection for him because she thinks that
all right, so now,
way too high.
So now you have what was that put you at 20? If you wanted to do that, 25. So 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
He could.
So you have 11 more.
It's happening this year.
So I think you got 7, and then you're doing the 13.
When Anthony Richardson gets his act together,
is that what you want? So you're doing 7, 13, and you get 5. So you get 25.
Let's find a quarterback that can throw with pinpoint accuracy. That's
So,
what I would get very excited about Dallas. I do not have him ranked as high as you do. I've got him. Remember, my rankings are 1 QB.
12, 13,
He's 28.
14.
So he's behind. 3.
So you got 14. So you get 11 more.
My 1 QB ranks, of course, is going to be behind 4 in Superflex rankings. Would rather have Dell. Would rather have Jalen Hyatt. Of course, I'd rather have Rasheed Rice.
What do you mean? Of course, you'd rather have Rasheed Rice.
I think we view Rasheed Rice very differently.
Okay, well, I know the one person I view very differently from Dan is Tank Bigsby.
You want me to start with those, and then you can give me new numbers? Just let me know.
Should have been on the first page as a round.
You get 11 more.
But no, I seriously.
You got 11 more after that first set of numbers you gave me. So you gave me, it looks like 14.
I don't believe Travis Etienne. I think Bigsby's going to be.
Yeah, so you gave me 14 numbers, and then you shared the stream. So you had 7 from the mystery pack. You bought 13 more, and then you had 5 from sharing. So you got 25 total, and you gave me 14 numbers already. So 11 more.
Do you think Tank Bigsby could become the starter on this Jacksonville offense and take Travis Etienne's job down?
I do, honestly. I think, and starter is probably not the right word. I think he can earn a role.
That's if you're going the 13. Are you going the 13 polls, right?
I think part of it.
Because otherwise you would have been at 12.
Yeah, this was even before you.
Sorry, hopefully I'm not confusing you.
I'll explain that in a second. But one of the reasons.
All right, so you're going to do a blue duck. So you got 10 and 7. Yeah, so you have 3 more poll. You could do a blue and then 3 more numbers. So give me let me know what number you want for your blue duck. Any number between 1 and 17, and then you have 3 more numbers that you can pick from. All right, man. Let me pull these for you then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
me, the red
8,
zone will
9,
happen
10,
to
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75.
So I just don't see upside for keeping ETN long term. But Jack, you're right.
All right, and then let me know what 3 numbers you want, and then one for the duck.
Let's get injured again, though. He's had some injuries, including a foot injury.
So you have 1 number for the duck, and then 3 from the pull box. 8 for the duck, you got it.
Not only
1,
reoccurring,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sometimes players try to play through. We saw Najee Harris not be 100% trying to play through it. We've seen a lot of players really see a sap in their production with that type of injury. I'm not saying that will happen again, but all I'm saying is he's a smaller back and he's more injury prone, I think, than some of these other backs. So I don't love ETN long term, and obviously
you want me to just whoever's in chat, just give me 3 numbers if that's cool, sir.
I just worry if the idea is Travis Etienne's likely to be on the team for the next 3 years.
Bill, you still here?
For sure. The 5th-year option isn't guaranteed because it's expensive.
Right. It is expensive. That's true, and maybe
169, you got it.
2
1,
years from now, it's probably gonna be
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Go way down for running
We did
back.
get you a jersey.
Short break, and then we will get
What's up,
to,
JPD?
25
All right, let's see how you did on your polls. So we're going to start off with Marion Butts, Le'Veon Bell, Jahan Dotson jersey card, Julio Jones, LaDainian Tomlinson, George Kalafis rookie, Antonio Winfield Jr. rookie, Allen Robinson rookie, Ryan Tannehill silver, Steve Slayton blue. I don't think that one's numbered. No. Dalvin Cook silver, Derek Brown rookie, Reggie Ragland rookie, Aaron Murray rookie, Mark Bulger, not number. I thought that one might be number 2. Chase Edmonds silver rookie, and then an Emmitt Smith. And let's see if you hit a slab.
He has some values. He's the first pick for me. Then Israel Abanikanda, probably the biggest faller for me since my May.
No slab still. Jeez. And then your jersey or your duck is a Dante Moncrief and Philip Dorsett dual jersey and a 1 duck.
Zach Evans, Chase Brown.
Sir, are you a Chiefs fan?
25 through 36. Hendon Hooker,
Marion Butts. All right, let me see. I'll throw you a Chiefs card.
Sam Laporta, Michael Mayer.
I appreciate the purchases,
Zach
man.
Evans, Chase Brown, Deuce Vaughn, Eric Gray, Sean Tucker, Cedric Tillman. Dave, am I overreacting to what has not been a great start to camp for Israel Abanikanda and
Let's see what I got for you. The duck race is as soon as it sells out. So now it's down to, I think it's down to 15 now. So as soon as it sells out, we run it, but you don't have to be here to win. So I'll send a message out to everybody who's in the duck race as soon as it sells out. And you have about 15 to 30 minutes after that message goes out to join, to watch it. But I always post a clip to my channel after. But you don't have to be here to win. You get the card regardless. Let me see what I got for the Chiefs. I can tell you. I got a ton of Patty Mahomes cards. Let's see if I can find a cool one for you.
And he lands on another team where he can actually be helpful. This is the type of player that I'm going to let somebody else in my dynasty league take, and then 18 months from now, I might be able to get him for a song, and he ends up being helpful for a half season or 1 full season down the line.
All right, let's see. I'll tell you. Let me see. Give you a little variety. Those are all base.
Especially with the Dalvin Cook flirtation and Nathaniel Hackett's history.
Here we go. I'll throw you these ones. Some Patty Mahomes. If anybody needs Patrick Mahomes cards, I have like freaking 50 of them, it seems like. I'll throw you these as a little bonus, man. Hopefully you don't have all of them, but Patty Mahomes from the new Select, college jersey, Prism, and then 2020 Select, I think. I'll throw those as a little freebie for you. Couple Patty Mahomes. Yeah, my Chiefs, so I have freebies for every team. My Chiefs one is basically just all Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, like, base cards.
Yeah, you're definitely getting a younger back there with Israel Van Canada. I think a big point that you brought up on this podcast.
I did just sell. I sold my biggest Chief card I had. I had a Nick Bolton Prism number to like 50, I think. I just sold it last night for $35. But you're welcome, man. I appreciate the purchases.
You don't hit early. You don't make that impact early to move up a depth chart and start to see touches. You're probably not going to, at least with that team. And then by that point, you hit free agency or 24-25. There are a few examples, like Samaje Perine is somebody who did a really good job of somehow finding relevancy later in his career after initially quote unquote busting as a prospect, but it doesn't happen often. And so you bring it up with a bet again, you get the age rate, but I am definitely concerned.
Let me know if anybody has any questions. Let me count how many Blue Ducks we have left. I think there's only 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep. Only 15 Blue Ducks left, and there's only 10 Mega Ducks left.
I opened my mind a little bit to the possibility of Rasheed guys, but what do you love about this guy? You were not allowed to say Patrick Mahomes.
Well, but I mean, you've got to consider that that's going to be part of the puzzle. The fact that he's not catching passes from Anthony Richardson. Right. He's got freaking Mahomes throwing him lobs.
Who's the backup?
What's up?
Who's the backup for the Chiefs?
Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah, I think he'll mostly catch passes from Blaine Gabbert.
Right. Yeah. Oh, listen, I'm not into Rasheed Rice making an impact this year. So yes.
Let me know if anybody has any questions. Surf too, if you're interested. We're doing a fantasy league, so we only have 4 spots left, and it's $10. It's all through Yahoo, so you pay through Yahoo. So you all the money goes through Yahoo, and all the money goes back to first and second place. So first place gets 75, second gets 25, and then trophy. I'm buying the trophy for the winner. I'm gonna buy it soon so we can display it. And then every week, whoever comes in first place in scoring gets a free duck pull. Free blue duck pull on top of it. Everybody's welcome to join. There's 4 spots. It's first come, first serve. But just a little fun fantasy league we're doing with a couple nice bonuses in it. Free trophy and then free duck pull if you score the highest. If you're the highest scoring week.
Starting in 2024.
Okay, Dan. Sam Laporta versus Michael Mayer. Am I right to just leave these guys back to back? Whichever one you want in front. I picked Laporta because I think he could have an impact this year, and I don't expect that Michael Mayer will. But
I know, I can't wait. I just want to fill up the last 4 spots already so we can set a draft date.
I have a little bit more for both of those players. This, for me, was a pretty historic tight end class as far as my evaluation goes on film. I thought both these players were great.
So we're doing a fantasy league if you're interested. We have 4 spots left. It's $10 a team. It's all through Yahoo. So first place gets 75, second gets 25. I'm buying the trophy for the league, and then also if you're first in scoring for the week, you get a free duck pull. So whatever team's first in scoring for the week gets a free duck pull. Every week I'm going to do one. So just a fun league for the stream. If you're interested, let me know. I have a lot of this like notes or info for it in my notes, in the show notes. Everybody's welcome. It's just first come, first serve.
Laporta, I love Ben Johnson as an offensive coordinator, maybe the best in the NFL in my opinion right now, if not top 3. And so I think you're right. We're working
It's a fun way to get some freebies.
I probably have Mayer one spot ahead of Laporta, but I do like the back there.
Dave, these running backs I've got in round 3 here: Abana Kanda, Evans, Chase Brown, Deuce Vaughn, Eric Gray, Sean Tucker. Any hope for any of these guys? Actually,
I love Tucker's
game. Trash talking's gonna be fun.
Not phased that he went on.
I can't wait to just absolutely destroy JPD's team.
It would not surprise me if he took over for Rachaad White at some point this year in Tampa Bay's running. I think he's certainly more explosive than Rachaad White. I think he can get there. I'm really, really bullish on Sean Tucker. Even traded a future pick in our dynasty draft just to get him on my team. He's going to sit on my practice squad this year. But I'm very excited about his talent. Everybody
it's probably going to change, I would think.
Really doesn't move the needle for me. Brown only because he's in Cincinnati. We don't think.
I think once we have a full league, it'll change.
This could be his last year there. If the Bengals decide, we don't need to spend big capital on a running back, we'll just go with Chase Brown. they could do that, and he could be their rundowns back next year. It could be a situation that plays out. But I don't really feel it for Abanikanda as much as I love the talent. Gray, Deuce Vaughn, Zach Evans, all those guys don't feel it.
Every time I see a Deuce Vaughn training camp highlight, I get a little bit more excited. I think everybody's making too big a deal out of the size. I think the Cowboys are going to have something for Deuce Vaughn to do this season.
I completely agree. I'm higher on Vaughn than it sounds like some people.
If you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Because I haven't seen him move too much further up the rankings. I think I'll say one thing about the whole size thing with Vaughn, because we see it obviously in these clips. It looks crazy. If you ask some people, myself included, I think it actually helps him. It works to his benefit that he hides. He hides behind the blockers. He keeps a low center of gravity through the contact point, keeps his pad level low, and that also helps him as far as breaking tackles and shifting and shifting his weight and getting out of tackles. It's worked in the past for running backs, not to this degree at 5'4", obviously, but some of the best running backs have been in that 5'6" to 5'8" range, and it does actually, in my opinion, it's the one position where height I don't think matters. I think it'll sometimes help you be lower. Another one of those examples is center in the NFL, not for fantasy, but just in general NFL, where actually height doesn't always work in your favor.
5'4" is pretty short.
I don't use the height to knock him. More so, I'm worried about like that size total, weight included. Can he actually like hold up at the NFL level? That would be a bigger concern for me.
Yeah, I certainly don't think he's ever going to see 200 touches in a season, but I do think he
Yeah, right. Was Muggsy Bogues 5'4"? I feel like he was even shorter than that.
Specialist for those of you going 2022 rounds in best ball league. You don't know when it happens, but it does. We are out of time, but I want to give each of you a chance because I asked you to throw me the names that I should have had in my top 36 that I did not. Dan, you've got a list. Dave, if you've got somebody Dan doesn't say, go ahead.
Yeah, it makes no sense how we can dunk.
I'm going to go Tyler Scott, wide receiver, Chicago. All 7 of his touchdowns over the last 2 seasons at Cincinnati, where he played college ball, 20-plus yards, explosive player. Charlie Jones, maybe the opposite of that, not explosive, but a really, really crafty route runner. He was drafted by the Bengals. I can totally see him being the next Tyler Boyd. I think Tyler Scott. Tyler Boyd, but actually better. I like him better in the vertical game. And then one final one that we have to mention is Dwayne McBride, who was drafted to the Vikings. Probably the best fit for a one-cut system, but I do like him still in his zone-based blocking scheme with the Vikings. Really, really fun film there at UAB. No pass-catching upside right now. Not a blocker in the passing game. Not going to play right away, I don't think at all, but long-term.
I did see a video of him catching a pass at practice, which I think matched his college total. Dave, you have anybody that Dan didn't say?
My highest ranked player, who you don't even have in your top 36, is Puka Nacua. And he's out in LA with the Rams. Sounds like he has a chance to fight for playing time as a rookie. We know that he's had to overcome injuries before, but he's a tough athletic kid. He's got good size. Kind of reminds me a little bit of like a low rent version of Cooper Kupp because he can move fairly well for a guy his size.
Those guys, I believe all of them are ranked between 37 and 50, as well as guys like Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Darnell Washington as well. Go to the site, check out the rankings, and we will talk to you next Tuesday.
We have got some news updates for you on this Thursday edition of Fantasy Football Today. Dalvin Cook visiting the Jets. Some interesting comments on J.K. Dobbins.
That makes it sound like it's Harbaugh.
But we're talking about building teams. It's a team-building exercise today here on FFT. We had a 12.
See what it recommends. Let's see. Who is QB1? Fantasy football. This could be kind of good.
Fantasy Football Happy Hour with Matthew Berry, served by Applebee's.
The hiatus is over. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Happy Hour. I'm Connor Rogers alongside Matthew Berry and Jay Croucher. Fellas, finally, summer has come to an end.
Sadly, it was a great summer, though. Did you have a good time?
I had a great time. It looks like you had a good summer as well. Are you a Swiftie?
I'm officially a Swiftie.
Officially, you're not just
Officially a
father of
Swiftie.
Swifties.
My daughter's desperately
I said to my daughters, "Do you want to?" I said to my daughters, "Okay, we can either go for vacation for a week to Orlando, like Universal Studios and some of the other theme parks there. We can literally do a week in Orlando or a Taylor Swift concert." And they both unanimously, immediately, Taylor Swift.
Yeah, well, it's minus 20,000.
Right, exactly. So, I pulled what I think is my greatest dad flex of all time. I was able to get us tickets. I knew someone who knew someone.
Whoa.
And
What
we were
is
able to get
this?
tickets. Yes, and so here's me at the Taylor Swift concert. It's me. Hi, I'm the dad. It's me.
Is that a custom, or do they sell that for all the dads?
No. I mean,
Okay.
it's I was able to get it. It's obviously anti-hero. It's a play on the song Anti-Hero.
Okay. You're
Of
singing
course,
here.
I am.
You're really
Right.
into it.
Yeah.
Can you?
So we know if anybody has any questions on anything.
You know,
That's so
at
cool.
tea time, everyone agrees, right? And so, I have to tell you something. Absolutely love it. Officially a Swiftie after, and like it was amazing. So my wife and I took my twin 11-year-old daughters, and what I did is I sort of did a crash course for the week. You know, that's like Apple Music had like a eras list playlist. So I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna listen to this for the next week. So I did a crash course. My wife did not do that at all. She's like, I just want to be surprised. I'm like, do you know any Taylor Swift songs? She's like, no. Okay. But anyway, what happened was we both had such an amazing time. First off, I ended up knowing a lot more songs than I thought I did. But even my wife, who didn't know a lot of the songs, she's like, everything is so theatrical. Every song's a production. Unbelievable costume changes, the whole thing. My daughters I don't think I've ever seen my daughters happier. You know what I mean? Like from the bracelets to the merch to the show to the pre-show to the app. Like the whole thing was just like a magical thing. Highly recommended. Seeing Taylor Swift on tour if you get the opportunity to. Yes, I'm officially a Swiftie. She's great.
Unbelievable.
While he
What a
was,
speech.
yeah,
Great.
really. What better sales pitch than that for Taylor Swift? We have to get into a happy belated birthday to Jay Croucher as well. Just yesterday.
Would you like me to take you to a Taylor Swift concert?
For my
Because I went
birthday?
to your birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I will.
Oh,
Look,
there we go.
Jay,
we
Wow.
got you something.
Yeah, happy birthday, Jay.
22 years old.
22, Jay. Wow, look at that.
Yeah.
What a
It's
prodigy
narrowly
you are.
missed.
To
But
think
still
all this
big,
betting
still.
analysis came as a 21-year-old from last season.
Yeah. Well, you know you can.
Unbelievable.
You've been legally for a year.
You can cut into this at some point if you.
But do we not have a lighter?
No, we are not.
Are we
supposed
supposed to-
We're not supposed to light candles in the studio. I was told.
Really?
I was told two things.
What are all
before the
these
show.
rules? No,
I
One,
know.
one, we
drinking
have
on
a
the
surprise
set.
cake for Jay, and two, do not light the candles. That's the two things I was told before the
My
show.
instinct was immediately
Yes.
to try to burn everything to the ground.
Yes,
Do we sing Happy Birthday, Jay?
we can sing happy
Do that.
birthday to Jay.
I'll do that.
Yes,
I'll do that.
everybody
I mean,
involved.
because the last time you and I did a musical performance,
It was a hit.
It was awesome.
Smash hit.
We were off key.
It was in the top 100.
Right.
Yes.
We couldn't clap on.
Is this our?
Let me know if anybody has any questions.
Might be.
Yes.
All right. 1, 2.
Oh,
Happy birthday to you.
You know, I'm feeling a twinge here, guys. I need to get in the tub. I don't know. Just not feeling great. My ankle's a little sore.
Yeah.
You know, and he gets paid. And he's just, I don't know.
I think all
Would
these
you do
guys.
that? Because I kind of would. The
Yeah.
way he's been treated, I sort of feel like that.
I think all these guys should look at what James Harden did in Houston and Brooklyn to get out of those situations where he's basically not playing defense, not playing hard. I will show up and I will put up some stats, and you will not be able to claim that I'm not doing my job, but I'm not really doing my job. I don't know if that's going to be on the cards. I think Taylor, just the way he plays, it's hard to do that in the NFL. But at the
Let
same
me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
Right, and that's the other challenge, right? Is that like you can't, because the NBA is set up differently than the NFL. You can't do that because if pretend he does that, pretend he basically he's just like, you know, I'm not feeling it. Like I got this tweak in my hammy, and I'm just gonna be injured, wink and a nod, and we all know the real deal. But the fact of the matter is that he wants a big payday, and coming off of a year where he's been banged up, he's suffered with injuries throughout his in his brief NFL career. He's had some significant injuries, and so going out to the free agency market in a year in which he doesn't play or whatever, he doesn't have a big year this year, and then coming off last year, which I believe was his worst statistical year of his career, like that, it's hard to find an NFL team that's like, yeah, let me pay big money to that guy. So he's in a tough spot. like we are Team Jonathan Taylor, but I also feel like he doesn't have any leverage here.
Yeah, and the other thing too is they'll just franchise tag you
That's
and
the
just
thing.
go through that over and over again. So it's going to be years before he can actually really get out on his terms. So I think he's just going to be there. And the other thing too is that who is going to trade for him and pay him a market-setting deal after we've seen what has happened with Saquon Barkley, with Tony Pollard accepting his situation with Josh Jacobs. I guess that particularly because he came off a tough year for him. He wasn't the same guy that he was in 2021. I think just because of the injuries and because of his offensive line as well. So it's just a mess all around.
This time of year doesn't make it any better, too. Team just spent the money. There's not extra money out there for a running back that wants to reset the market. But to really cap all this off, it feels like the Colts, specifically Jim Irsay, they're not making things better right now with Irsay's bizarre quotes out there that seem to fraction the relationship with this team. This is a real tug of war, and I don't see a solution right now besides Taylor having to show up. But will he be the Jonathan Taylor of old?
I just want to,
I mean, you're talking about bizarre quotes. He's just like Jonathan Taylor's like, hey, I'd like more money, and Jim Irsay like, it doesn't matter if either of us die.
Here's the
And
exact
you're
quote.
like, right, and you're like, wait, what?
If I die tonight and Jonathan Taylor is out of the league, no one's going to miss us. The league goes on. We know that. The National Football League rolls on. It doesn't matter who comes and who goes, and it's a privilege to be a part of it.
I actually said the same thing.
That is Colts owner Jim Irsay, by the way. That's the quote. Yeah.
I actually said the same thing about if me and Connor Rogers died tonight, we'll kick off.
The show goes on.
We'll kick off.
Show goes on.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Just just in case you're wondering whether that's
AI versions of that stuff.
Yeah.
Not even.
Not necessarily.
Not even. We'll find another
Yeah,
one.
let's
Johnny.
get
We'll
another
get
one.
it. 100%.
See what Hugh Jackman said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, hey, Hugh, actors are on strike. Why don't you come, SAG's on strike. You need a gig.
Yeah.
We have an opening for Australia.
We don't need my dad for me to be replaced by Hugh Jackman. That's fine.
That's true. You know what? You could live, and we could still replace you with Hugh Jackman. I like how this is all playing out. This is starting to play out. It's tough for me. I have to be honest with you. So, two things. First off, on some level, I love Jim Irsay because Jim Irsay is the reason. He's the one that sort of flipped the first domino to get Dan Snyder out of the NFL. He was the first NFL owner to come out and say, like, we need to look at this because this guy is ruining the league and, like, hurting our reputation, and we should really consider it. Like, he was the first guy to go publicly on the record. So he'll always have a place in my heart for that because I do believe Dan Snyder would not be out of the league if it wasn't for at least that. None of the other, everyone else was so commenting it. And Irsay was the one that was saying what everyone else was saying. The guy should not own a NFL franchise.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
But yeah, this one, I mean, you think about last year, the Colts, what a disaster they were. Firing Frank Reich in the middle of the season. Jeff Saturday, hey, I saw you on TV yesterday. You want to come coach my team, even though you've never coached at any level, I mean, like, they were just an unmitigated disaster last year. And now there's some optimism, new head coach. Everyone's excited about it. They draft Anthony Richardson. I think he's going to be an absolute fantasy monster. And now this, I don't know. We've spent too long on this, so I'll just wrap it up by saying this: you're in a draft today. Are you drafting Jonathan Taylor?
I don't think so.
I'm not dealing with the headache. No way.
Yeah.
There's other options.
There's obviously a point in any draft where he would become value, but I mean, I think that's pretty far
I think
down.
there's a chance. I think there's a chance that he gets the second round. If you did a draft today, I think there's a decent chance he's in, mid to late second round. And at that point, I think it's worth, especially if you back him up later, with whatever, Zach Moss or whoever. Like, I think he doesn't. I think it's unfortunate. Again, we're Team JT, but I don't think he has any leverage, and I think he's ultimately going to calm down and be like, you know what, I have to sort of grit my teeth and bear it because this is. Otherwise, it's going to cost me too much money.
My best bet would be that he is on the field week 1 for the Colts. If I had to bet, yes, no, I would think that he is, just because all the kind of, I guess, the leverage indicators would suggest that that's just the way this is going to play out, and through gritted teeth he does that, but who knows?
Well, a running back that definitely felt that way, Saquon Barkley with the Giants. Barkley was expected to miss all of training camp before not signing his franchise tender. Everybody expected he'd be back for week 1. The Giants, fortunately, find some common ground here with Barkley, a guy that didn't have a lot of leverage. Unfortunately, they come to agreement on a 1-year, $11 million contract, which is basically they added $1 million of incentives based on the Giants' playoff chase for him to get. That's the difference between the tag number he passed up. So nothing crazy here.
Let me know if you guys have any questions on anything.
And I love this. I love this for both sides. I love this for the Giants side. Great, they got a franchise player in. They got the deal done. He's happy. But also you think about this from Barkley's side, right? Barkley is still very motivated, having a monster season, and and I say this as a Commanders fan, that drives me crazy, but Brian Daboll is the real deal. I mean, last year he got there and he's just like, "All right, let me try to figure this out. I don't have much to work with here." And obviously the Giants, exceeded expectations, right? I mean, Daboll was coach of the year, right? I mean, Vegas had him at 7 wins. They got to 9. They won a playoff game. Now Daboll's had a full offseason, right? You know what I mean? Like he's now in the mix. I think Barkley, a healthy, motivated, very motivated Barkley in Daboll's system. The Giants' offense, I think, will be better than it was last year. They've added some more pieces. I think he has a monster year. I'm at running back 4. I might be too low on him. I think he has a huge year. Remember, this is a guy who last year had a 17% target share among running backs, top 5 among running backs. He's going to be a big part of the offense on all 3 downs. Daniel Jones is back as well. Yeah, I don't see a downside to Saquon Barkley this season.
Yeah, he had a strange season where he came out of the blocks unbelievably at the 164 yards, that massive touchdown in week 1 against the Titans. Had an awesome first half of the season. Then he really tailed off about 5-6 weeks, but I think he was just hurt because he ended the season incredibly well. He started in that primetime game against your Commanders where he's doing the spin moves and getting the first downs to beat your Commanders. And then from there, he didn't get as much volume towards the end of the season, but he's extremely efficient. He had 4.8 yards per carry or better in his last 5-6 games. And so I think that we're going to see a more explosive Barkley. Also, I don't think they're going to need to run him 25 times a game. They'll use the passing game more. And that's the beauty of Daboll, is that he's not tied to one specific game plan. He will do whatever is most efficient for that game. And Barkley, I think, should benefit in terms of his efficiency.
By the way, they also got talent this year. I mean, you forget about how threadbare the Giants' offense last year was outside of Saquon Barkley. I mean, like, all due respect to like the Richie Jameses of the world, but it was just like, yeah, the Isaiah Hodgins. I mean, it literally was like, wait, who? You know what I mean? Like they were piecing it together, but now they go out and they get Darren Waller. I like Jalen Hyatt. We talked about him on draft night, Connor. You know what I mean? Like they have some pieces there, and so, and we'll see about Sterling Shepard, but Darius Slayton is back as well. Hodgins is back, right?
Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, right, exactly. I mean, Wandale Robinson got hurt, so he's hopefully back healthy. Somebody they spent a second-round pick on a year ago that they had high expectations. So I feel like, and by the way, if Daniel Jones is back with a big contract, another year in Daboll's system, I'm very excited about Saquon Barkley, and I think Waller's going to have a big year, and I think that offense is going to be, a pretty good one.
They finally have continuity. I think that's the biggest thing. Year 2 of Daboll, they just gave Andrew Thomas a well-earned massive extension, finally one of the best left tackles in football. You think Evan Neal will be better on the right side in year 2, and all the weapons you talked about. Saquon fully bought in, fully happy, ready to roll for a full camp. Should be a massive year for him, barring health.
The only thing there is just you're not sure you're going to get the same year out of Daniel Jones from a production, from avoiding interceptions, also from staying healthy, which has been an issue in the past. I did place a bet on Saquon at 50 to 1 to an offensive player of the year. I think it's just too big. I think also there's a just with all the running back stuff, I think if a running back is in the mix, they're going to get such a push because of just the desire to reward a running back with all that's going on.
I think that's a great bet, especially when you think about, playoff team from last year, big media market. He's a big name star. He's a really personable guy. I don't know if you've ever seen him interviewed. Yeah, people really love. You meet and I've interviewed him before. You meet Saquon Barkley, you become a Saquon Barkley fan. Like he's that guy.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
Franchise tag running back situation that there is no resolution in sight right now. Justina Anderson has reported Josh Jacobs did not report to camp as expected right now. Tom Pelissero from NFL Network said Jacobs was spotted boarding a flight leaving Las Vegas, and that the veteran running back. It's actually really funny. And then the veteran running back doesn't plan to return anytime soon. Here's one for you, like Vinny Chase after Eaton bombs.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Josh Jacobs right now.
It works out better.
He hasn't signed the tag, appears unwilling to play on it. Everybody's looking around right now, guys, and they're like, who's the guy, right? Maybe in the mold of Le'Veon Bell that's really going to stick his foot in the ground and say, no, I'm not even coming back for week 1. Do you think there's any shot Josh Jacobs is going to take that route, or is this the classic, they can't find me if I didn't sign the tender for camp, I'll wait it out?
I think the chance is slim, but I don't think it's none. Do you guys know Josh Jacobs' story? Right? I mean, like, so,
car.
Like for people that don't know Josh Jacobs' story growing up, slept in a car, slept in multiple cars. Like the father, they didn't have a ton of money. They would have to go to like motel to motel, and I've interviewed Josh, and he's told me the story about how like they would try to find motels that offered a free breakfast because otherwise he wouldn't eat for the day. And they would stay in the hotel like they were bouncing around. Like he used to when he like one story like he would get to Alabama and like he wanted to sleep on the floor because he didn't know what it was too uncomfortable to sleep on a bed. It was too soft. He's as tough a dude as there is, like mentally and physically. And this is somebody that has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations and has earned every ounce of success. Scratch and clawed his way to every ounce of success. It's well deserved in terms of what he has gotten. And if there is a guy with the fortitude and the hey, this is something bigger, by the way, would not fault, especially given where Josh Jacobs has come from, would not fault Josh Jacobs saying like, I don't want to miss a dime. But if you're asking me, is there a chance this guy says I'm standing up for running backs, I'm standing up for myself? Yeah, I think there is because I think mentally he's that kind of guy that he just doesn't take bullshit. You know what I mean? And we're not lying, so they'll bleep that. But seriously, he is that guy.
He's faced much more difficult situations.
Thank you. That's a much better way to put it.
This is pretty low on the totem pole for Josh Jacobs' life in adversity.
Right, and it's not a team that. Let's be real. It's not a team that has great Super Bowl aspirations. It's a team that's in a rebuilding mode here. And the other thing is it sort of here. Right, Devontae Adams sort of came out and sort of also said not sure I'm on the same page with what they want to do with Garoppolo and this offense. And
so, let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
It wasn't a great first year for Josh McDaniels in Las Vegas in terms of wins and losses, and so it's been a tumultuous kind of couple of years for that franchise. So there may be more play here than just money, but certainly I think Josh is looking around and saying, hey, they took care of Saquon. What about me? He was comeback player of the year. He won the rushing title. He was their offense last year.
He was the best running back in football last year. And I think that kind of goes a little bit under the radar because it happened on a losing team and a little bit of obscurity, I guess. But he won the rushing title. He had the walk-off incredible touchdown against Seattle, which is good with a strained hamstring or whatever. I don't understand all the injuries that he was dealing with. And also that team, to your point, Matthew, they're one injury away to a quarterback that gets hurt every single year from all of a sudden being in the mix for the number one pick. There is nothing behind Jimmy at this point. And so, yeah, I think with that, with everything
except the owner's box.
Yeah. With everything swirling around Devontae Adams as well, that's interesting.
Really can't. And for a guy like Josh Jacobs, he's like, they're going to run me into the ground again because he would be the offense. And to highlight your point, Jay, if Jimmy gets hurt, Brian Hoyer and Walter
Brian Hoyer.
Yeah, that's their backup situation.
Right, and so you're if you're sitting here going if you're Josh Jacobs and you're the team around Josh Jacobs, and you're sitting here looking well, look, the market for running backs ain't there. Get what you can. Get Ezekiel Elliott still doesn't have a gig. Leonard Fournette still doesn't have a gig. Dalvin Cook still doesn't have a gig. Kareem Hunt still doesn't have a gig. Right, so you're sitting here looking at hey, here's some big stars out there that haven't found a job yet as we sit here on July 31st, and I'm gonna go into free agency with 600 touches over the last 2 years or whatever it is. No, you know what I mean? I don't know. Again, he's franchise tagged this year. He has not signed the tag as of yet.
Can't find him.
Yeah,
you can miss camp. If you don't sign the tag, you can miss all the camp unfined. You show up ready for week 1, and then you're not ramped up, so they can't run you 30 times week 1. You haven't had all training camp. I'm sure he's working out, but it's different. It is different. So there's no motivation to show up until week 1.
Yeah, I do. Oh, believe me.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
I was gonna take a shot at somebody. I'm not gonna do it.
Good restraint.
Yeah,
New year, new you. No shot. Yeah.
Listen, I'm a Swiftie now. Filled with love.
Swifties
are all about love and understanding and inclusiveness and everything like that. We don't judge us Swifties. We don't.
Us Swifties.
Us
I like it.
Us. What's your favorite era
of music?
No, of Taylor. What's your favorite?
I don't have one. No. Nothing against Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Red, Lover, I'm sort of in there. 1989 is pretty good too.
I watched The Bear, and Love Story was in that.
Okay.
Good scene.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
that's what I got for you. Yeah, great show, good scene.
You need to get up on your script.
I really got into 1989 for whatever reason. Out of the Woods is my favorite.
Yeah. It's a great outlet. They're all great, by the way. They're all great.
Very talented.
You know, exactly.
Different strokes for different folks.
Especially when you make sure you buy clothes. And any of this stuff.
How about Joe Mixon?
How about Joe Mixon? Good segue. You haven't missed a beat either. It's
No.
not the mid-season for you.
I'm shaking up the rust.
Yeah, exactly. You're shaking it off. Nice. Well
See,
done.
you like that?
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. How about Joe Mixon? So, I mean, by the way, that's another thing, right? Before we move on to Joe Mixon real quickly, I just want to say, as we're talking about like those big names, that's the other piece here is that. So I think if you're the Colts or you're the Raiders or you're some of these other teams, you're looking around saying like, listen, if I need to, I'll just go sign Zeke or Dalvin Cook or Kareem Hunt or Leonard Fournette. Like, there are big name veterans that have been effective, highly effective at the NFL level. And all those guys had somewhat down years last year. Kareem Hunt had a really down year, but still, I mean, Fournette performed at a high level. So did Cook. So did Zeke. Like, he's not the Zeke of old, but he's still an effective NFL running back at this stage of his career.
Yeah. And the other thing is Kyle Shanahan's already got a running back, so he can't get any more. So that's what that spot is taken.
And listen, before moving on Mixon, but like it feels like Dalvin Cook to the Jets. I mean, we're taping this on Monday, July 31st at noon. So as of right now, there is no deal yet between Cook and the Jets, but that's looking kind of like
He was out at practice. I mean, that's a very rare visit. It's all based on medical, right? He had to come into the physical. If he's medically fine, it feels like it would be a surprise if they don't find common ground.
right.
I mean, it seems like
Rodgers
Miami
redid his contract.
they have a boatload of cap space. They want to slowly ramp up Breece Hall. That's the big takeaway too. They don't want Breece Hall week 1, 25 touches. There's no interest in 8 for the Jets.
Right, and I also feel like, again, obviously very different players. But you think about Aaron Rodgers for 1 second here. Sorry to veer off here in a Dalvin Cook thing, but think about Aaron Rodgers. He's back. He's like, okay, I got Nathaniel.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
I got Cobb and Lazard. I got my guys from Green Bay. And what do we do in Green Bay? We had Aaron Jones with A.J. Dillon. He's like, they went more run heavy, more balanced. It wasn't all on 12, now number 8. It wasn't all on Rodgers those last couple of years in Green Bay. And so if they're sitting there, if Hackett and Rodgers are saying, like, listen, you got Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook behind you. Now you got Lazard, you got Garrett Wilson, you got Cobb, you got your guys. All of a sudden, Tyler Conklin, like whatever. All of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, like I could see Aaron Rodgers really wanting 2 backs, and all due respect to Michael Carter, he ain't Dalvin Cook, right? And so that's a pretty interesting offense. All of a sudden, if you've now suddenly got to deal with either Dalvin Cook or Breece Hall in the backfield, and you've got to deal with Aaron Rodgers and his weapons in the passing game. So it makes sense from a pure NFL standpoint. And when it does happen, assuming it does happen, we'll break down what it means fantasy-wise for both Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook, likely on Wednesday's show. But I think that's interesting. But I do think if you are taking it back now, and I think the Patriots, whether it's Zeke or Fournette, both had visits with the Patriots. My sources are telling me that the Patriots do want somebody other than Ramondre. So they're going to sign a veteran. I don't know whether it's one of those guys or somebody else, but they will sign somebody other to complement Ramondre Stevenson in New England. So I think that'll be one of those guys landing there. But I think that what Joe Mixon did is he took a look around and said, I don't want to be a free agent like these guys searching for a job. We've got a chance to do something special here in Cincinnati. So he takes a pay cut. And if you're Josh Jacobs or you're Jonathan Taylor and you're sitting there going like, look, Saquon was able to eke out $1 million more, right? Mixon had to take a pay cut, and if you're Jonathan Taylor, Jacobs, ain't getting any love. So, I mean, I feel like and you've got big names that can't find jobs here. It does feel like Joe Mixon sort of looked around and said like, yeah, man, I'm, a little bit less money, but a chance to stay in a situation where
if anybody has any questions,
where we got a legitimate shot at the Super Bowl. It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, I think so. And it always seemed like it would be the final outcome for Joe Mixon to come back. And yeah, he's just will be the guy that he was last year. No Samaj around there anymore as well for Mixon. Just last thing on the Jets before we move on from that is Bam Knight just not in the picture?
I think he actually can make the roster over Michael Carter. I really do. Play special teams. I mean, former All ACC kick returner, did return some kicks for the Jets last year, and very early in camp, but I think he's had a better camp than Carter. People I've spoken to as well.
And it does seem like, by the way, they just really like him.
They do love him. Bigger back, that's kind of fits the mold. Carter, you got to realize it's a different area. Okay rookie season, not a good year two.
He was a fourth round pick, right?
Fourth round pick.
So not like a ton of draft capital there with Michael Carter.
I think it would, if they sign Cook, I think it would be Brees and Cook, and then Bam probably makes, and they're going to keep Izzy at Vanderkanda for Pitt.
If anybody has any questions, anything works, let me know.
It's really down to Bam or Carter, and I would lean Bam right now.
By the way, thank you for saying that other guy's name.
Vanderkanda.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't want to.
By October, you'll master it.
Sure, I will.
Absolutely.
All right, let's talk about Joe Mixon, who, by the way, 5 straight seasons for Joe Mixon of averaging at least 19 touches per game. Last year, career high in targets, receptions, and receiving yards per game. Like, the touchdowns were inconsistent for Joe Mixon, but the fact is, to your point, no Samaj P. Ryan, and I guess we'll see. But like,
for $20, you can do one of the mystery packs. Right now, there's 7 mystery packs left and 3 slab chasers. Or for $20, you can do a mega pull. Everything in the mega box is a RPA, and then you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks on the back, and that enters you in for the duck race for the top row. And then the first place is the 1-of-1 booklet, the Nike booklet. And then also you could do 2 blue ducks and 10 pulls. You could do 26 pulls. You could do 4 jersey pulls. You could do 12 numbered pulls. The race is as soon as it sells out. So there's 10 spots left. 10 spots left for the mega and 15 left for the blue. You don't have to be here to win though. As soon as it sells out, I send a message to every single person in the race, and it's about 15 to 30 minutes after that message goes out that we run it. That way, give everybody a chance to come in and watch if they want to, but you don't have to be here to win, and I always post a clip to my channel after. So, yeah, Mega is just bigger prizes, and everything's an RPA. Blue Duck is the middle row, and then everything's a jersey card. But both boxes you can hit anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks out of. Blue Duck is 10, Mega is 20, and every duck purchase comes with 5 pulls from the NFL. And if you share the stream on top of it, you get 5 additional pulls. But we also got mystery packs. Little under a 50% chance to hit a slab in those.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that again, Zach. I think there's something just kind of unexciting about Joe Mixon. I think it's because he's the...
Yeah, you can do, so depending on what you want to do, you can do 20 credit in store. If you want to buy a mystery pack, you just pick what number you want. If you want to buy a mega, there is a mega duck purchase thing in the store, but you could just do 20 credit. It really doesn't matter. However you want to do it. I have a bunch of different ways to buy it. $20 gets you a mega duck. So let me know if you have any other questions on it.
I'm gonna give you like a stat here.
All right, let me know any number between 1 and 10 for your mega duck.
But last year, Joe Mixon had the second most carries of any running back in the NFL.
7, you got it.
So he was
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Again,
all right, we got a Stephen Hill RPA to 75 and a 1 duck. And then let me know what 5 numbers you want from the NFL box.
He's not allergic to touchdowns. We've seen him score them in years previous. To your point, like that crazy game, it was Carolina, right? The Carolina game where he had the 5 touchdowns. So I think Joe Mixon is a value this year. And like,
3 through 7, you got it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, you did. We have a Chad Pennington, Thomas Hamner, number to 1350, Alshon Jeffries, DeMarco Murray, and a Marshawn Lattimore. And let's see if you get a slab. No slab, but appreciate the purchase, man, and you were in for the mega duck.
The other thing with Mixon is that he's durable. Like, he's played 14 games, 5 6 years.
Let me know if you have any other questions on it. And let me know what your team is. I'll throw you a bonus, too. Since that RPA wasn't the best one. I'll throw you a bonus for who's your team?
J.K. Dobbins right now. John Harbaugh, his exact words of it is that this situation is complicated.
Right. 1 duck in for it. The boys. Let me see what I got from the boys. Oh, I have some actually out. Where did I put those? See if I can find those for you. I got a pretty good one for you.
This is one where
if I can find it. I got cards freaking everywhere right now. I've been trying to organize. I went through all my buy it now stuff to make sure it's all there. So I do have pretty good ones somewhere.
This is and it drives me crazy because I have J.K. Dobbins on like 2 different dynasty teams.
Let's see.
but,
Here we go.
like,
Here we go. Here you go. I'll throw you a CeeDee Lamb Rookie of the Year.
Here's the thing I would say. And I would say this all the
Now I
time.
have the CeeDee Lamb Rookie.
You gotta know. Listen. You have to.
You know, no problem, man. Appreciate the purchase.
You need to know.
And let me know if you have any questions on how the duck race works. But
I mean, like,
we're down to 9, so hopefully we'll sell it out soon. I'm gonna be streaming for a while today, so goal is to sell it out at some point today.
You sure you're okay with it? Yeah, I'm gonna. In all seriousness, when I was negotiating with ESPN last year, I was very aware that there were other companies that I would like to work for that were interested in my services. And so I was able to play hardball, you know, and someone I could say, like, if you would like me to stay.
So $20 you can do. So everything is $10 except the mega and mystery packs are $20. Mega, everything in the box is a RPA, and then you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks on the back, and that enters you in for the top row, and the 1-of-1 booklet is first place. Oh, don't worry about it. I put the show notes just in case people like to see them. But if you guys have any questions, I don't mind answering it. Mystery packs come with 10 cards, 2 jersey cards, 2 rookie card, or 2 jersey cards, 2 numbered cards, a good rookie card, and 5 inserts of rookies. And right now there's 3 slabs left out of the 7 packs, and the other 4 packs have some kind of bonus. So those are the 2 things that are $20. For $10, you can do a blue duck, which is the middle row. Everything is a jersey card, and you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks. And every duck purchase comes with 5 pulls from the NFL box. And we also got the 2 pulls for $10 out of the jersey box, 13 pulls for $10 out of the regular box, and 6 pulls for $10 out of the numbered box. So a ton of options. Personally, I think the ducks have the best value, or the mystery packs. Mystery packs are pretty sweet. And you have 3 chances at a slab out of 70. A little over 50%.
But he's never been the guy. There's always been Gus Edwards or somebody else. And I think if you're the Ravens,
so just let me know if you have any other questions forever.
They weren't available last year. We pulled Devontae Freeman off of his couch.
I haven't seen it, but I'll take your word for it. Just let me know what 5 numbers you want. So yeah, if you make a purchase and you share the stream, you get 5 bonus pulls. All right, so for a mystery, you just pick whatever number you want that's in the buy it now. Those are all the numbers left. 3 through 7, you got it, man. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, you did. We have a Kevin Norwood, number to 99. A Elijah Mitchell, Eli Mitchell to 99. I don't like when they call him Eli. We have a Drew Bledsoe, press clippings. This one was pretty sweet. Rookie wave of Antoine Smith, but it's like a felt card. My girlfriend picked that out of a value box. EJ Manuel, intros, die cut. Let's see if we get a slab. No slab, but nice hit on the nice bonus hit on the Mitchell. No problem, man. Appreciate the share.
Like, we're like, yeah, okay. See if you can find a better deal, Lamar. We're okay. We're good. Like, they played chicken with Lamar Jackson, and so, you know.
Forever the man. Let me know if you have any questions or having trouble finding the mystery pack. It's just in the buy it now, and there's, I think there's 7 numbers that are still available.
You're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, like, again, the Melvin. So you saw Flash and Scream. We haven't gotten to there yet, right? But they signed Melvin Gordon. Melvin Gordon is fine, by the way. Melvin Gordon can still play. I mean, I thought last year.
Nice little bonus jersey for you. So the mystery packs. So I kind of count them as the slabs are kind of the chasers. So there's 3 slabs out of the 7 packs. And then every mystery pack comes with 10 cards guaranteed. You get 2 jerseys, 2 numbered cards, a good rookie card, and then 5 inserts of rookies. And then 3 of the packs have slabs, and then the other 4 packs have some kind of bonus. But the slabs are kind of the chasers, what you get out of there. I don't even remember what slabs I put in there. I go through slabs so much. The last one that was hit was a Darren Waller slab. Darren Waller PSA 10 rookie slab. That was the last one hit.
Dude. And so you talk about wanting no piece of.
And those are in the buy it now. You just pick what number you want. But almost a 50% chance to hit a slab out of those.
Even if he's back,
they're $20 each.
I think it's gonna be a pass.
But you get the 10 cards guaranteed regardless. If you don't hit a slab, you get some kind of bonus. I think there's still the blue duck in there, or $10 worth of pull credit and stuff like that. So the bonuses are pretty sweet.
You know, what they're paid relative to other positions and how they are marketed as stars of the NFL. Because obviously, you know, you think of the Tennessee Titans, you think of Derrick Henry, and then you think of almost no one. There's a gigantic gap until you think of anyone else. But in terms of how running backs affect the spread, I mean, when Henry in 2021, when he was on pace to win Offensive Player of the Year, he's on pace to flow with 2,000 rushing yards again. He breaks his foot against Indianapolis, but no one knew that he'd broken his foot. Then all of a sudden, he got.
If you guys have any questions, just let me know.
Game against the Rams, the line moved half a point off of Derrick Henry, and I think it was from 6.5 to 7, so maybe a full point in normal movements when you're not dealing with key numbers. But I mean, whereas when later that season, Carson Wentz looked like he was going to miss a game and they were going to have to play Sam Ellinger, the Colts, line moved touchdown. Carson Wentz to Sam Ellinger. So that is the reality of positional value in the NFL, is according to the betting market.
So let me update the Mega Duck. We're down to 9, single digit.
Particularly if you can add value as a receiver.
Single digits.
Hugely valuable. You know, you have outlier seasons like Jonathan Taylor in 2021, hugely valuable. But guys like J.K. Dobbins, like there's just no leverage at that point.
No, Austin Eckler, friend of the podcast, Austin Eckler, huge part of the Chargers offense. Like, and that, by the way, speaking of another guy, like that seems to have gotten resolved a little bit, but like that's another running back that also didn't get paid what he wanted. Situation that looked a little bit dicey there, and so, and like, yeah, J.K. Dobbins, like, you know, read the room a little bit.
Yeah.
Like you're not, look, guys that have had much more productive NFL careers than you are struggling, and so, you know, I don't know. I just think it's tough to invest in J.K. Dobbins at his current team.
This should be the year Dobbins is setting himself up where he can have that kind of leverage, not doing it right now.
I think the Ravens are going to be good, by the way. I think the Ravens are going to be good.
Let me know if you guys have any questions.
I mean, I think I'm really excited to see what Monken does with this offense. And so, like, if I'm J.K. Dobbins, I want to be part of that. And now he's playing games. And, you know, what are you going to do?
Surrounded by the greatest to ever play the game, the new look Jets take flight in Canton against the local favorite Cleveland Browns. The NFL preseason will start where historical careers end. It's the Pro Football Hall of Fame game presented by Verizon. Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC and Peacock. Matthew Berry, you will be there.
I will be there. I will be there live and in person. We'll be doing our show Wednesday. I'll be in Canton on Wednesday morning doing our show from there, and Friday morning as well. But yes, I will be on the show Thursday night, pregame Football Night in America, our season debut.
What's up, NSA?
Excited about it. And the other thing that I will say is one of the things I'm going to be doing on that show is announcing my 2023 ride or die.
Is it J.K. Dobbins?
It is not J.K. Dobbins. I cannot reveal it here yet, but I can officially reveal it. It is not J.K. Dobbins.
You have landed on someone, though, right? Or is this coming?
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
Think about on the plane.
We've got some finalists. You know, me and the Ride or Die team have some. Justin Fields is on the list.
You have an analytics team now?
Yeah, I have a whole analytics team. I have a Ride or Die team. We're doing R&D. We're doing the whole thing. Yeah, market research. Lots going in. Any suggestions for Ride or Die? You mentioned Justin Fields. He's on the list. As is Anthony Richardson, also on the list.
That's a risky one. That's
It
very
is
high
risky.
variance.
That would be your
High variance.
Yeah.
like.
Here's the other thing. The
Big
other thing
bold.
about Ride or Die, though, Ride or Die is not like a sleeper.
Right.
Ride or Die is somebody that's saying, like, I believe in this player so strongly, I'm going to try to draft this player in every single league I am in. I believe in this guy so hard. I'm going to draft him, and I'm going to draft him ahead of ADP so I make sure I get him. Now, sometimes what happens is you're in a league like our show league, and in the very first round, somebody like, producer Alexa grabs at the pick before you in the very first round. So, like, I didn't have Jalen Hurts in our show league, who was my Ride or Die last year, because of Alexa, who snaked him from me. So sometimes that happens. But when you have the opportunity and you're not snaked by, producer Alexa, then yeah, that's what you do. So a Ride or Die it's not a sleeper. It's not like necessarily an unknown quantity. It's somebody that you think exceeds expectations, somebody that you believe in so strongly. Last year, my ride or die was Jalen Hurts, who I said at Football Night in America had the opportunity to finish as the number one quarterback in fantasy. He did, in fact, finish as the number one quarterback in fantasy. That was a good one.
It's in the Hall of Fame.
Austin Eckler was the year before when he was like a second round, like a late second round running back. He finishes I believe the number 2 running back in fantasy that year.
It's a shame you chickened out last year and didn't go Allen Robinson. So it would have been well.
Yeah, Allen Robinson was on the list last year, I will say.
I think me and
but
Connor
any suggestions?
First, I think me and Connor should choose ride or dies as we head into the season as well.
Sure.
Little baby ride or die.
Yeah, it's little rider.
I would say that my.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
Rider coma, rider. Yeah, exactly. Rider broken leg.
Right. Yeah.
Anyway, let's not go further down that rabbit hole. But I would say the 2 guys who immediately come to mind for me are Tony Pollard and Justin Herbert, who I think are in that kind of zone of they're obviously big names, but they're not being taken as the number 1 guy at their position or even top 3.
Right.
So I would say that those 2 guys, I could see either being the top guy at their position.
Both of those guys are also on the list. I like both of those. I like both those names. The only concern with Pollard is, do they sign a veteran?
Yes, and I would.
Do they bring back Ezekiel Elliott or somebody else?
That's why before ride or coma, I'd like some more time to elapse so I can see
Yeah, I
Tony
was trying to
Pollard.
think of like maybe not ride or die, but hitchhiker coma. Like I'm trying to think of I was trying to think of what's slightly less than a ride, slightly less than a die. Yeah.
I would say.
Hitchhiker coma.
That would be Jay and I's. I have one for you, but it has to be a surprise because it's dropping on something bigger this week.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I would say, knowing you, spending more time with you over the past year, seeing how your sick mind operates, that Justin Fields is the favorite. I think Justin Fields is very much.
Justin Fields has been bounced around. It's been suggested quite a bit. So there's by the way, there's a.
So, if anybody has any questions or anything works, got the mystery packs going. Only got 9 Mega Duck spots left. Doing the share stream bonus today too.
There's another running back beyond Pollard that's on the list. So, possibilities. A lot of possibilities out there. And by the way,
Ton of stuff in the buy it now.
Tweet at me at Matthew Berry TMR. Sorry, exit me. Exit me. Thread at me at Matthew Berry TMR with or Instagram at me. You can post on Instagram. Who do you think my ride or die should be?
let's get into some injury news. NFL Network's Mike Garafolo reports Week 1 should be realistic for Joe Burrow after he suffered that scary-looking calf strain in camp. That video was everybody thinks the worst right away. Fortunately for Burrow, he avoided the worst. Should be ready for Week 1. It feels like Burrow though misses camp every single year at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it hasn't mattered, right?
Yeah,
4,000 passing yards, 30 touchdowns each of the past 2 seasons. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, the only one of those two people that can say that. He's my QB4. Until we know that that he would miss time, he's going to stay at QB4. But certainly, very concerning, very, very concerning when when they were bringing up the cart.
A lot of Twitter doctors up and about.
Literally,
that's an Achilles. That's a torn Achilles.
Yep. Career's over right away.
Seems like he will be fine. Last year he didn't start off well. Is the one thing because he did miss camp. He had 5 picks against Pittsburgh in Week 1.
And the Jets lost, which in retrospect doesn't look as bad as it did back then. But in the beginning of the year, right, they lost the Jets.
They beat the Jets.
They beat the Jets in Week 3. They lost to the Steelers.
They also the Cowboys as well. Without Dak Prescott.
Did they barely beat the Jets? There was the Browns game. I don't think.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. But anyways, we see video here. It all runs together for me. This is that's him holding his calf.
Already wearing the calf sleeve too while this happens.
That's the cart. That's everyone else looking on, very concerned.
I would say, I'm going to say this repeatedly until the season starts. If you bet on the NFL, you need to have Patrick Mahomes MVP ticket at plus 700 because this is just another reason this Burrow thing. It's just a ridiculous price. Plus 700 means that he's like a 12% chance to win MVP. He's going to be the greatest player of all time, Patrick Mahomes. It's ridiculous. He should just be plus 200 every single year. And that's my ride or die bet. Patrick Mahomes plus 700. It's just absurd. It's Patrick Mahomes. Right. He's going to win every second year for the next decade. Anyway.
All right. I like that. I like that bet.
In some more positive injury news, John Lynch, 49ers GM, said Brock Purdy, who's been dealing with the elbow injury, has been cleared to practice and is ready to go. A lot of people have been signing Sam Darnold, and Trey Lance is still there. We're wondering if Purdy would be ready to start the season. He's already running.
Which is great news. This is great news. I mean, again,
So we know if anybody has any questions, anything works.
And I think people don't realize this. You know, he averaged over 17 fantasy points per game. He played at least he had at least 2 touchdown passes in every single game he played, where he played the majority of snaps. All 6 of those games, obviously, he went undefeated. Jay and I both think that Kyle Shanahan gets screwed out of Coach of the Year because of that. Like, I mean, again, you know, I was like, you know, Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni went 0-2 at Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
You know,
he went 6-0 with the last pick in the draft. I know they've got a lot of good players on that team, but still, that's insane. Though I don't know if it's Australian or something, but I don't understand how everyone has just moved on from Trey Lance. When this time last year, we were talking about Trey Lance. Is he going to be the next Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes MVP out of nowhere? He's the 3rd pick in the draft. He had all the hype in the world coming into last season. He plays in a monsoon against Chicago in week 1. Then he breaks his ankle week 2. Doesn't throw it up, and now he's just done. Yeah. I don't understand it. Explain it.
Here's the other part that I don't understand. No one's talking about Sam Darnold. Wait, like, I mean, again, we joked about. No, hang on. We joked about like the report, like, oh, you know, he's got the prettiest pass of any 49 quarterback ever. We're like, did Steve Young and Joe Montana play for different quarterbacks? Colin Kaepernick. I mean, like.
Let me know if you guys have any questions. Anything works.
Anyway, that said, you know, hyperbole aside, the fact of the matter is that Kyle Shanahan won with Jimmy Garoppolo. He won with Brock Purdy. What makes you think he can't win with Sam Darnold, who also was a top 3 pick in the NFL and has had some success? He's also had some bad moments. I get that. You know, on some bad Jets teams, and Carolina was a mess as well. But like, if Sam Darnold gets the job and is good in a Kyle Shanahan offense, would that shock anyone? I don't think there is, because Connor, you're the guy to talk about. Like, when Sam Darnold was drafted as high as he was, no one was like, "Wait, that guy?" Everyone had him as the number 1 quarterback.
But he was going over Baker that year.
That's right.
Until 2 days before the draft.
Right.
The talent is never the problem with Darnold. I think what's the issue is always the mental, and Kyle Shanahan's greatest gift is limiting the mental mistakes of a quarterback. Purdy had the same issues at Iowa State. Purdy was a 4-year starter at Iowa State, and turnovers and decision-making were a massive problem. He plays for the 49ers, and everything is schemed up for him to succeed. There's no reason to think Darnold can't at least be capable in that offense, I think is what we're looking for.
On that as well, I will say, I had a big bet on Kyle Shanahan at 40-1 for Coach of the Year, so I was riding or dying, ultimately dying with the 49ers every single game. You can watch every single snap of Brock Purdy play. He does not fill you with confidence when you watch him. He makes some excellent throws, and overall it was great from Brock Purdy. He makes some crazy throws as well in a bad way. So I don't understand how everyone is just
He definitely got lucky. Yes. A few, like, in terms of, like, you know, interceptions that should have been get dropped and everything like that. He definitely got lucky. Now, in fairness to Brock Purdy, he was a rookie, and the 3rd-string rookie, he probably didn't get a lot of reps, and all of a sudden they're like, oh, by the way, we're a playoff-bound team, and now you've got to start every snap. So he's had a whole offseason to absorb the playbook, which is complicated. Kyle Shanahan's, I mean, like, you know, I remember Matt Ryan talking about, like, it took Matt Ryan, who's probably a borderline Hall of Famer, 2 years to understand Shanahan's playbook. So I want to give Brock Purdy a little bit of...
For sure. He came in a very difficult situation and was very solid from the get-go.
Right. He didn't, you know, again, went undefeated. He didn't lose it for that. But I'm just... I saw some tweet from somebody, and I forget who it was, so I apologize, not me, but the tweet was like, listen, you guys aren't prepared for the fact that Sam Darnold's starting a Super Bowl this year. You know what I mean? And like that's not outside the realm of possibility. Like, I don't mind a late round draft if you're in a 2-quarterback league, in a deep 2-quarterback league. I don't mind a last round flyer on Sam Darnold. I think if I had to draft today, I think you're drafting Brock Purdy as the starter for the 49ers. But I agree with you, Jay, that I think your point was like, I don't feel like this is written in stone. Like, there's definitely no way that somebody other than Brock Purdy is starting week 1 for the Niners.
Yeah, there's just the weird thing. I feel like the Niners might be the most insulated team against injury ever, because they've got 3 quarterbacks in. It's like, well, if they got either of those 3 guys, I'm sure they'll just be fine. Like,
when someone gets hurt, they don't drop off a cliff like everyone else.
The only pushback I would say there is that offense with Trey Lance is really different than that offense with Brock Purdy or Sam Darnold. And they've had the idea when they drafted Trey Lance was we want to go to a mobile quarterback and do a lot more RPOs and everything like that. And then they because of injuries, whatever, it's just like, all right, we're back to the
Drop back
three,
passer,
three,
right? Yeah.
3-step, 5-step, 7-step, drop back passer, pocket passer, and that's what Purdy is, and that's what Garoppolo was, and that's what Darnold is. Darnold's a little bit more mobile, but and so that offense is currently built with a drop back passer in mind, and candidly, the versatility doesn't come from the quarterback, but from McCaffrey and Deebo Samuel.
Staying in the division with Seattle, they're already dealing with multiple running back injuries. Pete Carroll had this to say on both Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet not practicing. With Kenneth Walker, he's sidelined with a groin injury. With Charbonnet, he's out indefinitely with a shoulder injury. Jay, they've spent a lot of draft capital in this duo. Kenneth Walker, a second-round pick 2 years ago. Zach Charbonnet, a second-round pick this year. I mean, this doesn't sound like these guys are going to be back really anytime soon with a full workload.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like they're going to be okay for week 1 at this point, though it's not exactly clear. The one thing I'll say, if I was to tell anyone who's start betting on the NFL, the one thing that you need to know is that Pete Carroll lies about injuries. And you just have no idea what is going to happen with the Seattle Seahawks week to week. We've got guys who are a week away and then you don't see them for 2 months.
Right.
You've got guys who are supposed to be fine and then they're just not. So I don't know what to read into this because I have no idea whatever is going on in Seattle.
You ever see the old? You guys are much younger than me, so maybe you haven't. But you ever see the old Monty Python movie? I want to say it was Life of Brian, where it's the famous scene where he's like, cuts up the guy's arm. All right, fight's over. What? No, it's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's
it's this flesh wound. Your arm's cut up. And I believe that scene was written by Pete Carroll. In all seriousness, because it is. You are absolutely right. Somebody could break their leg, and Pete's like, he's going to be limited in practice today. But he should be back out there. Pete's the most optimistic of any head coach ever. And yes, and will flat out lie about injuries. Just doesn't care. So hard to say here. It'd be interesting to see if they sign a veteran or not. Because there's certainly a number of them out there, and you can see them doing it. If they don't.
Let me know if you guys have any questions. We got the duck race, Mega Duck going. Mega Duck only has 9 spots left, and then we're running it. $20 a pull, you get guaranteed RPA. You get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks. You get 5 additional NFL pulls, and that's about half gone. And then you get entered in for the top row, and the booklet 1 of 1 is first place.
35% of the snaps on that.
We only got 9 left.
Right now, as you see the depth chart right now, it's DJ Dallas, who's much more of a third down back, smaller guy, and Kenny McIntosh,
who was borderline a receiver for Georgia. He's a pass catching running back only.
Right.
Rookie, undrafted rookie, late rounder.
So other than Walker, if Charbonnet's out for a decent amount of time, they don't have him between the tackles guy. And again, Pete likes to run it. So I wouldn't be surprised. I could see them, that'd be a place that Zeke makes a lot of sense. If Charbonnet is out for a significant amount of time.
Yeah, I sent a lot of chatter on Twitter, X, whatever, about Kenny McIntosh and DJ Dallas. I would not be drafting those guys. These injuries don't seem serious enough. The talent upside doesn't seem significant enough for those two that I think you're just going to wait it out. And Ken Walker is the guy who, even though he's hurt at the moment, he seems the most likely to benefit from the situation.
He's somebody else that played hurt last year, too. Remember, and I remember, I think it was a Thursday night game against San Francisco where we're like,
right.
He was hurt and he didn't practice all week. And it's a short week turnaround, and still against that top Niners defense, grinded out, had a decent game, much better than he had any right to on no practice, less than 100% against the Niners.
And he was hurt almost all last summer too. So this is just kind of the Kenneth Walker experience right now. Over in Denver, NFL Network's James Palmer reports Javonte Williams, who's coming back from significant knee injury, will avoid the active/pup list to begin training camp. Williams, who tore his ACL, has been cleared for contact, but is unsure if he will play at all in the preseason.
Yeah, and just the fact that he's going to avoid the physically unable to perform.
So let me know if you guys got any questions on anything.
That he's going to be playing week 1, that he's going to get a full complement of snaps week 1, that he's going to be any good week 1. Again, we've seen this. We've seen this from Dalvin Cook. We've seen this from Saquon Barkley. We've seen this from running backs that, after a massive injury, don't have that spark immediately. Even if they're out there, it feels like they're running in second gear. They're just not, they're just sort of running a little bit slower. They just don't have that burst, that explosiveness here. And so I could see Javonte Williams being a monster down the stretch, just being a fantasy difference maker down the stretch. But I still think, and I see so many people on X sitting here going like, "Oh, Javonte Williams is back," and I'm like I'd much rather invest on some JP Ryan at ADP than Javonte Williams right now. I'm buying the Denver offense. By the way, I do think they bounce back. I'm buying a bounce back from Russ. I'm buying a bounce back from that offense. I think they're going to be good, but P Ryan, who's going like in the 30s, to me represents a much better value than Javonte Williams, whose ADP will continue. Positive reports from camp.
Yeah, P1 right now going as running back 37 after guys like Charbonnet and Antonio Gibson, AJ Dillon, David Montgomery, these types. I think P1's got a decent amount of upside, certainly at the start of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I have Javonte. I have Javonte Williams at running back 31. Just and I'm not moving off that. Like I think he's a number 4 running back to start the season, and then I think over the second half of the year when he gets back to full health, then he'll be back to the guy everyone remembers.
Breece Hall also working his way back from a torn ACL last season. Robert Saleh said he looks really good. Saleh also said he expects Hall to return in a couple of weeks, as in playing. They've had Hall measuring really well in the GPS in the spring, so he's been sprinting, but actually playing in a couple of weeks. The Jets are saying that he's going to be ready for week 1. Then you have all the interest in Dalvin Cook that kind of signals how much of a workload are they actually going to put on Breece Hall the first month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're the Jets guy, so you tell me on this how much of this is. But I do think, like, again, I think the interest in Dalvin Cook is also just like, yeah, you're a dynamic player, and we're obviously pushing all the chips in for this year. And so if we can get, like, all due respect to Michael Carter or Bam Knight, like, if we can add you to the backfield with Breece Hall, even a fully healthy Breece Hall, that's a good thing, right?
What's the first half of the season? What's the maximum carries Breece Hall is going to get in a game? Is it like 14? Is he going to top that in the first half of the season?
Right, and they like to throw to him so much, and that's going to affect the actual touches workload. I think they care about what Breece Hall looks like end of October to the end of
What's up,
the season.
Keys? How you doing, man?
Looks like in September. Yes, their schedule is very hard out of the gate. There's no denying that, but if you can bring in a veteran that's handled a large workload like Cook, it allows you to use Breece at your own pace to start the season. So they're saying all the right things. Breece is hitting metrics, GPS-wise, speed-wise. His game's built on speed that are very promising. But the history and science of ACL injuries tells us that you shouldn't expect what we saw peak Breece Hall in September or maybe even the beginning of October this year. They want to protect the young player from himself.
Yeah, no, which makes a ton of sense. And so I feel better about Breece Hall than I do Javonte Williams in terms of where they are in their rehab, in terms of where their injuries happen. But again, yes, you'd sort of be like, I would not want to go to the season needing to count on Breece Hall as one of my top 2 running backs. You're probably going to have to draft him there. Which makes me a little bit nervous.
That's the tricky part.
That's the tricky part. But I will say that I think, assuming Dalvin Cook signs, that will depress Breece Hall's ADP to where it should be.
Exactly. I'm with you all the way on that. Over with the Chiefs, Andy Reid said Kadarius Toney underwent knee surgery. Chiefs beat writer Pete Sweeney said on the Roto World Football Show that Toney would likely be sidelined for weeks, not days. The Kadarius Toney experience, Jay, rolls on.
Yeah, just out on Kadarius Toney completely. I mean, it's just something every second or third week with Toney. It just seems like that he is a guy, as we look at his injury history, which is just a litany of injuries, mainly to every part of his body, really. Shoulder, hamstring, ankle, quad oblique, knee, hamstring, knee. So I just don't think that he's a guy that you can rely on if you draft him. I think if you're looking at high upside receivers in Kansas City, I'd be much more interested in Sky Moore.
I hear you on Sky Moore, and we've seen some nice camp moments from Rashee Rice, Justin Watson as well. Richie James is apparently having the greatest camp of his life, and it is worth noting that last year the Chiefs were second in the NFL in slot targets. But I mean, honestly, guys, I think it's super weird. Like if Kadarius Toney were healthy, I'd be interested in him because I do think he's a special talent. Yes. He needs to stay on the field, but like in that offense, like they would have created some touches for him. But listen, I think that this upcoming season, I think there's going to be like, I don't know, 3 games where MVS, and we haven't even really seen MVS out there, right? be 3 games where MBS has a monster game, right? And there's gonna be like 4 huge Sky Moore games and like 1 great Richie James game.
Do you know if you guys want to see anything? You want to see any like dollar cards? I could run some dollar rookies and stuff like that. Let me know if you guys got any questions.
Kelsey, it's gonna be the 2 running backs. That's sort of it. Unless there's gonna be significant injuries or we see.
You want to see any teams? Let me know.
We feel really good about playing a team that really gives them a ton of slot and slot receptions, and Richie James has been getting a lot of work, and whatever. Kadarius Toney is out, and I mean, like, it's hard to really pick any one of these guys. I'm with you. Sky Moore has the most upside.
Yeah,
but outside of Kadarius Toney, I've always been, sort of semi-obsessed with Justin Watson, who I feel.
It's one of your boys.
He's on my dynasty. He's on a dynasty team of mine, a crazy deep dynasty league that I have. I feel like every time he gets on the field, he makes a play. He just can't get on the field. I mean, because they have 8 billion guys.
That was a Brees Hall going before Travis Etienne and Joe Mixon in drafts. No, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, people
Very
are
inflated.
That's insane.
People are more.
His ADP
Completely
has
insane.
been way too high. And I love Brees, but it's just
That's
the
crazy.
longevity.
He's going like the same spot as Ramondre Stevenson. It's completely insane.
Completely insane.
Okay.
People are
Anyway,
morons.
sorry. Let's move on.
Not you watching at home.
Nobody watching
Other people.
this.
Other people, the people that don't watch this, they are the morons. You guys.
Barry, you mentioned the Chiefs running back room. Isaiah Pacheco said he'll absolutely be ready for week 1. This is after sustaining hand and labrum injuries in the AFC Championship game last January. Pacheco has been described by coaches and beat writers as iffy to start the regular season, and the Athletics' Nate Taylor confirms Pacheco is expected to be the starter and handle increased workload.
Be great. and then Jared McKinnon will be his. But I think people forget how much Pacheco during the playoffs caught the ball more than I think people expected him to. And so I have Pacheco at 27, again, just because I think McKinnon's going to be more involved. But I like Pacheco. I like that offense. I like, to your point about your favorite bet is Mahomes at plus 700 for MVP. Like, what are the odds of the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl this year again? Yeah, I mean, like that's a pretty good bet. I mean, like,
Let me know if you guys have any questions. You want to see anything?
But the Chiefs are going to be one of the best offenses in the NFL, and Pacheco and McKinnon are both going to be, pretty good this year.
Isaiah Pacheco had 15 carries in the Super Bowl, so that tells you what they think of him. Let him run 15 times in the Super Bowl, and they were pretty much losing the entire game as well. So yeah, I think he's got a lot of upside.
I mean, remember, this is a guy that I think he was a 7th-round pick out of Rutgers, right?
Yeah, very late.
Yeah, I mean, very, very. So not a lot of draft capital. They already had Clyde Edwards-Helaire, so it took them a while to sort of trust Isaiah Pacheco. But over the final 9 games of last year, from week 10 on, Isaiah Pacheco was top 5 in the NFL in rushing yards. And oh, by the way, he plays for one of the highest scoring offenses in the NFL. So I might be too low. I have Pacheco at 27, and I think I'm too low on him.
I think people are also, I know McKinnon has great fantasy stats from last year. He also had 8 receiving touchdowns in the last 6 games of the season. That is completely unsustainable. So I think that is maybe suppressing Pacheco's perception a little bit.
Yeah, Pacheco or McKinnon. And this is coming from somebody who has McKinnon.
The show is back, and so is the
I am the
Roto.
dynasty champ, though. I have in that league.
Vote on that.
I did what?
Very good.
I did. I have won 2 out of the last 4.
Congratulations.
And so is the Roto World Fantasy Football Draft Guide. Speaking of experts, stay connected throughout training camps with updated player rankings, team profiles, and projections that will help you win your fantasy league. Go to NBCSports.com/draft guide and use my code, Barry20, your code, Barry20, for 20% off that check.
You can also use the promo code Connor10 if you would like 10% off your guy. But if you would like 20% off of this bad boy, use Barry20.
That's because my customers are
Right.
Groucho
Or
100.
J5. If you only want 5%, if you flip through this at the airport or whatever, and you're like, this is so good, I don't want 20% off.
That's the international.
I only want to
discount
give
code.
5% off. You can use promo code J5 or Connor10.
Yeah.
But if you want 20% off, use Barry20. Very heavy. These are the only ones that are left, by the way. We only have. We'll ship them to you. But it is chock full of fantasy goodness. And do you see? Can we get a? I'm going to camera 1. Can we get a close up here? Camera 1. See what it says here. Matthew Berry's 100 facts. That's right. There'll be a version of Hunter Tax on rotoworld.com.
So let me know if you guys got any questions on anything. If you want to see anything, let me know. Ton of stuff in the buy it now. Ton of stuff I'm continuing the list too. So if you want to see teams or anything, let me know.
It might be ride or die. Last year Jalen Hurts was my ride or die. Maybe we'll see. Haven't decided yet. Still gotta find out all the R&D. Gotta do the market research. Gotta hear what the focus groups think. You know, we got a lot. It's a lot. It's a whole bunch of spreadsheets.
You gotta fill the spreadsheet.
You gotta talk to everyone.
Football
But
is played on Excel.
Imagine if that team was put to like curing disease or something.
By
It's
the way-
unbelievable what they could achieve.
But it's also, by the way, like, look, it's like it's color. Look, it's color. It's not this cheap black and white. It's heavy. There's some heft to it. Like, you know, like, by the way, like, you know what you can do? Here's what you can do. Blow it up. You're going somewhere where you might sit down and read for a while.
Yeah, it's portable.
Portable goes with you right here. And by the way, of course, when you buy the mag, there's also, I believe there's a code. You obviously get the access online as well at rotoworld.com. It will be updated constantly throughout the preseason. So people like the magazine. What do I need a magazine for? I want to be out of date. Oh, no. No way, Monfrey.
Yeah.
Is that a phrase? I don't think so.
Monfrey. Yeah.
Monfrey?
Yeah.
What, no, sir, Monfrey? What's the phrase?
Oh boy.
We're going down the French.
I'm asking. You're an international.
Yeah, I can't help you.
I don't know. I'll figure that out. But anyway, a lot of hard work went into this by a lot of very smart, talented people. You should buy 4 copies. One for yourself and one for 3 people that are not in your league. All right.
Great sales pitch. Good curveball. You
I'm
said
just saying.
you could roll it up and then
Not
you
in your
just
league.
tucked
Oh
it
yeah. Like if you
Me
know,
too.
if you're going to be sitting down somewhere for a while, this is great. Great to have with you.
I can confirm no sir Monfrere is not a saying.
Google goes absolutely not.
All right.
Rejection.
No way.
Before we close out the show today, here, guys, a list of some notable
By the way,
signings.
look, we
we're
made
still
the bold
going.
choice on the Chiefs page. We
Yes.
made the bold choice of using
Patrick
Mahomes'
Mahomes,
picture.
the greatest,
Yeah.
the greatest football player of all
A
time.
little T-Law, by the way.
Another.
Speaking of his potential, his ride or die candidate.
Oh.
T-Law.
We're thinking of Ocontrere Monfrere.
What? What is it?
Ocontrere
Oh,
Monfrere.
contraire Monfrere. That's what I was
Yeah.
thinking of because it would rhyme.
So
Thank you.
as opposed
Oh,
to no
contraire.
sir. No sir.
No, sir. Well, it was
Let me know if you guys got questions.
Monfrey.
No way. No way,
Monfrey. Because I know it rhymed. Oh, contraire Monfrere. I know it rhymed, but I couldn't think of it in the moment.
Got 9 Mega Ducks left.
And
And we're running it.
sing in my mind.
Also got 7 mystery packs left and 3 slab chasers in them.
People have gone to prison for
By the
this.
way.
No way.
Let's not immediately dismiss. No way, Monfrey.
I'm going to immediately dismiss it.
I know, guys. Let's do research it. Let's workshop it a little bit. I didn't know why Monfrey might stick.
Yeah, Frey isn't a word.
No
Okay.
way, Monfrey.
Okay.
You know what? I'm not going to make it a thing.
James Robinson?
I'm going to make it a thing.
James Robinson.
Jake Croucher, I'm going to make it a thing.
No way.
Mark my words. Mark my words. I'm going to make no way Monfrey a thing.
Before we get out of here, some notable signings. The Giants signed
quotes.
James Robinson, formerly of the Patriots, very short stay with the Patriots. The Ravens signed Melvin Gordon, formerly of the Chiefs, to a 1-year contract. Giants signed wide receiver Cole Beasley, of course, was with the Bills. The Bills signed Andy Isabella, who was with the Ravens, and Jimmy Graham just appears out of nowhere back with the Saints. Wow, what a list.
Right. So I will tell you, the only really, truly interesting one here is Melvin Gordon. Obviously, we talked about J.K. Dobbins. Like, again, we've seen the Ravens, whether it was Devontae Freeman or...
I'm interested to see who the Pats end up getting. I hope no one.
There's somebody else that I'm forgetting.
I really hope they don't get anybody.
They've had a lot of different reclamation projects over
What's up,
the years
what you
that they've had
mean?
Success with. That offense is going to be high scoring. I think, especially if this J.K. Dobbins situation drags on a little bit.
So let me know if anyone has any
Melvin Gordon is a
questions.
Very interesting late round pick. The other name there that's interesting to me, you guys might be a little surprised, is Cole Beasley.
Okay.
Cole Beasley, no, seriously, Cole Beasley playing the slot where Daniel Jones is comfortable throwing, reunited with Brian Daboll, his coach, his offense coordinator in Buffalo for 4 years. I know they have 8 billion slot receivers in New York.
So
I know.
strange.
I know
Kind of like Escalade with
they do, but like here's Cole Beasley was retired, like basically, and then he came back to the Bills a little bit. But I had heard a rumor last year that Cole Beasley, that Dayball told Cole Beasley last year and said, I think this was at the beginning of the year, hey, I'm going to New York. Come with me. You're going to catch 100 balls. This is a rumor that I heard, not from Dayball. I heard somebody said this to me. And come to New York and catch 100 balls. You know what I mean? And Cole said, no, I'm going to wait it out, whatever. And then, signing with the Bills and did whatever. And like swinging with the Bucks for a minute, as well.
Yeah,
I feel
very
like.
weird.
But anyway, the fact of the matter is that.
So, if you guys got questions, got the Mega Duck. We're only down to 9 spots.
While, yes, the Giants have 8 billion slot receivers, they don't have a lot that have the track record that Cole Beasley does in the NFL. And so, again, their big offseason signing was Darren Waller. And, I don't know that you feel great about Sterling Shepard's health, obviously, he's struggling. So, I'm just saying, it would not shock me if we're in the middle of October and we're talking about Cole Beasley as a reasonably useful PPR wide receiver 3 or 4. That's all I'm saying. Like, if we're talking, like, whatever. Like, there's a list of, like, whoever's, right? Who knew Jimmy Graham was still playing?
He was
for
years. The biggest thing about that
He's flying planes.
Those kind of signings, it's just serves the purpose of, he's alive and well, and he's still doing okay.
I
literally flying planes.
I legitimately thought when I saw the notification, this is a true story. I don't mean to be disrespectful because Jimmy Graham was a first ballot Hall of Famer. But like when I saw the notification, I'm like, oh, that's nice. Like to me, a one-day contract. Everybody, they're gonna retire his jersey. He's gonna retire as a Saint. That's right. That's how it should be. And they're like, wait, oh no, they don't play football.
Yeah, he's in the red zone back.
What? What? Do they understand? Like, we have Jawan Johnson chairs over here. Like,
did you think in your head, no way, Monfrey?
Yeah, I did. No way. Like, no way, Monfrey. I will also say this. So the last thing I want to say here is our producer, David Dabrowski, my dear friend, David Dabrowski, who worked with me at ESPN for so many years, and I'm in many leagues with him, including at the Dynasty League, is the world's biggest Andy loves. His Dynasty team was named after Andy Isabella for years and years and years. There's no one other than Mama Isabella, and it's close there. Who loves?
It's Thursday, June 22nd. I am Matt Harmon coming to you from the Condo Cast here in Virginia Beach. Hopefully, fingers crossed for the very final time in this condo. I can't look at these green walls anymore. I can't sit in this folding chair anymore. I'm sure my lower back, as an soon to be 32-year-old, is completely toast, completely dusted. Tell you what, we're not talking about dust, toast, or teams that are going to be disappointing or players that are going to be disappointing. This is a mega positive episode here today as we continue our Flip the Script series. We got a really awesome topic to dig into.
If you guys have any questions.
A really awesome fella here to co-pilot this thing with me. It's Andy Behrens. What's going on, buddy?
Man, I feel like the whole condo era of this podcast has been really solid. This series has been good. I mean, the condo generally has been a real, I don't know, it's been a real net benefit here.
You can say that, and it's one of those things that look, I'm not going to get too deep into this, like Virginia Beach Sandbridge geography.
What are your first impressions of Tom Brady?
Dude's handsome. He's all handsome. I literally walked in through the locker room. I had my big ass 20-inch binder of plays because we used to have playbooks.
Yep.
I walked in, almost dropped it. I'm like, damn, he's tall, he's handsome. He got Giselle.
Welcome back to New Heights, ladies and gentlemen, presented by Wave Sports and Entertainment, brought to you by our friends on the Wild Way. BW3's for a limited time. Check out their sauces, General So with a T, and Sweet Chili Lime. They won't be around forever, so get them while the supplies last. We are your hosts. I'm Travis Kelsey, my big brother Jason Kelsey. Subscribe on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Follow the show on social media at New Heights Show with 1S. This is a special episode, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Our guest today is 7th round pick out of Kent State. He's 3rd all time in postseason receptions. He's one of 6 players in NFL history to have 2 100-yard receiving games in a Super Bowl. And he is, of course, a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Our guest is Super Bowl MVP, Mr. Julian Edelman, baby.
Yes, sir.
What an intro! What an intro!
Fire him up.
I used to be too until this fucking this guy who plays tight end like a receiver, but also can block. Like he just passed me. This dude, I don't know who.
What's his name? Yeah,
Rob Gronkowski? No,
no,
not Rob. Some other. It's I can't read. Just kind of like you.
Shout out to Pat Mahomes, baby. Good luck, Pat Mahomes.
No, it's good to be here, man. Thanks for having me.
No, we're on this thing, dog. You already know, man. You already know what
Been
we're
watching
getting
you
into.
guys. You guys are doing good things, big things.
Thanks, brother.
Big things.
What's new in the life of Julian Edelman?
Just retirement life.
How's that?
Good and bad and fun and boring. It's like everything. It's a whirlwind. You know, I was talking to Trav before, and I was like, you know, you miss when you could say no to things because you had a set schedule all the time, because you have organized team activities, you got mini camps.
I'm just so busy.
So busy. Can't go to your wedding. Can't do this. Now I have to go to weddings.
You have to come on
I have to go to weddings. I have to go to pot. You know what I mean? It's awesome. You know, I'm getting a lot more time with my family, my little girl.
You say you just moved back out to
I
California.
moved back out here to be with her. As you guys know, you sacrifice so much family time, friend time, so many things when you're living out your career and your dream that, you know, as soon as you retire, you're going to see, like, you got to make up some time for all the birthdays
Stuff
you
that you
missed,
kinda
this, you know, the that. So
For sure.
doing that, and then, you know, doing TV stuff. Had a contract year last year, so in the talks with some potential. You see what we got going here. I don't know
There
if
you
I can
go.
say anything. And podcast games with names.
Yeah.
You know, get in that world like you guys. Got a production company, Digital Ad Agency, Coast Production, Super Digital.
You're getting
And
into
I got a new dog. He's lying right here. He likes to.
That's I tell you what, it's a good looking
Best
pup right
friends
there,
just
man.
come through the door.
I mean, Rocky, Philly. I mean, you know.
I didn't even
That's
know that.
what it
I thought it was just because I smelled like food.
Like a bacon bit.
We always get to this first. It's one of the things we
So
do.
now if you guys have any
Sure.
questions on
We have new
anything.
news, But we have every guest give us their.
New news is a segment, and we jump it off by saying
Since you're the guest,
Only
you say
9 mega spots left, and then we'll run it.
that would work.
nice.
I like that. That's a good vibe.
You just jumped that motherfucker off right there.
He's a pro. He's a pro.
We're just doing
You just brought up games of names.
games of names.
You're coming up with season 2 coming up.
Season 2 is coming up.
What are the big games? Can you preview any that you're kind of looking forward to getting to?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
We're still working off that whole situation. I got a couple of Philadelphia games I'm going to need you to come on, and a couple Chief games I'm going to need you to come
Say
on.
no
The Kelsey
more,
Bowl?
We need the Kelsey Bowl, maybe both.
Okay,
Let's do it.
little joint.
You know, we've only had two. We had Eli and Brewski for the 18-1, where it had both sides, the win and the loser. It's tough to ask someone to come on and talk about a losing game.
Yeah.
You know, so I wasn't going to ask you that. I was going to have him ask you that.
Smart man, smart
But
man.
since you said, Kelsey Bowl, we got the Kelsey Bowl coming.
All right, that's all.
Kelsey Bowl.
Get that thing turned up.
Travis is called being a podcaster the hardest job.
Is that what it said?
I think this is when we first started.
Yeah, no, all right.
But
Well, that's
do you
because I
agree?
have to read.
Is podcasting harder than being a world-class receiver, one of the best postseason receivers of all time?
Yeah. I mean, because we're comfortable in that environment. You know,
100%.
now you gotta carry time. You got shot clocks. You got to get to certain points.
Yeah.
You got to make people that know about the subject understand the subject while entertaining the people that know the subject and keep them entertained. Like
man.
it's a whole lot of it's an art, and you definitely
Let
respect.
me know if you guys got any
people
questions
that are
on
on
anything.
TV.
We got
You look at, like, the
7
Hal
mystery
Collins
packs left. We got
and
9 mega duck spots left, 15 blue duck spots left. Doing a share stream bonus today.
for
A
sure.
lot going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You gain a new perspective.
Listen, a ton of stuff in the bite now.
For sure.
100%.
We had come through here, Shannon Sharp come in here, and I was actually sitting right where you were, and I was all ears, man. You talk about a guy that is just buttoned up in that world and made the transition. It was eye opening just to hear how he goes through some things, because you would think he's thinking of all this the night before. He's just like, nah, give me everything day up so I can just rip it.
He goes day up.
I'm just like.
He said he gets a rundown the night before, but he goes over most of the day of.
Yeah.
He wants it to be authentic.
That's the thing.
My mind doesn't work like that.
I gotta prepare.
Like, you're better off the cuff too. I gotta read it ahead, otherwise I won't be. I'll feel out of sync.
I treat it like when I was playing. Like, I have to have a routine. I got to do like a pregame. Like, I would get to the studios when I'm doing inside the NFL, and I would be like the first guy there. I just want to feel out the people, talk to a couple of the camera guys, get what they're saying, the people that are around New York.
Yeah.
Like, you want to get perspective.
Heck yeah.
You jump all that in, and then like with all the stuff you're preparing for, and then like as it went on more and more, I was like, man, I kind of over prepared too much, and then a couple of times I wouldn't prepare as much, and then you just like it rips and it becomes more authentic, like Shannon does. So that's like the key. Whatever works for
Let me know if you guys got any questions.
You just mentioned, kind of relating it back to your playing days.
Yeah.
Gronk was on the show, and he talks all the time about how he never watches film.
He never watched any film, apparently.
Is that the Patriot way?
No. No. Gronk played so much. I mean, they could only do 3 things, like 4 things. You know what I mean? And to him, I mean, it's either too high where he's bending it, or it's single high where he's staying up the seam and then blowing it up.
Unstoppable.
Yeah. You know, he was the crazy thing about Gronk is Gronk's low key like Rain Man.
Dude, I can see it.
Throw numbers out there. Gronk knows numbers real well. When the coach would get on him early in his career, and like he never made that mistake again. Like his football knowledge is like outrageous. So if he sees it once and he does it, it's there for good. And that's just how he was. He was like a savant when it came to like
fucking Rain Man.
So, definitely. You throw out like contract numbers. I would walk by the hallway and be like, yo, what's the square root of like 1,022? He'd be like 64 or whatever. I'd be like, what?
Have you ever been to the casino with him?
I tried to bring him once. He can't hide him. Everyone comes up to him.
Yeah.
You know, and it wouldn't be good with the eye in the sky. I'm Gronk giving me signal. It'd be terrible. It would be terrible. But he's a smart football player.
He was that tight end you, man. And when I tell you his passion for his fucking teammates, man.
Yeah.
And it seemed like you guys all played with that in New England. It was like the only way that you made the team is if you played for the guy next to you.
Yeah, when he came on the show, I think that was one of the bigger things. Even just talking, you get that right away.
Yeah.
There's a perception, I feel like, of Gronk, where he's like the big dumb jock. I feel like he's got the New York accent. He ran people over, but like you actually sit down and talk to him, it's like, man, this dude's like
he's flanking.
Yeah,
flanking.
for sure.
He's flanking.
Flanking.
God, I love
he ain't flanking. He's going right to your face.
Right, he is. Yeah, that's all manpower right there.
I remember his rookie year. Remember Kevin Vandenbosch?
Yeah, of course.
He ended his career. You remember the little toss crack? It was early when the toss crack was coming, where you'd come in, you sneak them. Now everyone knows the toss crack.
Oh, the tight end's coming from outside. Yeah, here comes.
Tight end comes in, comes down on Vandenbosch, breaks his neck. And Vandenbosch was getting all up in him all game, like, hey, puppy, I'm coming after you. And like Gronk hits him, and like
that was it.
And Vandenbosch just got paid like a boatload of money. He was like the man for that time. It was 2010. So
this when he's in Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was crazy. He just came down. Pow.
Yeah, he was like a intimidating player on the field. He had like red eyes or something like that, right?
Yes.
Didn't he have like a special contacts? I think it was before. I don't think you ever played Vandenbosch, did you?
Nope.
Yeah.
Well,
he was crazy.
Broke his neck.
Ended up.
I think I don't know if he ended it, but he broke his neck or back that game. It was crazy because it was like
he was a monster.
He was a monster. You had to game plan for a guy like him all week. We've been talking this Vandenbosch guy can ruin the fucking day. We got to get him blocked. And Gronk goes in, knocks him out of the game, and ended up blowing him out.
That's a good way to.
Damn, I love football back in the day, man. We can't do that stuff.
Can't do anything.
Can't do any of
It's
that.
still crack blocking.
You cannot.
It's they know it's coming now.
No.
Like
later,
anytime you hit somebody in the head, it can be like a.
He's a defenseless player, yeah.
Defenseless player.
Yeah. It's like the crackback rule.
Even when you're going in for the force, like if you're coming to get the safety.
Dude, we got to talk about this because we were watching highlights, getting ready for this. You got, for as unbelievable as you were,
You are the toughest son of a bitch I've ever
you
fucking
took
seen
some
play
fucking
football.
hits.
You were out there getting rough, dude, but willingly.
Like, not even a shred of doubt. I'm going up getting this ball. I know what's happening.
Like, you turn on your highlights, you are taking shots.
I mean, someone's got it.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
So that was my job. And that's how I made my opportunity. I had to be fearless going across the middle, and I had to do the dirty work a lot of time, digging out the force.
Yeah.
In New England, that's what they expect of that guy in that position. You know, a guy like I moved me to F, Z, X, make me versatile, but like coming
You took
down.
it to another level because, I mean, I would assume, like, kind of Welker was.
It started with Troy Brown. Troy Brown was in the Z, and then Welker kind of magnified it and did what Welker was like one of the best route runners I've ever seen. Like the first couple years when I was with him, I was like, this dude's a fucking monster. He was so small and so quick. Even on a press coverage, he could get like 4 steps in and he'd be doing his head shit. He could get guys to turn their hips and just.
Let me know if you guys got questions on anything.
His came and his routes, they were fucking sick. And honestly, it was a huge part of how I got to learn the position. I came in playing quarterback.
Yeah.
So like I got to watch him, and I got to take tidbits from fucking Randy Moss, Joey Galloway, like all these guys. And even
That's Randy telling you, just be bigger and faster than everybody. And John, I guess like
I just remember Randy.
I do.
He used to call me Edelnut.
Edelnut?
Hey, Edelnut, get my hot tub about 103 and get my Gatorade. That's when we used to have the metal tubs.
Yes.
You have metal tubs and hot tub.
Yes.
He never wanted to go on the regular hot tub. He had to have his own shit with he had to have this, it was like menthol rubbing alcohol in there. And he'd go, Edelnut, go get my towel, my Gatorade, make that hot tub about 102. Don't fuck up. It's one time.
Yes, sir.
That's one time, Randy. It was like the day before Christmas, and we had to work. We had a game on Christmas or something, and Randy was talking to his mom, and I just walked by. I was like, hey, Randy, tell Mama Moss I said, Merry Christmas. He goes, Edelnut, when I'm talking to my motherfucking mom, you shut the fuck up. I literally went like this.
Gosh.
I looked at. And I walked away. Eye contact. I was so scared. I was a rookie. He's like, don't you fucking talk to me when I'm talking to my mom. But he'd always love me up too,
Of course, yeah.
But like you could learn things from him, like how he tracked the ball. Like in one-on-ones, he would sit and run, and it looked like he wasn't running. And the ball would come, and we all know that the DBs play hands.
Yeah.
When you throw your hands out there, DBs are going to try to come through.
Yeah.
He would just run, and the ball would come right there, and he just boop, and just pop his little hands out the last second. So you could take things from anyone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially as a route runner.
Was Welker, like, did he help you out the route running and all this stuff? Like,
That weekend.
Just watching him do it.
Watching. I love Welk to death, but he was kind of like the asshole older brother. You know what I mean? Like, I was there to take his job, and he was there to.
And that ended up happening when he got hurt, right? You kind of got out too.
I know what an asshole older brother is, man. It's a tough position to be in as the younger
I
brother.
feel like I could be way more of an asshole.
Oh, you thought I was talking about you.
When you're a professional athlete and you're a young guy trying to come in, and he asks a question, sometimes guys are like, dude, just watch a fucking tape. You know what I mean? Like, all right. I was trying to be a sponge.
Yeah.
That was the last time I asked him a question.
Yeah.
But I learned so much just from taking mental him, like on one-on-ones, and then my third year in, I had to cover him, so I knew all his routes and shit. So I was playing DB a little bit, so I would always just hold him. I knew it was fucking me. It was fun.
There's no officials out there in practice.
The DBs know that. They always hold in practice.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking kill.
Every team in fucking the entire league has red gloves every time they play us, man. Fucking damn it. We're just red jerseys.
Hey.
It's harder to see the hold.
Phil used to fucking.
Do you think that's a strategy?
1,000%.
Really?
I would wear red gloves, and I got a hold.
You're telling me I need to be wearing gloves of the team I'm playing?
100.
What?
They can't see it.
They can't see the pull.
Why have I never thought about this?
Belichick, I got a holding call once. They were wearing white jerseys, and I always wore red gloves, all reds. And I got like a holding. You see fucking red gloves over here. Me and Ernie could see that from the fucking press box. and then he gets you some real prima donna shit right there. Like, you just gotta be different. Goddamn individual. 35-4. Jesus. But he used to
He's
talk
not missing
about
an
that all the time.
opportunity.
He used to talk Ninkovich all the time about that.
Ninko, what?
Yeah.
What color?
No, Cannon.
I was about to say, I thought Ninkovich didn't wear gloves.
No, he wore gloves. He wore the lineman gloves.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He tried to.
When you were getting towards the end of your career, back to the Welker thing, was there somebody that you was coming up?
Yeah.
Were you trying to help them, or
No, we were cool, but like whatever. But I did remember that, like when Jacoby Myers came up, I was around him. I remember those days.
Yeah.
And so I was at the point where like I was confident in my abilities, so like I would give him everything I knew.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because when you're done with the game, the only thing that goes on forever is the knowledge that you give other guys.
I'm with you on that.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So that's kind of something that, like, I remember that. There was, of course, some younger guys that are like slap dicks that you're like, all right.
Yeah. But for the guys that are genuinely trying to get better,
they're
and
trying to get better. Like, it's only
putting
going to
the
make
work
everyone
in.
better.
Yeah.
Iron sharpens iron. The better the 53rd guy is, the better the team is.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's
the Patriot way right there.
That is.
That's the Patriot way. What is the Patriot way? We asked Gronk this.
What Gronk say?
I think he said, basically, I don't want to butcher it.
Paraphrase. This is.
I know.
Let me know if you guys got
Do your
questions.
job, unselfish. I think that's pretty much.
I'm pretty sure you're on point with it. He didn't make it seem like it was like the most complicated thing ever.
No,
it's not. But I think it comes from Bill puts a template in place. This is how it's supposed to be done. You see him in a meeting, he's going to motherfuck everyone. He makes everyone accountable.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many years you have, how many Super Bowl rings you have, what your stats are, who you are, what school you went to. He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He just wants to get better. He's going to coach to coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, the best players on the team, or like the older players on the team, I think the Patriot way is those guys working their dicks off, working their asses off, being the first ones in, the last ones out. The Teddy Bruschi, when I was a rookie, in organized team activities, fucking doing scout team punt, like that. Because if the 53rd guy or the 90th guy in OTA sees Teddy Bruschi running down, giving stab technique on punt, you can't not do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Then everyone's on eggshells all the time.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a form of like people being accountable, your best players working their hardest, putting the team first. There was always a sign in the facility that said, mental toughness. It's doing what's best for the team when it's not necessarily best for you. And that's kind of
that's it.
That's it. You need to have your best players acting that way.
No doubt.
Tom Brady.
Yeah.
This guy's first one in, last one out, working. This guy got a quarterback coach, and he's 38 years old. He's got 4 or 5 Super Bowls already at the time, and he's flying in the bye week, to get reps with them. Like, that's what you want to see, is you guys always constantly learning, guys never satisfied.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I think the Patriot way is. We talk about that shit.
Well, it becomes a thing when you win, 6 Super Bowls? Or
Yeah. I got 3.
Well, yeah.
I hope I can get 3.
You're knocking on that door. You guys can do it this year too.
He's got
I mean, you guys got an easy road there. The AFC is crazy right now.
Yeah. We play the AFC East this year. We actually got a tough schedule, but the NFC's got an easy road, no doubt about it.
It's just quarterback.
All the quarterbacks are in the AFC right now.
Yeah. And
except for one.
Jalen Hurts. Hey.
That's a good one to have.
That is it. Yeah. I'll take it.
And he just got paid.
He did, yeah.
Is it a team-friendly deal? How does Howie do this? I swear everyone's paid.
Yeah.
You guys are drafting like top 6, getting the guy from Georgia and shit.
And this has been my whole career. I feel like he's always been a master in understanding the cap and how to understand what's going to happen down the road. The COVID year was a little bit of a wild card because that was such a different year for the cap. But those guys at all times know how to do it, know how to manipulate it. Jalen's contract, I don't think it's not like team-friendly. It's like both parties friendly. Like, he's still getting paid, but like this year's hit is not high. It's a low cap hit this year.
What did they give him? A bunch of signing bonus? He plays for like $1 million on like as salary.
Exactly.
And prorated out.
Yeah. I mean, it's like kicking the can.
See how other teams do it.
I don't know why other teams don't do it either. I do know that Howie, when he was in college, he did like his thesis on the NFL salary cap. So like he's been like doing this for a while.
Roseman.
Yeah.
Jew. good enough.
You know about that.
By the way, I met your mom at Super Bowl.
Did you?
Let's go.
Yeah. Isn't she the same?
Yeah, at the steakhouse. I was at the steakhouse, and someone was like, "That's a Kelsey." I gotta go meet the Kelsey.
Oh hell,
man, you're a legend for that.
She was fired up.
I was like, I gotta know who spit these two guys out. I mean, she was a sweetheart. Your dad was awesome. It was fucking cool.
We appreciate that, man.
I tell everybody this. In 2 weeks, she did more endorsement deals than I did in 13 years.
She retired 2 years ago and is making more money off the field right now than both of us.
Right.
That's mom.
Yeah, man.
She's killing
She
it.
should be for what she had to put up with.
I can only imagine teenage years with you guys. The amount of milk and the amount of cum everywhere. Just come everywhere.
Oh my God. Stealing girlfriend. Oh my goodness.
Don't you dare bring a black light around the Kelsey household, boy.
That
Just
was
saying.
unbelievable.
I'm just saying, teenage boys.
Good thing they never took one of them black lights right over the keyboard.
Dude, they came out with that one show on MTV where they would like raid somebody's room, like, I hope they never hit mine. They go through this.
Never applying for that show. Room Raiders.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
That show.
God.
We're gonna
Used
see
to
what
drink
boyfriends
milk by the
do.
gallon.
Let's see what this black light do. Oh my God. It's on the ceiling.
Never fail.
How?
Stalactite. I just went to morning caves with my daughter. That's why I have that. What is that?
That's why you got the stalactites?
Yes.
Kids. We're thinking about kids. Yeah.
Kids. Kid-friendly show. But yeah,
Oh,
Patriot
my
way,
goodness.
baby.
New Heights is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings Trap. You know I have hot takes when it comes to boneless versus traditional bone-in wings, or as I like to call them, chicken nuggets versus actual chicken wings. Well, our friends at B-Dubs are giving you guys a free chance to settle the debate.
It's a good point, man. I love chicken nuggets just as much as I love boneless chicken wings. On National Chicken Wing Day, Saturday, July 29th, B-Dubs is giving away 6 boneless nuggets or boneless wings or traditional wings to America. Hey! When you spend a minimum of $10, that's it. You gotta go in there with $10 and you get some free shit. Available for dine-in only while supplies last.
That means while they have chicken carcasses.
It's a good point. As long as they got nuggets.
And they probably won't run out of those.
You just need $10
Yeah.
and you'll get 6 more for free.
They got plenty of that. Probably have whatever sauce you want.
No. The sauces are also limited supply only.
Of course, but as long as they got it, you can do whatever sauce you want. I
Yeah.
bet.
I'm pretty sure it's whatever they got in the back for as long as they got it.
Hi, and we also need a shout out one of our sponsors that you probably see us drinking during the show every single day, and that's Accelerator Active Energy Drink. Man!
Woo! If you've been looking for some zero sugar,
Give it to me.
that gives you sustained energy,
Of course.
it gets your metabolism going, and that gives you an enhanced focus that needs to record a podcast.
That's right.
You got to check out Accelerator Active Energy Drink, man. This shit works.
It does.
It's
If you can't tell.
What flavor you like drinking?
Right now, I got Rocket Pop. I'm popping up like a rocket.
Pow! Accelerator Active Energy is available nationwide at Target, Meijer, and Sheetz. Dude, all right, since you did mention the Patriot Way, and you already kind of mentioned Jacoby, I got to jump right into it. Last year, we had the most electrifying play of arguably the NFL, Patriot Roulette against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Where
That's a weak
thing.
we're calling the play that
I'm talking about with
Jacoby lateral on the draw to end the game.
Dude, when you saw that,
Trying to go to overtime.
did you like put yourself in that team meeting the next month, that Monday or Tuesday, on what Bill was going to say to the team? Like, what did you think
I think his
about
head
when
was
you
just going to
saw
explode
that?
right in the moment.
See, that's where Bill doesn't get you.
Oh, really?
Bill, he knows how to read the room. Like, he's going to cut you down when you blow a team out.
Gotcha.
When there's a devastating loss
Mm.
and you guys are on a couple games skid, it's probably one of those Monday morning meetings where, like, guys, we did enough to win the game, but we lost. Move on from this. Probably short. Let's move on to the next game. Like,
Yeah.
like he's pretty good at that. when we were in like shitty situations or like we weren't playing well, or if it was like a loss in December or like late November where you're trying to get on your streak, you're trying to get going. Like that's when, you know, we weren't having State of the Union. State of the Unions usually were after like blowout wins or, you know, wins where we thought we were doing well.
Bring it back down
Or it
where
felt real good.
hey, we still got to improve here. We still got a ways to go. Yeah.
You know, that's kind of what
That's why that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So like I'm sure there was a little motherfucking of the coaches probably got motherfucked.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I've never been in those meetings, but I've heard that
Like it's pretty brutal.
He keeps everybody accountable.
Everyone.
Yeah. You got to.
Everyone. I was fucking pissed off.
It was so weird.
What, at 50 grand on the 8.5 under over? 50 grand on it, and that would have been 9 games.
Probably like 50 maybe. So pretty low. Pretty good chance I did in the birdie.
I was in a denim Dan.
Just let me know if you have any questions on anything, man. I'm just uploading a bunch of cards to the bite now. So let me know if you have questions. You want to hit it? We only got 9 Mega Ducks left too.
I just remember seeing, I was like, what the hell is going on?
I think he was just stunned.
No,
I think he was stunned. There's no way that was not in the game plan.
It was definitely, it could have been in the play.
But just saying.
But who in their mind at that moment, I'm gonna ladder. I just
how much time was on the clock?
It was the last play. They were just trying to
last play.
I think there was a chance.
Overtime.
Yes. I mean, maybe there's a chance you could get up and out.
You know what? That was the crazy thing to me last year with the Pats, the situational football. That's what we usually had a
Getting ripped. Let me know what you want to pull from. If you have any questions on any of the boxes, let me know.
Against you guys, it felt like a lot of the time, especially early on in my career, you guys were just controlling the game because of those situations.
Without a doubt.
When they were ahead of the game too, with some of the things that they would do. Bill knew the rules better than anybody, and he would have these plans in his head for weird situations that would arise.
Dude, I remember, like, you know, the free kick situation where they're like the last play of the half. I swear to God, we practiced that 12-year career. Every fucking Friday has never come up. Not once. It hasn't come up since like 1986. But we practice that situation just in case we want to line up for the free kick before the half. Yeah. It's crazy. And then there's a lot of times where.
All right, so you got 18 pulls. Let me know which one. Debo's. I have some Debo in the bite now. I think I've listed them.
Like what he said it was going to handle out, and you just sit back.
I have a Debo rookie jersey. If you're interested in that, I think that's in the bite now. Let me know if you want to see it.
Keep it close. You always keep it close.
I did not want to keep it close.
Was that the enemy? Give yourself a chance to have a chance.
20 through 37, you got it.
Just give me a chance.
See if we can get you that Purdy.
To the end.
You heard it, DC.
Let's rewind a little bit.
I don't know where we are right now.
We're not on the script at all. We're just having a conversation. I do get we're both from Ohio.
Right.
You went to Kent State.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18.
There's a place in Akron that's doing
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, let's see. We got a Jimmy Graham of, I was going to say of New Orleans, that doesn't matter. Charlie Joyner, Cliff Averill, Matthew Stafford Silver, a Alvin Harper, Trey Watts to 20, nice low number one there. Troy Aikman, Gary Barnage to 199. Team trios, Jordan Howard, Carson Wentz, and Alshon Jeffrey. Got a Devontae Freeman, a Darius Stewart, Lamar Jackson, Nick Chubb, Reggie Wayne and T.Y. Hilton, Dante Moncrief, rookie, silver, Jonathan Taylor, bang, another Jonathan Taylor, bang, and then Rashid Hagman, number 299. And let's see.
It was awesome. I loved Ohio, man. Salted here, people. It was crazy to me because I grew up in like a crazy.
No slab. Jeez, I'm honestly surprised you didn't get it there.
I went to Ohio. There's only white and black people.
Yeah.
Everyone drives American-made cars. I've never seen that in my life. It was like a crazy culture.
Let me count how many are left. I'll throw you. Let me know.
People that work.
Let me know who your team is, and I'll throw you a bonus. 1,
Coming
2,
home
3,
to watch
4, 5,
Ohio
6,
State
7, 8,
or the
9, 10,
Cleveland
11, 12,
Browns or
13,
the
14, 15, 16,
Commanders,
17,
what are
18,
they?
19,
The
20, 21, 22,
Guardians,
23,
Guardians,
24,
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's a Cleveland thing.
Yeah, just
25,
like
26, 27,
salt of
28,
the earth
29, 30,
people. And
31,
like
32,
I had a lot of
34,
great
35,
relationships,
36,
and I still stay in
37,
contact with a lot of people
41,
from Northeast
42,
Ohio.
43, 44,
Yeah,
45,
there's something
46,
about
47,
Ohio.
48,
You
49, 50.
just summed it up.
There's exactly 50 now.
It's boring. Don't get me wrong.
Well, now you're losing.
What's up, Beard? How you been, man?
I had a lot of fun.
And then fun over there, Kent State.
Raiders? All right, let me see what I got for
I
you.
had a lot of fun, but like, there's only so many times I can go to Rockneys.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you, but you want to join the fantasy league, man? It's $10. All the money goes back to whoever wins. All right. Oh, this is probably the coolest one I have. Hunter Renfrow, silver. How's that? I love Hunter Renfrow. I got a Shining Stars Jacobs if you'd rather. The mega race, we are down to 9 spots.
We used to do that once a summer after summer workout. The whole team.
Dude, let's go ride some roller coasters.
Let's go ride some roller coasters and our tank tops, and you're all shredded up.
So it's $10, and we're gonna figure out when the draft is. Once we have 4 spots left, so it's $10 per spot. I'm buying the trophy for it, and then the little extra bonus that's pretty sweet is every week whoever scores the most points, whatever team scores the most points, gets a free blue duck. So that's kind of a bonus, and I'm buying the trophy. And then it's $10, 10 teams, $75 for first place, $25 for second. And anybody's welcome to join. It's first come, first serve. But yeah, I messaged you, Beard. I figured you'd like to join in. Yeah, just sign up. It's 4 spots left. You don't have to. I don't think you have to pay right away too. So you could just sign up to claim your spot.
Yeah, I agree. I don't remember the body does. I'm missing.
I used to go up there for like AAU terms because they had the big court right
Yeah,
there.
they have a bunch of courts.
Yes.
And then a grass field inside, maybe?
Indoor soccer. Dude, you're taking me back right now.
Yeah. So I went out there, and Charlie Fry, he was the starting quarterback for the Browns.
We're doing Yahoo.
He was a Raiders.
You interested, C Smart? I have all the stuff in the notes. So if anybody wants to join, feel free to join in the notes. Yeah, so all the money goes back to whoever wins. So none of the money goes to me, and I'm going to pay for the trophy, and I'm giving out the free duck every week. But Yahoo's the league. Getting ripped. You going to do another 13? You want to do a blue duck? Blue duck and 5? Just let me know. Back 13? All right, you got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, let's see. Got a Cam Newton, touchdowns. Denzel Mims, Darren McFadden, Brandon Marshall, Isaiah Ford. Got a Brock Horde, Matthew Stafford, it's cool in there. Taylor Gabriel, the 99. Kyle Hamilton, rookie. Marshall Folk, Greg Jennings, Taylor Luan, and Eddie George. And let's see if you hit the slab.
They went to this in college. It was Ronnie Brown
and Ricky Williams.
Ricky Williams.
No slab on that still. Jeez, I'll throw you another Raiders card though.
It's crazy.
I got you, man.
That would never happen now. Like what would whatever. But yeah.
So I was on everyone's radar because that I ran for like 1,500 yards in my senior year, and I threw for like almost 2,000. So like I was like a running.
We are down to 3 teams now for fantasy league. If anybody's interested, just let me know. I can explain more.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
The Wildcat was big then, so people were working me out for everything.
Did you ever actually get the chance at Wildcat?
Getting ripped, you going again?
We had when Tom got suspended.
Let me see. I'll see. Let me find a Raiders jersey card I got. I'll throw you one of those. Gotta have one.
He played the first 2 games, hurt his thumb or his shoulder, and then Jacoby Brissett.
Back 13 again. All right, you got it.
Quarterback, so I was like the backup quarterback.
How fun was that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I was thinking at least
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, so we got a Reuben Foster rookie, got a Joe Namath, Randy Moss, Antonio Gates, Bronson Kouafsi, Trey Mason, Nick Chubb got game, a Sterling Shepard, DeMarco Murray, Jared Goff, Brett Favre, Kyle Hamilton rated rookie, and then a Devery Henderson and Phillip Rivers honors.
They keep using them like
2004. I don't remember what rookie year it is. Let's see.
And then the second quarterback never got injured. So I just kind of sat there. And I don't even think I've ever
No
actually
slap
been,
still.
like,
Damn, man, I'm sorry.
that would come in.
Jeez.
We've always had,
So what's that put it at? We just did 26, so I think there's 24 left.
Dude, give Mick lateral. Talk about lateral. We make fun of the lateral roulette. I see you in a game. I'm like, is this
Getting ripped. How about this? You do another $10. I'll give you the rest, and I'll throw you a blue duck. So $10 more. I know you just did 10, so I was thinking like $20 takes the rest in a blue duck. If you want to do that.
Catch like a little button, like little curl, and then he's just sitting there.
All right, man, you got it.
I'm just letting
How did
Shady
you
was
know
looking at
Shady
me.
was going to be there?
I saw Shady in my peripheral. I just caught it, and I was like, I got a guy right here. Shady looks
All right,
like
man. Let me know what number duck you want. Anyone from any number 1 to 15. Jason Fox. So we're doing the duck race is the main thing. The blue ducks for the middle row, megas for the top. Everything in the mega is a RPA, and everything in the blue is a jersey.
it's just like an extra way, just keeps everybody involved as you're going through.
All right, we got a Jaleel Scott rookie jersey, and bang, nice 2 duck there. And then, do you want them to be a surprise? And I'm assuming you want the Purdy over the Acres.
He's got so much tape. These guys, how much tape we got on him? Plastic things on their balls.
All right, man.
Literally don't move.
And you want it to be a surprise? I'll show you where the slab card just to make.
With straight palms, like he didn't use his fingertips at all. He just tried to sandwich the ball with his hands.
But
Like, yeah, I'm never gonna fucking toss you the ball in the game. But
Slab.
Fisher, he used to chase me down all the time, and literally.
It was the next one, man.
I think it was.
I did not know that.
Jags. I forget who it was. It was like a big third down. I wasn't sure if
I'm gonna throw you some. Let me find some Raiders jerseys, and I'll throw them for you too.
I'm not going, but I was literally. I locked eyes with him.
Tight end though. He was a tight end, right?
He was a tight end. Little Maxion, baby. That Maxion, baby.
Ryan Kelly.
Yeah. First overall pick, man.
What? That's crazy. He never played tackle, right?
No, he only played tackle.
Appreciate the purchase, man.
He played tackle in college.
Purchases.
Yeah, I don't know what year, but he converted to tackle.
Converted for sure. But yeah, no, I remember locking eyes with him, and I got the first down, and he ran straight up. He's like, "You were about to fucking do it." I'm like,
Yeah, no problem. And you get to pick the next slab up. And getting ripped too. If you're interested in the fantasy league too, just let me know. Just $10, and then if you come in first place each week, you get a free duck pull. Or $10. Basically $10 worth of credit. I feel like the blue duck is the best. All right, let me get that slab, and I'll let you pick the rest.
Now's my time.
Just writing all your stuff down.
So
All right. So you got the Purdy.
I broke that tackle. I did get him.
And then the next slabs we got Justin Jefferson. We got a Jordan Love to $8.99. Tua, Travis Etienne, Waddle, Judy, David Montgomery. We have a Brian Dawkins, Eli Manning rookie, Kadarius Toney, Gabe Davis, Micah Parsons, CD, JK, another Tua, and then we got a Jalen Darden and Jameson Williams. Jordan Love, yeah, I think that's a good call. The Jordan Love one's sweet.
A lot of times when big guys get the ball, it doesn't end up good.
Bring it back.
How many big guys have gotten hurt getting torpedoed
on the wedge?
Well, not just the wedge, but picking up a ball. Like, I've seen so many linemen pick up a ball, think they're going to run it, and then that's over T cattle. Wasn't there another Patriots guy that like tore his ACL?
There we go on that. What's up, Paulson? Let me know if anybody has any questions. I gotta fill the box back up. I'm just looking for some Raiders cards. We also only got 3 spots left in the fantasy league. If anybody's interested, $10 to get in. Whoever gets first place in scoring each week gets a free duck pull.
Our next partner is AG1, the daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports my whole body health. That's right.
Let me know if you guys got any questions.
I drink my AG1.
I gotta have some Raiders jerseys, right?
Fuck would you ever drink AG1 every day?
Because it's good for you. I gave AG1 a try because as an NFL player, I needed a way to get all of my nutrition going in one simple to take solution. that supports my entire body and covers my nutritional basis.
So if
We're down to 14 for the blue and 9 for the mega.
1-year supply of vitamin D. That's right. 5 free AG1 travel packs.
All right, I finally found one. I don't know. I don't know how big of a player he is though.
/New Heights. That's drinkag1.com/New Heights.
So I did find one. See if I can find some other ones.
Today's video is brought to you by SeatGeek. With over 28 million downloads, SeatGeek is the #1.
And the NFL season's almost here. And we have
Oh, that one's like, this one's actually sweet too.
We have a special discount
I'll tell you these two. All right, C-Smart. I can send you the link too. I'll send it just in case it's harder, but I'll send you the link. I'll throw you this though. Getting ripped. I'll throw you this. This one's sweet, right? I just picked this up the other day because of how cool it was. And then I'll throw you the Gridiron Gems, Michael Huff. I can't imagine Tyler Wilson is any good, but they're pretty cool.
Any NFL ticket, doesn't matter if you're a first-time buyer or not. Jason,
just give you an extra couple jersey cards.
To these 92%ers or anyone that hasn't been to the link before.
If you haven't been to the link, any game.
He ain't lying.
All right.
Click the special link in the
C-Smart, I will send you that link.
And the 15% off discount will be auto-applied to your account. That's right. You got to click that link, ladies and gentlemen. Jason, finish this shit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you purchased on SeatGeek before or not. Click the link in the description and save some money.
It doesn't matter.
15%, 92%ers.
All right now.
You get drafted by the pages. What were your first impressions walking through the door?
I was terrified. See, it looks like a terror. It's like you're walking.
Oh yeah, there it is. That is the link.
I don't even know. It's like an intimidating.
I can
Death Star.
send it to you directly to C-Smart if you want.
Exactly what it is.
We're in the Republic now.
It was even.
Yeah, we got 3 spots. Whoever wants them. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Numbers game.
Yeah.
Right away.
Right.
Like how many receivers are they going to take? We had Randy Moss. We had Wes Welker. We just traded for Greg Lewis from Philly.
Yeah.
We had Joey Galloway. We signed him free agency. He was an old Joey Galloway, but he still cooked. We had Sam Aiken, who was special teams captain.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, I can't even message C-Smart. Let me try
I just got
going right through
drafted
messages.
to like, damn, how am I going to make this goddamn team? So that's when I just started hanging out with Scotty O, and I just made myself valuable. Like, hey, can you cover kicks? It's like, I'm covering kicks. Hey, can you?
Beard, how you been though, man? I haven't seen you in so long.
Sure. Like I just tried. I tried everything. I was a backup holder.
I almost stopped making you a mod because I'm like, oh, the guy doesn't even care about me anymore.
At like 5:30 in the morning, this motherfucker would make.
Yeah, I don't know if C-Smart has messages off, but yeah, I can't message him, man.
Day of what he was going to coach during special teams meetings, and I had to be in those meetings too. So I would hear what he would say, and then I would be in the meeting. That was the thing around the Patriots. They'd always say, "The more you can do."
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was just trying to do that, and then just learn.
Yeah, no, I get not trying to stay off whatnot. I get that. I've been spending so much money at on card shows. I had a couple card shows in a row that I spent $700.
Were you expected New England, or was it kind of up in the air?
So
Oh, there you go.
You do your pro day. Then
That's
you start
awesome.
getting interviewed, or you get tripped out to teams. I went to San Francisco. I went to Chicago. I went to Miami.
we got
places in New
a
England.
little sailboat for my Cape house, so we've been using that a little bit on the pond.
I'm gonna be a Dolphin. You know, and then
Yeah, I've been putting so many cards on whatnot. I'm kind of done with eBay.
This place is
I'm not a
crazy.
huge fan of it anymore.
It is. And so I
There
was
you go.
like,
All right, C-Smart.
yeah, I'm probably not gonna be a
Just sent you
Patriot.
the
So,
link.
like, when the 6th round came, my agent started hitting me up, and he's like, "Yeah, I got like 5 teams on the line for."
I should put them on eBay. It's just eBay is just a headache. I feel like.
Bears, and we made a decision. If I were to go undrafted, I was going to sign with probably the Packers because they didn't have any kind of slot guy, or they needed a returner as well, and we were just looking for someone.
All right, let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
My agent hit me up, and he's done.
Let me fill up.
He represents Brady.
Okay.
And so, like, he goes, I deal with the Patriots bunch. They made a 7th round trade.
Oh, that's too bad.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
Not
I don't know. I feel like
saying-
Mahomes, the more you watch him and his like family and backstory, the more you don't like
I got
him.
a 508 call from Bears, and they drafted him.
Let's fill this thing up.
I don't know what you're going to play. You're a good football player. See,
I'm gonna have to buy more more of these cards soon.
To meet you. Fired up too.
Going through pull boxes now.
Once in like mini
Nice.
camp, there's a principle. You just kind of stay away. Don't make eye contact when I ask you a question or something. Quiz you on something. I was a little terrified because he would always quiz everyone. Like you're like, hey Edelman, who's fucking 72?
Yeah, he seems like such a nice guy, but his family is freaking terrible. His wife is the worst.
9 years has 3 fucking Super Bowls. He's sitting there next week. I'd appreciate it if you knew his fucking name. I'm like, after that one motherfucking, every rookie went and got names of everyone from all the like cleaning staff, the cafeteria people. He goes, who's, you know, he'd ask you everything.
I don't know. Growing up with that wife, I doubt it.
Training camp or OTs, you would get like a
She's just actually the worst person in the world.
That's new.
You had to remember it.
Yeah.
So this pre that, where you had to actually figure it out on your own.
We had to go out and fucking Google
Do your own research.
Yeah, like you know, the football ops guy. You know,
All right, just put it in the slab chaser.
And media people, everything. I mean, I want everything. And they'd always have like these little sayings and shit. You know, and you had to know those. You know, do your job, ignore the noise, speak for yourself, don't believe the hype. When you come in the building,
Yes, she is.
Standard brainwashing.
Yeah, just unfortunate because
Good.
Mahomes is such a nice guy, but yeah, his family is
You
terrible.
guys won that Super Bowl.
Oh gosh.
And Lane went up there.
I know.
Yeah, I've been pretty good, you know, just
Yeah.
been consistently on whatnot during the week and then just living the summer. But yeah, I feel like I stopped going to card shows for a little bit, but I got a ton of inventory now, so I'm set.
And so
But other than that, just been chilling, man.
Is
It's been a pretty good summer, just
We
busy.
ended up leaving it there the whole year, and we ended up winning the Super Bowl there.
Well, and I don't know if anybody else watching Bill's post game press conference in 19 when you guys beat us in Philadelphia. But the first thing Bill said after the game was, "Man, that was fun." Like, and we knew exactly what he was referencing, but like nobody else probably picked up on it. But you know, hey, it worked for you guys. You guys used it as motivation, so.
Bulletin board material. Bulletin board material. That's another thing that he does, Belichick.
Yeah.
In the off season, he'll sit there. He'll read like press clippings of what certain other teams are saying in the media. Like you'll hear like a receiver or some guy on a team, and he'll say like, you know, we'll be disappointed if they go to the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
He goes, fucking Super Bowl? It's fucking March.
Yeah.
Like, how about we just get better? Like, he's basically telling, like, all right, guys, shut the fuck up. This is not what we're talking about. Let's worry about, you know, today.
Yeah.
He's so funny how you just get on these guys. Like, anyone who says,
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I figured I'd give you a shout out because I feel like you might wanted to join. You would want to join, but I know I hadn't seen you for a while. Summer is like the time where I feel like whatnot's been really slow, so I don't hold it against anybody.
If you're a football guy, you love Bill.
Yeah.
Because he loves football guys.
Yeah. My perception of Bill is a hard ass, like old school coach. But then you see like the clips of him joking around with guys.
Yeah, he jokes around with guys all the time.
Yeah. This one's gonna be pretty fun. So my girlfriend's in it, or fiance, but she's in it. I wanted to do a league with her, but I wanted to make it so it was like not just a random Yahoo league with random people for no money. So like I feel like this one's pretty good. This will be fun. She actually beat me in fantasy last year, but I don't think she's gonna have a chance this year. She like tricked me into like basically helping her draft the team against me.
That's number one priority.
Why do you think
Freaking jerk. She's like taking notes the whole time, everything I said.
assistants that have gone like other places?
It's tough. You can't go in trying to.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
Replicate.
This one's gonna be fun, and there's a little bonus to it too.
Right.
You know, if you're a veteran player who
Yeah, they pick up on more than you think.
for like the last 20
They remember all the little
years,
things.
understand what you're signing up for.
But yeah, this one will be cool. So if you get first place in scoring for the week, you get a free blue duck. So just like a little bonus. And then I'm gonna be buying the trophy. I probably would do it today. Just like it won't be a huge trophy, but just like probably like a nice trophy. I'm gonna display it right in the corner.
4 years. Yeah, there's guys. Romeo Cornell did pretty good.
Romeo did good, yeah.
I mean, Vrabel's not a coach, but he
Appreciate it, man.
Like
100%.
you know, he's a Belichick guy.
I still remember that matchup, man, where he beat.
I figured I think Rummy was the one that gave me the idea to do a whatnot channel fantasy league.
So you can run up the clock there. But I mean, it's
It's how football player right there, man.
he was like one of the smartest guys. Belichick would always talk about how Vrabel was like one of the smartest football players he ever been around. There's like stories of Vrabel how he was the biggest asshole, like just like older brother asshole.
Yeah.
You know, like
The right kind of
get
asshole.
the fuck out of here and go do it. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't doing shit. Like that kind of shit. Like super accountable guy. Like get up on everyone. Everyone's on the table for getting fucking chewed out.
Yeah.
He gave it to Brady. I mean, there's old clips of him giving it to Brady and shit. Like Vrabel, he's got like a fucking mystique figure that just floats in the hallways of the Patriots. Everyone always talks. Willie McGinnis.
Oh yeah.
Willie
Holy cow, man.
Yeah.
Legends.
And that was the thing. Like when I was part of a new generation, Pat. So we had to hear, like our Patriots had to hear about that Patriot team. You're gonna see it coming through. You become like, you know, the older guy now. You know, there's gonna be a time where you're not gonna be there, and Patrick's gonna be there still.
Stories about Travis
They're gonna be
Kelce.
telling stories like, oh, this guy's
My stories ain't gonna be nothing like Braves or
you know,
Brewskis or, you know.
if you're a younger player, it motivated a lot of our guys. Like, fuck, I'm sick of hearing about Kevin Falk.
All right, man. Well, it's good to talk to you.
Fuck, dude, like, what's wrong?
Hope the boat, everything with the boat goes good.
Thinking of the wrong guy.
It was good to see you, or good to talk.
So played both ways.
Troy Brown did.
Troy Brown did. So it was Troy Brown.
Yeah, he got a pick too. I never got a pick.
I was about to say.
I almost picked Vince Young.
How did that come about? Was it just you just locking dudes up on like special teams and just translated into defense? Or
Absolutely not. We're banged up.
Yeah.
At corner, I walk in on a Monday. Josh Boyer, who's DC over Miami a couple years ago, he comes up to me and goes, "You're going to be in our meeting." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I'm in our meeting. Bill wants you in our meeting. Just come in our meeting." What? I'm like, young player, fucking mind fuck. What's going on? Oh my god, fucking played DB against the Jets that week. It was nuts.
Who'd you guard? Do you remember who you guarded?
We were playing a lot of zone that game. I got to tackle LaDainian Tomlinson.
LT.
I took out LT.
You heard him, right?
I think I heard him. I didn't want to say it.
Yeah.
You never want to hurt anybody.
Never want to hurt anyone.
Not ideal.
But you felt the lick, like you laid a good lick on him?
Nah, I just went low on him. Like, he was low.
LT?
Yeah. I just went low, took out his leg.
Gotta get the job done.
That one frog, man.
Biting ankles. McCoy jumped over me when he was in Philly, because I started in Philly. I started against Philly. I was in like a dime personnel group. Or actually, my first start was against the Chiefs. It's crazy. And then we played
Philly. Yeah.
Who was the small running back?
Jamal Charles?
Yeah. I was
slithery, man.
I had to cover him. So they made this, because Bill's notorious for like his personnel groups on defense. So like he had like 5, 6, 7 DBs out there because they had Jamal Charles and they were hitting him in the flat and on those little arrow routes and shit.
So let me know if anybody has any questions.
They said wherever he goes, you go. And then the next week I had to go play against Philly. Who did they have?
What year?
11.
Yeah.
Rookie year.
Rookie year. Yeah. You guys had
Gerard Mayo.
Gerard Mayo, but there's another D tackle that wasn't very good, but he talked a lot of shit. And this reason I remember he was drafted to Cleveland.
Yeah, Gerard.
Yes. All he did was talk shit the whole game, and he had some good ones.
Yes.
Wilford.
I forget. Yeah, Big Vince.
That is a load.
Dude, huge. Yeah, so we had Jeremy Maclin.
I had to cover Maclin, and then
Deshaun Jackson.
I almost picked a return route that he ran.
Was Chad Hall on that team?
I don't think he played the game.
2 years later.
Chad Hall.
Yeah, Shady was crazy. He jumped
over me.
Dude, it was insane.
McCoy, I tried to tackle him. He jumped over me.
We saw what you did to LT.
Yeah. You know he's watching film.
Yeah.
Boy, Shady.
Fucking Shady McCoy.
So we've had this debate. What do you think's harder, DB or receiver?
I never played DB, and I could cheat because I knew concepts and I knew situationally.
This guy's just a fucking ball player.
You know, you could cheat because I knew on 3rd and 3, what's their go-to player? What's his go-to route?
Yeah.
So I would cheat and hold for 5 yards. You could get away. You can't expose people at the line of scrimmage if you don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
You'll get locked up by a good corner or a good, someone who can cover.
Yeah.
It's hard to do everything backwards. I like defense because you get to go out and hit things, and it's like there's less rules and there's less.
See ball, get ball.
It's more like instincts.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yep. So offense, you have everything has to click for you to get the ball.
Yeah.
Like he's got to block this, that. You know what I mean? So I like playing receiver. You like scoring touchdowns, but I think I could have played safety.
That would have been.
I think I would have knocked myself out there. Bob Sanders. Remember Bob Sanders?
Oh my gosh. Completely electric for 3 years, and then it was just like the injuries piled up.
Like 6 games a season.
Yeah.
Dude, nobody wanted to play Bob Sanders, dude.
He was like 5'8", too. Just a bullet. Wow.
primarily obviously play receiver. Do you think New England kind of revolutionized the slot receiver like position? Like, what is it about that offense that the slot is such like an important piece?
They definitely did. I mean, it started with Troy Brown.
Yeah.
Deion Branch jumped in there for a little bit and then went to Seattle. Then Welk kind of brought it to a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Danny came in, and then I think it's because the game changed to more of a space game. Like the evolution of the game.
Yeah.
So like you'd have these tweener guys that were like running back receivers that were short,
a wide receiver, tight end
Yeah.
that really isn't, but he's kind of like a
Tweeners.
tall,
a lot of tweeners.
Hey, this is actually what I think the Patriot way is, to be honest with you. Dude, Bill is the master at finding guys that are good at like a specific thing and utilize. He does that, like we're talking about personnel, like on defense. You see it where like there's guys that might not necessarily like in another defense be that good, but in this defense.
Let me know if anybody has any questions on anything.
Uses them to their strength. When I think of Bill, the master of like personnel.
Definitely.
Yeah.
12 personnel is around because of us. We had Hernandez.
Shall not be named.
He was so.
Yeah.
That dude,
They
you
were
gotta
so
watch
fun
his
to watch.
routes.
Are you
Oh, it's insane.
Watch those things. He had some of the
dog.
You run routes like him. You give a crossover at the top of the route like him.
Let's not be so sad.
He was dog.
I'm telling you.
I know he was good. You can't deny it.
It was insane. But like, he loves. It's a matchup game. You know what I mean?
Right.
So like, we started throwing out 3 receivers with like Troy Brown and Welker, and you put the slot in the 3 spot, and you're getting lined up with the linebacker against quarters, which is kind of like man coverage. He's trying to take away your inside. You cross his face. There's nothing over there. Like there's all these little things that coaches that do what they do just keep on doing what they do. So why not take advantage of what they're doing?
Yeah.
Are you guys not surprised sometimes when you play a team that does what they do?
Yeah.
And you just roast them up.
Yeah,
dude.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to name any names because I'm still playing, but god damn it. There's coordinators out here that I'm just like, I'm licking my chops every time.
100%. You know you're getting at least 9 balls.
Yeah. Coach Reed's going to dial that thing up on 2nd and 5, and I just know they're going to be sitting in cover 3. They're going to cover 4, and I'll be backside manned up.
What's crazy is we...
MKG, yeah. As soon as it sells out, we run it. There's 9 left for the Mega and 14 left for the Blue Duck.
The moment you go 1 by 3, they're checking to this.
Yep.
Bill does the same thing on defense. All this dude does is build 5-man fronts, get you into a 5. I'm sweeping off.
Yep. You don't have to be here to win. I'll message everybody in the duck race once it sells out too. Just to see if you guys want to come watch it.
Jamie Collins, all these bigger linebackers, not Nikovich was up there for
Spikes.
No,
Spikes got in there.
he was there. Spikes was unbelievable. He did.
Spike was like a dog.
You know,
literally like
hardest hitting
in a car. Like if you want to get spiked, all you gotta do is play action.
Yeah, right. Yeah. He's coming. He's playing that run.
Spikes used to light our.
No, but like, he gets you into the man coverage, knows you're going to man block it as an offensive line, and then they just run 3- and 4-man games, which is exactly the kryptonite to like getting guys in space and building these man blocks. So,
MKG, let me know what number you want. Any number between 1 and 9.
Like defensive ends that would come in like on the tail part of their career.
You don't have to name names.
No. There's
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They would get mad and be like,
We got a TJ Graham to 75 and a 1 duck. And then let me know what 5 numbers you want from the pull box.
out of the pocket. Yes. You better do not pass the quarterback. I don't want to get
Down
to
2-8.
that from him because he would do it in front of the whole team.
Yeah.
And that could be part of the Patriot way too. He would have every morning. We'd have probably like a 50-play cut up of all 3 phases, and he would break down every
you got it, man.
plays in front of.
It's a new box. I'm just gonna take out the front stack too.
And you heard about an offensive.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
Set the fucking edge. You know what I mean? So like you're
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31,
evolution when you and Tom found that connection.
I think it was
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ran a lot of the underneath
All right.
stuff that
You got a Deion Sanders, an Adrian Peterson,
I was versatile. I knew
Kyler Murray,
positions. I knew the F.
Lamar Jackson, and a Drew Brees. And let's see if you get a
They
slap.
put me in at the H sometimes, and you start
No
to see a
slab.
lot of
Appreciate
that.
the purchase, man.
A lot of teams now they have a guy like
Duck into the duck
Debo,
race,
or
into the Mega.
Debo or
The same guy.
But like you know what I mean, like moving guys, and that
I
goes
can't
back
wait to
the
see who hits the
Belichick
one of one
using
booklet.
guys' strengths
That card is so
and
sweet.
matchups, and that's kind of what it really was. You know, I was able to get open on the outside.
Probably one of the cooler cards I've
and
ever
make it
had.
Better for the inside, because once I went inside, then there was more space, and then you get older and you can't run the same. You stay inside. That's how it gets. But I don't know if I took it to another level. I think it's all
Part of the evolution.
It's all part of the
It was the element level. It was like what you could do, and the fact that you were so unique and what your strengths were. They found a way to do it with you.
Yeah, and I think also because I was a former quarterback, pre-snap reads.
Yeah, man.
There's always the pre-snap, the post-snap.
It always felt like in zones. You just knew exactly where to be.
I tell every receiver, every tight end that comes in, or just comes in contact with me, that asks me how I'm. So I'm like, I know what I have to do based off of what that QB has got going on back there. It was a blessing. I didn't pay attention too much in that quarterback room, but I know.
MKG going for another one. Let me know what number. Any number between 1 and 8 now.
You know what I mean? So in terms of timing, the sense of urgency.
All right, 6.
and
Let's
then
pull you a
you
freaking
slowly
good
start
one.
to understand
1,
defenses and be
2,
like,
3,
oh, wow,
4,
he's reading
5,
defenses.
6.
This is his progression.
People don't realize there's like
Darius Stewart,
of a play.
RPA, and another one duck. So let me know what 5 numbers you want.
The safeties can
And then let me know who your team is. I'll throw you a bonus, man.
Then there's post-snap where the safeties have to get to their lanes.
I'll throw you a bonus. 2 1 back-to-back mega 1 ducks. That's hey, it only takes 1 duck.
Thank God I didn't play against
Oh, from the back, all right. And then let me know who your team is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Usually, if they're faking
11,
right? So it's like right away,
12,
it's
13, and then 14.
It's processing information,
Pulling from the back is hard because they keep wanting to go forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Second and fucking 2.
You got a Jimmy McCone, turbocharge of D-Hop, Elijah McGuire, rookie, Luke Kuechly, full throttle, and Le'Veon Bell. And let's see. No slab there. All right, let me see what I got for the Bears for you, man. Throw you a little bonus.
Stats guys, they're watching so much fucking film, getting numbers.
I see it with your play all the time. Like
I've had this guy Wilson. I don't know if you ever saw one with Wilson, but he won first place with a 1 duck, and then another race.
Like then I have an easy outbreaking route. You know what I mean? And names evolve.
Yeah.
They put in so many.
And then in another race, he had 1 duck and he got 2nd place. Freaking insane.
The lore of the Patriots offense being
Blew my
difficult for
mind.
receivers.
You would only ever buy 1 duck, or you only buy 1 thing and you get a 1 duck, but then hit first and second. All right, let me find you a jersey card that I got. See if I can find one for the Bears. Browns.
Turn outside, like
I gotta have one for the Bears. Go Bears. I'm excited. What do you think about DJ Moore?
There you go.
Ultimately, like they used to get so mad at me and Tom because on the paper it would show certain things, and like I knew that there is no one occupying this area. I could go dip over to that area.
Tom would really like it.
I think he's gonna have a great year. I'm hoping Fields is a little bit more accurate or actually throws the ball.
Well, that's Pat's number one thing. Somebody goes and hey, if it's cover 3, I should run it like this and just get going.
I've taken him in a league I was in.
But also, like man coverage, like young players, people.
All right, where are these Bears? I know I had some because I was selling some to a guy.
Just get the fuck across when you have to get across.
A lot of Browns.
Get across him, and you're gonna get the ball.
As long as you're not fucking up somebody else's route.
As long as you're not fucking up another line. You can get open.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Or Lions.
People don't realize that.
Yeah.
A lot of people. What I found out is a lot of people are scared to do that.
And
Let's see. Let me look a little bit more. I probably have one somewhere. I think who I would have for them.
Plenty of times that big shit, and I don't do it until it's time to do it.
It'd be crazy if I don't have any Bears. I know I have some Bear freebies, but I don't think they're anything like nuts. Oh, here we go. Jeremy Langford.
Yeah, the tutty.
Patch out of 60. How's that?
Safety to bring him to the other side because we had the running back screen on the back.
I don't know if he still plays for him. Does he?
So
This is how I threw a fucking pick.
Yeah.
Keep going though.
The night before the game, we're doing walkthroughs and shit.
You signed up so long ago. I can't imagine you do. I wonder if it's because it's a paid league since there's money involved. If you do, that could be my only reason why I think you might. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, I guess, because they probably want to tax you if you had a ton. Like if you won like thousands of dollars through that, maybe. I don't know. I signed up so long ago, I don't even remember. I'm not trying to scam you if that's what you're wondering. Yeah, no, I completely understand that.
I saw Phil out of the corner of my eye, and I fucking zoomed. He gets knocked out.
I avoid that. Oh, here we go. I'll throw you that too.
The fucking sideline. McDaniels goes, "You're fucking dangerous."
Here you go, MKG. I'll throw you the DJ Moore out of $3.99 and the Jeremy Langford out of $60.
It was fucking crazy. So they installed a play against the Giants for me to throw. Like it was kind of like a bubble screen. Moved the formation, put the tackles on the numbers, a little screen.
Yeah, I gotta imagine it's because they're paying you out. I guess it's probably a form of gambling in a way.
Through the middle of the field, he took what I thought was both safeties.
That's what I would think.
There's DeMarcus backside, and I just know I peeked over there. And he had about 5 yards of separation on the corner because it's cover 2.
Right, and we're down to 7 mega ducks left. We are so close.
But the whole time, you threw a pick. Yes.
His did not end.
I just threw a punt. I threw a punt.
He was dangerous, and he was not. He was good.
Man, there's 2 sides of the stories every time, baby. God, that's electric, man.
You gotta make some plays and make those kind of plays, though. Like you gotta have some merit and you gotta have some equity.
We were on a 2-game losing streak that probably, and it was the fourth quarter, probably wasn't the best time to do that.
So you get drafted. What are your first impressions of Tom Brady?
Dude's handsome. Fucking tall and handsome. I literally walked in through the locker room. I had my big ass like 20-inch binder plays because we used to have playbooks.
Yep.
I walked in, almost dropped it. I'm like, damn, he's tall, he's handsome. Like, I just know.
So, if anybody has any questions, we only got 7 mega duck spots before we run it. $20 a pull. You're guaranteed an RPA, and you could get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks on the back. And then you get 5 bonus NFL pulls with it. There's only 7 left to go. Blue duck is $10. Everything's a jersey, and you get anywhere from 1 to 3 ducks, and that's for the middle row. Mega ducks top row, and the 1-of-1 booklet is first. Let me know if you guys got questions. Only 7 spots left.
And Alex was his progressions were true. He had the ability to do a lot with his legs. Sneaky. I call him Scooter, man. I never called it to his face because he was older and I was a rookie and everything. But he could scoot. He could get out there and run around. He did it at Utah all the time. He was very precise on like the reads and everything. And that's where I started to understand like getting on the same page as the quarterback even more and more, and understanding defense will help like me be on the same page with him.
Only 2 spots left in the fantasy league too.
The structure and then the ability to just freelance and just obviously it's a structured freelance. You know when and when not to because of what everybody else is doing out there in the field. I feel like what you were saying earlier about time being able to tell you, hey, Jules, why don't you just hit an out route or whatever it is. When you first got to the league, was it like that? And by the time you guys were leaving New England, where was it at?
It took me years to gain his trust. That was like the thing with Brady. When you're a fucking technician that's been doing it at a high level for such a long time, like he already had like 11 years in the league when I got there. You get 3 Super Bowls. You know what I mean? When you're a guy like that, you don't want to waste time. Every rep is something to those guys. So they want things done a certain way, right away, the way it needs to be done. And if you don't, they fucking just, I'm done with that. Give me someone that knows what they're doing. You have built-in pressure that you're like, oh shit, I can't fuck this up, you know, as a young player. And so it took me years
to get comfortable.
It took me reps with him, which I didn't get a lot with the team. I moved out here because of him. Because he used to live out here, he used to train. We had the same agents, and I always heard about him having Wes and Randy out here. I went up to the residence inn in Manhattan Beach, right off the 1, and fucking lived there for 3 months. He called me one time. I told my agent, yo, let him know I'm in fucking town. I want to throw. And like I was a nobody at that time, so he wasn't gonna, like he had his thing, and it's probably political. He can't have. I don't know, but he called me once, and fucking I went out there, dropped everything, came out.
Let me know if anybody has any questions.
Called me a few more times. By year 3, we were throwing 3 or 4 times a week, and that's where I got to learn what he liked, and he learned my body mechanics, so he could tell when I was dropping my weight or how I was gonna make a cut. Through reps and repetition, he could see my body language. He started to learn my body language, and once you get those reps in, then you throw in a defense and you start getting more reps against defense, then I become his eyes, and he trusts me so much that if I turn out this way and I go like this, he knows there's not a defender out there, even if he doesn't see it. If he throws me in a certain area, I know that's where the trust is built. So it's kind of like being
reps,
eyes.
man. You don't get that without reps. All you young guys out there, I'm huge on finding a way to get out on the practice field, no matter how my body feels. I need to feel the defense. I need to feel the timing with the quarterbacks. And it doesn't matter if it's a route that I've ran a million times. I know it's going to keep me in sync with it all, and it's going to just keep building in terms of like the understanding and the trust. And like you were saying, just being comfortable out there.
Everyone needs to listen to that. I mean, I swear if I didn't play in New England, I'd still be playing because we practice so goddamn hard. That's honestly why I retired. I couldn't practice. I was getting three reps of practice, and then I'd go get in the pool because my knee, I was fucked up. And you build your confidence through practice.
Yes.
Practice repetition becomes game reality. The more you do it in practice, and that's crazy awesome to hear that you love to practice because it's becoming a dying breed, and that's why football is getting sloppy.
I
don't care what anyone says.
So, if anybody has any questions,
right now. And that's why teams like your team, they have a light head start. They're so far ahead of everyone. And both your teams, they have such big head starts on teams because they don't practice, and you guys have great leadership clearly where guys want to fucking practice, and if you're practicing and he's practicing, no one else can't not practice. You know what I mean? And that's how you get good. And like with the lack of practice that you have in the off seasons with the rules and stuff, football's gotten sloppy.
I mean,
somewhat.
We don't practice that much.
Dude, Jason, I was waiting for it.
I'm like, God damn it. I'm bugging him on this, and I agree with everything he's saying. But
Veteran Wednesdays.
I talked to Ray Lewis about that. On like Thursday practices, he would go out there in like flip flops. They'd be full padded. I couldn't be botching this, but he just would go out there and he would just sit in where the linebacker position was. He wouldn't move, but he wanted to feel it.
So I mean,
he wanted to feel it.
Fucking mental rep. That's a real mental rep right there.
Man.
That's when you know you're the man. You get to go.
Everybody else is out there really practicing. You out there.
Just feel it.
You gotta do it.
So if you guys got any questions on anything, we only got 7 mega ducks left before we run it.
He wore flip flops out to practice. Nobody hit him.
Ain't nobody. I worked with Ray. I worked with Ray on this Inside NFL. I wish I got to play with him, bro. Every time he talks before anything, it's like a gladiator fucking speech.
Just a pregame speech at all times.
Ray, I know you get half your material from the Gladiator. I started listening to what you're saying. Half of the lines are from Gladiator. Half of the lines are from Gladiator.
Those eyes get big, and you just know some knowledge is about to get blessed upon you, man.
He can say nothing, and I want to run through a wall. I know, but like, what are you saying? Like his voice inflections and shit. I'm like, damn, I want to go. I'm fucking about to go shoot a show. But
fired up to do the show now.
But that's why I retired. I couldn't practice.
I mean, I've never heard the body mechanic stuff. Like Tom would just know by the way you were moving where you were about to break or when you were going to break, and that's why that timing gets developed.
Without a doubt.
They were doing it all year long, man. Not just in season, man. Like he's saying, they were doing this shit in the off season, getting those reps in. It's not just happens that these guys.
If anybody has any questions,
like these guys were getting after this shit.
I've told this story before, but I don't know if you guys heard it. I remember it was 2014, right before the season. We just lost an AFC Championship to Denver. We started training in like February, and he had the location of the Super Bowl on his whiteboard in his gym. And I was like, fucking naive. Like, what is this? Like, we're going to be playing the last game of the year, bro. I go, I'm going to help you catch Montana. Because this is when he only had 3. He looked at me dead in the face. He goes, I ain't catching Montana. I'm going for Jordan.
Ooh.
And the motherfucker did it.
He did it.
That's crazy.
Surpass him.
You guys can do some shit like that. I don't know.
Patricio Macopa. He's pretty good.
He's pretty
fun
fucking
to
good.
play with, man. My favorite thing about Pat is the off the cuff. Like once the initial play is done,
Yeah, the play with
it is get jiggy time, man. If that ball isn't out, 7-step, boom, like 7-step, bounce. I'm doing something right now to do because I just know his like improvisation or however you fucking say it. His ability.
You know
to
what?
improv.
He's going to move on.
Oh my gosh, it is. And if you know the concepts and you know the coverage, you know where motherfuckers are.
Yeah.
And it's just like time to get jiggy. Time to get jiggy.
Dude, I remember hanging out with Pat once. It was before he was a starter. We were at a Super Bowl. He was still Alex's backup.
Mm-hmm.
He was a rookie. He was like a kid. Like a little kid drinking a bunch of beers and shit.
Oh, he's still
like he's still the same way every time I see him.
I haven't seen him since.
He does
Other than after games.
but he does have that that high energy love for life, and then just absolutely pounds Coors Lights.
Looks like a great fucking leader.
Oh, every single day, and he'll get on guys. He'll get on guys. If you're not running as a receiver, he'll get on you. He needs those reps, and he feels how valuable those reps are, both in games and in practice. And I mean, there's a reason why he's fucking great. I'll tell you what, man, the guy is as athletic as he is and as good as he is at like the improv and everything. He is about as nerdy as it gets.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, I pulled up on him. We went to like a significant other's like volleyball game. So I go up there. I'm actually watching the game. I'm like, where the fuck is Pat? Like, he said he was going to be up here. It's like a Tuesday during the season. He's in the car watching film and like looking up at the volleyball match like every like 2 seconds just to see it. I looked at the fucking notebook and it looked like chicken scratch. I can't read anyways, but I couldn't read a single word. Couldn't print it out. And he had an entire binder full, and you could tell he was going through that shit.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, this guy's studious as fuck.
You know what?
I've never been able to take notes and looked at my notes and read my notes and been like, that makes sense. And then you could tell that he does it week in, week out, and he's just very studious.
In a volleyball game, he's freaking doing it all the time.
Dude, everywhere.
Or just say,
and the thing is, his mind works fast enough that he'll actually be able to like look up at in between plays and still be able to like. It's crazy.
You need a little nerd in your quarterback. You need
For sure. Yeah.
Has to have a little nerd.
That's why I hate taking notes. That's why I didn't make it.
Did you big note taker?
Yeah, I took notes.
Dude, I don't know why. I miss stuff when I write down notes. I like seeing it and watching it. And if I sit down to write something, I miss stuff.
I have all my notes from all the years. I used to write down everything.
Golden.
I've been going through it and like it's.
Can I read them?
I don't know. I might get killed.
You got too much inside information.
Your fucking bill or something. They got some shit out there. But we've been trying to log. I have
a couple games you play defense. Do you have to look at things? Write down what Bill was telling you guys in meetings.
The thing is, they're a game plan team.
Yeah, it's going to change every week.
Of course. Week. Personnel groups.
Dude, your impersonation of him is classic.
Look, you asshole. I'm saying asshole. Look, assholes.
All right, man. Glad you joined. Yeah, just got 2 more spots to fill, and then we'll figure out when what day works for everybody for the draft. I'm gonna do a live stream of it too, so I'm gonna do it on here. So we'll do it up on the screen. But be through Yahoo. It's gonna be pretty fun.
Like in a funny way.
Yeah, there's something about coaches.
Sorry, it was such a pain to join, though.
Like, this isn't like fucking Alabama where you play Louisiana Lafayette Tech of institution for like your third week game. Okay, it's the National Football League. Like he always gets on all the like the big school guys for like you have like 3 games that are just throwaway games.
Yeah, he brings it back down every week.
He's probably changed though.
You think so?
Maybe. He has to.
You got to keep evolving, man.
Yeah, that's a good point. You do have to keep moving forward.
We got to ask, but you don't have to answer. Like, you could just tell us to fuck off if you want. And we got to ask, but you don't have to answer. Brought to you by our friends at Accelerator. You have one. You did.
Yeah, probably be like I have it at the last day of August, so the 31st. But I wouldn't be opposed to moving it up a little bit.
Right now, or what?
We'll figure it out.
I'm not too jittery. I just threw a dip in, so maybe that helps. But it's a good spitter, wide mouth.
There are 14 blue ducks left and 7 mega ducks.
With Accelerator active.
So getting pretty close to the end.
Let's get into it. I don't have to answer though.
No, you do not. You can pass. You can pass.
I mean, you don't have to answer anything really. I mean, Free country.
Did you actually take Jerry Rice's daughter to prom and try on the Super Bowl ring? Was that real?
She took me to her prom.
Ooh.
And yes, I did wear those Super Bowl rings.
That's awesome.
Sorry, Jer. I used to go into his office all the time. He was never home, so I'd be over there playing with balls. I saw jerseys. It was crazy. Jerry Rice, bro. I was a Bay Area kid. He was a fucking legend.
Yeah,
I mean,
the record setter himself.
It was so crazy, and they had such a cool house. Man. I remember
You're
the
in a
first
flashback right now.
First time I met him, dude came out yoked up, six-packed up with his chain on. He had his fucking dreads that are starting back here. He was old Jerry by then.
Oakland Jerry?
Oakland Jerry. He intimidated the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't having it. Which I understand. I have a daughter. I'm a father of one.
Patriots making the playoffs this year.
Ooh. We were talking beforehand. You think the Jets are the real deal this year?
I don't know. I mean, we've seen this happen a few times or something.
I know, right?
I know.
Well, we sold a good amount today, so I'm hoping we'll just keep going. It's just been a slow week and a half on whatnot. It's like hard to tell when it's going to be busy and when it's not. Like I've had a Blue Duck race on in like 40 minutes, and this one is one's dragging.
I don't know. Like
yeah, National might have
on this team.
Yeah,
it's not like they're fully loaded on offense. They have some playmakers. They got Breece Hall, who's coming off the ACL. They got the Garrett Wilson kid, who's really good.
Love watching him play.
But like, they haven't had a lot of reps together.
Right.
He's playing in a tough division. You got a pissed off Allen. You got a pissed off Bills.
Mm-hmm.
Like those guys are humiliated right now.
Miami's about as
Miami.
as anybody. And
I can see Miami taking a step back.
You think so?
I can see it.
Dude, I thought
because they start 7-0 last year.
If Tua didn't get hurt, they might have won the AFC last year. No, I mean they would have been in contention. Dude, they were killing it early on. But was that a fluke?
I don't know if it's a fluke.
All right, man.
December,
Appreciate you joining the league and stopping by.
It's different. I see them taking a step back because they have so much hype around them.
Gotcha.
There's like always that one team where they're supposed to be good and something like what is it? 40% of the teams that made the playoffs last year aren't going to make the playoffs this year.
There was a run in Jacksonville where they were supposed to be their defense was always that. But I feel like when
we played them in the Super Bowl, we beat them in the AFC Championship.
Dude,
they were really good.
They were good. Yeah, Leonard Fournette. Yeah.
So I guess I was wrong. Right.
That was one of the only years they were really good, though.
They were really good.
They were good.
We went on a fluke.
They always had a bunch of studs on defense. Is 28-3 the greatest football game of all time?
I wouldn't say it's the greatest football game of all time. I say it's probably the greatest comeback
in the Super Bowl. I mean, that alone.
The Super Bowl that you guys played against us.
That was a great game.
Dude.
I mean, unbelievable game.
There was like 500 yards.
Offensive. Well, I guess not if you're a fan of defense, but the offenses were
cooking.
Yeah, man.
I remember being absolutely shit-faced in Minnesota for that game.
By
the end of it, I was like,
I was hurt. I was hurt. I had amendola chance going where I was at. Like it was fucking nuts.
Holy cow.
Golly, I remember at the end it was like, did they win?
How cold was it?
Oh, it was get into that game because there was no easy way to park and get to that stadium. It was like you had to walk through all of the streets and everything just to get to it.
Dude, the skywalks. They got all those skywalks in.
Yeah. You're hammered.
You don't know that. Which Super Bowl would you want to run back? The loss to the Giants or the loss to the Eagles?
I didn't play in the Eagles, the Giants.
Giants. That makes sense.
It hurt to lose but like
when you're out there, it's different. It feels more. I got you.
I didn't even play that game either. I was starting DB in the AFC Championship, and they fucking hosed me. They wouldn't let me play because they were all talking shit that they were gonna come after me and stuff. I didn't even get any reps. They didn't even return a punt or anything. They didn't because we had all plus 50 punts, and that's when what's his name, the yoked up punter, Janikowski.
Yeah, that one.
Yes.
He was. That was the old Russian guy.
He was a beard up punter. That dude had a big old.
No, he was a kicker.
I know he had the beard.
Lefty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, lefty
for the Raiders. He was drafted in like the 3rd round or something, or first round. He was a first-round draft pick.
I think you're right. I do believe that's correct.
I want to see.
He kicked it like 70 yards, and I mean he was unbelievable.
Like he played for like 18 years. Nah, but probably the Giants.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, you're talking about DB. Who's a better DB, you or Gronk?
I'm going with me. I'm going. At least
I'm that. I've been that for us, and that's arguably the scariest moment that you could ever be in. At least for me, because even when I was like on teams, my like first couple of years, I could not tackle to save my fucking life. I lettered in high school, snapping to Jason on punt and being the first one down there one on one with a returner. 0 tackles, and when I tell you we didn't score much. We were punting the fuck out of the ball. And I had 0, not even a half. 0. That's the scariest moment to ever be in. It felt so bad for me because you guys were, it was on the 30. It wasn't even like he was supposed to like deflect the pass.
No, I don't know.
Mary's coming, guys. Get back there, Gronk.
I don't know. We won't get into that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Gronk, I feel for you, dog.
You got to scallop. You got to keep your feet going. Scallop.
He got stuck in sand.
Pick a side. Use a side. Make them one-sided. Scallop. Keep your feet moving. Don't keep them in the ground or you're going. We used to practice open field tackle every week in New England. Till the Super Bowl.
Oh, going sideways.
Every week.
Yeah.
You guys would be in there. We doing open field runs and tackles and shit. But yeah, you gotta keep the feet going.
You heard it here, folks.
We just talked about the 28-3 game. In that game, you had one of the most unbelievable catches in Super Bowl history.
Yeah.
Where does that rank in like the greatest catches in Super Bowl history?
I don't know. I mean, the Tyree helmet catch was pretty fucking cool. Julio had a really good catch right before it.
Ooh, the one
That one over, the sideline.
Yes.
You know, that was a reactional type. Santonio Holmes in the corner of the end zone.
Against Arizona.
Yeah.
That was a game on the line.
It was a reactional type play. I don't know. I let that for other people to
I
decide.
think you're being modest, but yeah, that was. I'm putting it up there, dude. That fucking was incredible,
dude. Electric.
Honestly,
rather be.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I don't think anybody else is getting lucky in that situation. To be lucky, you gotta put yourself in a position to be lucky. You gotta have the mindset to be lucky. How many other people are diving over 3 guys to get that ball?
You know, middle read and the DB on inside leverage turned his eye to the quarterback. You're like, oh fuck, we lost the game.
Yeah.
So I was just trying to go back there. And you know what I mean? And one thing led to another, and you know, you just keep your eye on the ball, and good things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
Big time only, baby.
I had to drop that game too.
Crazy.
We don't have to bring that stuff.
That's what you
how you
think about.
remember those
You
shit.
think about that more. I think about the third down drop than I did that. I was a rah-rah guy come out of fucking halftime. We're gonna be a little story, guys.
Drop.
Man, it's fine.
That's the word.
We were down 21-3. It went to 28.
Yeah, man. And the third down.
Crowded them on a little cross.
Would you try to just take off?
I tried to run before I had it. You know, sometimes you get too excited.
Yeah.
Ray Lewis did. You just like.
I'm not saying anything bad about it.
Which fan base do you think hated the Patriots the most? Jets, Falcons, or Colts? Did you feel it? Did you feel the hate?
From Falcons? No. Falcons automatically out. I tell you right there, so it's a team that's not on there, the Buffalo Bills.
The Mafia.
Bills fucking hate us. I've never been flipped off by the widest range of age from people from 3 years old to 90 years old after going into Old Orchard and fucking beating the Bills. And it would be like, it was like a ritual thing. Every time you would go in there and win, there'd be people with like confetti flipping you off, throwing it up in the air. A little kid like under
with it.
Yeah, there'd be guys jumping on tables, flipping us off. Yeah. Hey, I got my glove. Fuck you.
Psych.
I'm not getting you no Rudy's blue cheese in, buddy. Buffalo stuff. And it was fun. They really hated us stuff.
I love a good hostile environment, man. That's why.
Your guys, I'll tell you right now, when we played you guys in 18, that was crazy.
Banger, man.
That was crazy. That was my favorite win. That wasn't a Super Bowl because we never won on the road in the playoffs with before that.
Mm-hmm. Everything was at home.
Everything was at home. And when you go on the road and win a game in the playoffs, plane ride back.
Arrowhead was on another level that game.
Dude.
I was in it.
It was rocking. We got our ass beat there. Remember that Monday night game? You were there too.
That was my first Monday night game.
Yeah. We got our ass beat there. Rocking. For an outdoor stadium, that Seattle
Yeah.
Those two right there are like fucking way loud. And then like we played New Orleans one year in 2009 when they
It's a whole different world in the dome, man.
and the New Orleans people are nuts. They had like the umbrellas and shit.
But he comes to the game with the trombone and trumpet.
Yes, it was fucking fun though. I want to play.
Cajuns just hopped in off a Bourbon Street.
Yeah,
liquored up.
I couldn't understand a thing they were saying.
Give it to us, Jules. Are you a Hall of Famer?
I don't know.
Yes, you do.
What gives you pause?
Your fucking
Regular season
Super Bowl
numbers.
MVP.
Yeah, but look at the postseason numbers.
See when it
I
matters.
don't know. I mean, it's tough. You know, it's tough. It's honestly like
one of the best ball players that have ever graced the fucking shield.
Yeah, but it's
what can't he do? Did you ever kick a field goal in practice? Nothing.
No. Welker did though.
Yeah, he did.
He did. He was a soccer player.
Was he?
Yeah, he was good.
Figures why he didn't help you, a soccer guy, not a football guy.
Well, I'll answer it for you. You're fucking in.
I did want to ask this. We didn't get to it, but I got to ask you now. You didn't make any Pro Bowls?
I made one.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. How many times were you an alternate, but you couldn't go because you're in the big dance?
Twice. I have one jersey. I have one.
You do?
I have a jersey and I got the check.
There you go.
Yeah,
that counts.
That thing. What if he buries at that thing?
Hey, put that thing in my pocket. Save.
That's
what you make. That's what you save, boys.
There we go. This might be our favorite episode we've ever done. You're a beast.
You are
fucking awesome.
I've been a fan. I've been watching all you guys cut up on social. I haven't listened to a whole one, but I watch you guys all the time. It's awesome.
All the good stuff is on social. So.
You don't want to say that though.
Yeah, definitely watch the whole episode.
Bleep that out.
All the best stuff is on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Show one that's
comment, like, subscribe. Games of Names also.
Ooh, Games of Names. Don't forget it.
Season 2.
You gotta tie that thing
Kelsey
in.
Bowl coming on.
No, let's
Kelsey Bowl. Let's go.
Would love to get that thing turned, brother.
Love for you guys. I mean,
talk about thinking about mistakes in the game.
You got it? Yep, it's in.
It's in.
So that's a pen. That's penned in, inked.
Listen, subscribe wherever you podcast. Obviously, we'll be dropping new episodes on YouTube each and every week. So make sure you're subscribed to the New Heights Show.
Once again, New Heights is presented by Wave Sports Entertainment, brought to you by our friends at BW3's Buffalo Wild Wings. We love you. And your delicious sauces. Follow the show on all social media platforms at New Heights Show with one S for fun clips throughout the week. We're going to have a plethora.
No, if anybody has any questions on anything?
For this one, baby. Thanks to our production crew, always looking out for us. And to the 92%ers for tuning in, baby. Until next time. Peace.
What's your favorite BW3 flavor?
Dude, it's a great question.
Gosh, I always go
lemon
garlic.
Lemon pepper.
I like barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Which one, honey
So
or sweet?
I like honey barbecue.
I like the honey one. So this is my order when I go to any wing spot, especially BW3s.
Yeah.
I have to have an order of medium buffalo.
Yep.
Eat like 2 of those. Need a ranch and a blue cheese. Side to the ranch more than the blue cheese, but I want to taste the blue cheese to see if it's good. Then I gotta go barbecue.
This man knows his freaking
got dialed.
Got it. You got it. Then you gotta go barbecue sauce, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like the sweet. I'm a sweet barbecue sauce guy, so I like the honey barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have like an auxiliary or like a
one-off,
what do we used to call it? Like a mixer back in the day. Like if a team had like one play of blitz 0, you had their one mixer.
Yeah.
My one mixer is the what is it? The lemon garlic.
Parmesan garlic?
Parmesan garlic.
Yeah.
The one mixer.
So that's pretty much
That's
my
my
order to
order
a
too.
T. That's my order to a T. I will go lemon pepper as a switch up. I switch up the mixer, but I do always get some of the honey barbecue.
Got it.
Always get a medium or a buffalo.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're at. Buffalo Wild Wings. And then I'm always blue cheese though.
Yeah.
Exclusively.
I always sneak a barbecue bacon burger in there with fries just to separate the
BW3s. Yeah. All right.
Hey, I love you BW3s, but I'm a burger connoisseur. I'm not even gonna go to. All right. First off, I'm just letting you know.
You're open to.
Let's talk about the biggest questions at the running back position next on Fantasy Football Today in 5.
Welcome to FFT and 5. I'm Chris Towers. I'm here with Dave Richard, and there are a lot of questions about the running back position. The running back position kind of going through an existential crisis around the NFL. Guys very unhappy about the contract situations at the running back position, and it's kind of hard to figure out how the NFL is going to view the position moving forward. But for fantasy purposes, I've got three big questions. Dave's going to give me his thoughts on them. And the first one, where's Jonathan Taylor playing in week one?
He's playing in Indianapolis against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
That seems like the safest assumption.
I think it's the only assumption, Chris. I don't see another team coming to his rescue, giving him the money that would make him a top 5 highest paid running back, and giving the Colts the type of compensation they would want for this guy. So I think the only way he's not playing is if he's hurt. I think he'll be off the PUP list. I think he'll eventually get there, and he will play for Indianapolis. He certainly does not want this year to go by and not count toward his free agent eligibility.
Yeah, I wrote about this for the FFT newsletter on Monday, and the one team that I was able to kind of talk myself into as a possible fit just in terms of where they are in their contention schedule and the willingness to give up assets would be the Miami Dolphins. The problem comes in giving him that extension that he's looking for. Miami's cap situation, obviously Tua Tagovailoa, is going to be making big money. Tyreek Hill has his biggest extension. Jalen Waddle is going to be eligible after next season. So there's a lot of people that they're having to pay already. But this is a team that has been very willing to go get stars when they're available. Jonathan Taylor fits the track meet style of their offense. I think he would be a great fit there. And I think they'd be willing to give up a second or even a first-round pick. We saw them do it for Bradley Chubb last year. It's just, would they be able to give him an extension? That's where it becomes trickier. And I agree. It's almost certain Jonathan Taylor's going to be in Indianapolis in week one. Might not be happy about it, but he'll be there. Let's talk about another big question, and that is, do the Cowboys add another running back? Ronald Jones suspended for the first 2 games of this season. They've got Malik Davis and Deuce Vaughn behind Tony Pollard.
Let me know if anybody has any questions.
Was asked about Ezekiel Elliott. He said they're not closing the door. Do they add another running back?
I wonder if the Rojo suspension opens conversation again on Zeke. You know they're going to add something at running back for the first 2 games of the season because they can put Rojo on the suspended list. That opens up a roster spot. They can use that to get a 4th running back in there. I don't think they add another running back that severely negatively affects Tony Pollard. I think they're all in on Pollard being their main running back. Even if Zeke comes back.
What's up, Rummy? How you doing, man?
I think that Pollard and Zeke would maybe split those rushing plays near the goal line. That was the only area that we need to see Pollard get more work in. And I think he'll be fine in that role. We don't want Zeke to come back, but maybe he does in a complementary role. That Rojo is suspended.
I've been kind of working under the assumption that they're going to add somebody, because if I just projected them with Malik Davis and Deuce Vaughn and Ronald Jones, Tony Pollard might be a top 5 running back for me. So he's more like a low-end RB1. And then that's because I've been assuming, probably Ezekiel Elliott.
Doing pretty good. No complaints.
And I would project Ezekiel Elliott probably 10 to 12 carries.
Got 2 more spots in the fantasy league.
Like he did last
so
year.
we're getting close.
Fall into 10 touchdowns and be a low-end RB.
Yeah, down to 2.
But I don't think that impacts Tony Pollard. I think he'd still be an RB1, and it wouldn't really change how I view him. Last question. Where's Dalvin Cook sign?
I don't feel good about handicapping Dalvin Cook at all because he's now been to what? Has he been to every team in the AFC East or just 3?
I think just 3. He's certainly talked to 3.
Visited Broski. I think Miami might be worth it. So eventually he'll say, "Dang, I want to play. I want to show that I can still do it." The Dolphins will say, "Okay, we'll pay you a little bit closer to what you want." And then he goes to Miami and probably takes the roster spot of Savon Ahmed.
I know, right? I didn't realize that you had to do that. I did it so long ago.
I think they could use him. I think he's a good fit.
I know, so close for it.
Catch passes out of the backfield.
And then we'll decide when we want to draft.
Not necessarily somebody that they're going to give a ton of work to, but I think that he makes the most sense in South Florida.
Yeah, I think Joe Mixon's restructured contract probably serves as a pretty nice template. I think he's going to be making right around $5 million each of the next 2 seasons. And I do think Cook would be like probably in line for 60 to 65% snap shares in Miami. I don't think he'd play 80%, but I think he'd have a decent role. You know, I will say I was surprised at how effective the running backs were in Miami, especially down the stretch. Jeff Wilson and Raheem Mostert, after week 9 when Jeff Wilson joined the team, the two of them combined for 10 top 30 running back finishes over the final, 10 weeks of the season. That's not incredible stuff, but seeing as they were splitting, it was a 55-45 share most of the time, that was better than I thought it was. There were some top 15, top 20 weeks sprinkled in there for both of them as well. So I do think Dalvin Cook would be a solid RB2. Probably wouldn't be an RB1 like we've gotten used to, but I think he'd be the clear lead back in Miami and would be, in the 15 to 18 range at running back. That's my thought. Where would you rank?
I think I'd be a little bit lower than that.
Okay. All right, and that's going to do it for FFT and 5 today. We're going to talk about sleepers on tomorrow's episode. We'll see you then.
This was to be expected. This is not new information with Brees.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like where it is probably not bad, but I figured we'll figure out what works best for everybody.
Right. Yeah. This is.
It's new as in they actually did it, but it's not new as in a setback or something.
Let's get divisional.
Just looking at the standings from the NFC South last year, I'm laughing because it's
the mucky muck.
It's the swamp, man. We're looking at these divisions. We've been going through the breakdowns. Tampa Bay won. Tampa Bay lost the division. They were the first place losers with a negative 45-point differential.
Oh my!
Which was the most in the division at 8-9.
That's in the most negative.
So they were the
playoff.
The playoff Buccaneers were 8-9. The Panthers, Saints, and Falcons were 7-10. The point differential in this division, everybody was negative. And yet all four had a shot to make the playoffs as late as week 17. We're working on the YouTube thumbnail for this episode. And I'm sitting there going like, who do I put up on that thumbnail? Because there aren't elite fantasy options. Not a lot of them. Not like a normal, like some of these divisions we've gone through. There are young rookies rookies or sophomores that are like emerging talents. But when you talk about, there isn't somebody that's gone out and established themselves for fantasy. There are players that we know will, like Bijan. There are players with immense talent, like Pitts and Olave. But you've got Bryce Young, a rookie quarterback. You've got Miles Sanders changing divisions, who's been inconsistent. You've got Drake London, who's been inconsistent. And you've got youth, but you don't have stalwarts in this division. And it's weird.
Well, you got the old guys, but Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, but they've moved from Tom Brady to probably Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I mean, the win total for the Buccaneers as we start this divisional breakdown was 11.5 last year. Now, they did win the division, but it's down to 6.5 this year with the departure of Tom Brady.
And there's no way, I mean, nobody believes that Baker will play 17 games, right? I just can't imagine that. They're going to lose so many games. It's going to be one of those situations where you just are forced to throw things at the wall and make changes for change's sake, even if they still believe that Baker is the best option in week 8 when they're 2-6.
Yeah, you don't stay as the starting quarterback if you lose that many games.
Yeah.
You just don't, because at some point in time you try something new.
Yeah, and you go say, we're going to trask to the number 1 pick.
Possible. And but that being said, 8-9 won you a division.
And
so if Baker gets you to 8, maybe.
And this year, 8 might do it again. It might.
So
7 might do it.
They were rough last year, 25th in points per game, despite being second in pace of play. And so, they threw the ball 751 times. That was insane. I mentioned it the other day in the Tennessee breakdown. That's 20 times more than the Titans threw it per game. This year is going to be different. It just is. Tom Brady's not running the show. The pace of play is going to be different. You're going to have to depend more on your offense or on your defense because your identity, you can't come back. the way that you could before. Todd Bowles, good luck. Baker Mayfield, Chase Edmonds, new additions. Tom Brady and his $35 million counting against the cap. They have the most dead cap money in the entire NFL, $74 million. This looks like a full reset year. I mean, what kind of is troublesome about that? We can start with the wide receivers. Is that Godwin and Evans are still very, very talented wide receivers. If they were in a better situation, we would be very excited about their potential.
For sure.
But that storyline is what we said about Metcalf and Lockett last year, and we were surprised.
Yeah. So you can say, okay, we've seen. Let's paint the rosier picture, because my current projection is extraordinarily pessimistic. I'll spoil and say that I think the Buccaneers are going to finish last in this division. But there is an outlook here where you say, well, Godwin, not only just Godwin, but he's 27 years old, and he's now in year 2 from a pretty devastating knee injury. We weren't believing he would be back by week 1 last year. He was. So he should be at his best, like peak Godwin. And you've got Mike Evans, who's obviously a dominant force, has never not had a 1,000-yard season. And Baker Mayfield has been terrible lately. One point in time, he was the future of the NFL, and that wasn't that long ago. So if he could put it together.
All right, I'm going to be getting off now. If you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a DM. But I'm getting off. Be back on tomorrow.